Thanwai felt a bone-chilling cold invade her very being. What was this sensation? Despair washed over her as she realized, heavens! It was a soul-binding artifact from the Pluto sect, a formless terror, crafted solely to harvest human souls. Struck by its curse, her spiritual energy was instantly sealed. She was defenseless. Deadly silence filled the air, broken only by his echoing footsteps. Thump! Thump! The shadow loomed over Song Thanwai, and with a casual wave of his hand, he levitated her helpless body into the air. Hee! Drained of all strength, Thanwai was nothing more than a puppet in his grasp. Stand up! Rise! He manipulated her limp limbs, forcing her upright. Her body offered no resistance. Come along now, he sneered. The cloaked figure bound her in spiritual chains, dragging her toward his lair. Thanwai felt weightless, her feet dragging mechanically. But deep within, a spark of consciousness remained. Clutched in her hand was a rolled-up, golden talisman. With the last of her will, she tore it apart. She scattered the fragments along the path, leaving a trail of hope. Obeying her silent command, the paper took flight. 2 words were inscribed upon it. Lambak. Meanwhile, the man himself was drowning in pleasure. Arms wrapped around 2 beauties, grinning like a fool. Ha ha! Hee hee! The little beauties fought for his attention. Master Lamb's outer robe belongs to me. One beauty clung to him, teasing him with a seductive smile. Then Master Lamb's inner shirt is mine. A young maiden sashayed before him, her voice dripping with honey. Master Lamb, I lay claim to you first. Lambak was floating on cloud 9, looking like he'd won the lottery. He flared his nostrils, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Come on then! I can't wait any longer. But suddenly, the beauty snapped. Wham! She swung her hand and delivered a vicious slap. Lambak was bewildered, taking the full force of the blow. It didn't stop there. His paradise shattered as slaps rained down on his face. The hand moved, with lightning speed. Ora! 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 Lambak took every single hit. Her palm danced across his cheeks in a blur of violence. Tears streamed down his face. He opened his mouth to wail for his mother. Snap back to reality. Lambak wasn't surrounded by beauties, but sitting on his bed. Those paper fragments from Thanwai were pelting him in the head. Stung by the pain, he flailed his arms wildly. Huh? What gives? What's happening? One piece of paper smacked his face, and he angrily snatched it. Hearing the commotion, So Luang rushed in. He saw Lambak's swollen face staring intently at the paper. What is that in your hand? It looked familiar. So Luang stepped behind him. Isn't that Instructor Song's Dharma? Treasure? Hearing his voice, Lambak looked up, clutching the golden paper. Lambak saw his own name, clearly written. Lambak. He scratched his head. Why would Instructor Song send this looking for me? So Luang frowned, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Silence. Lambak stared at the paper, a delusional grin spreading across his face. She must be secretly in love with me. So Luang looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. His jaw dropped before he corrected the fool. She is in grave danger. Lambak looked blankly at him as So Luang raised his voice. So Luang stared back with utter helplessness. A heavy silence fell between them. Lambak awkwardly scratched his cheek. How can you be so sure she's in trouble? So Luang's expression turned serious. Use your brain for a second. This is a protective artifact given by the Gentleman's Hall. Would she casually throw it away if things were fine? Without wasting a second, So Luang grabbed Lambak's arm. We need to move. Now, she must be trapped in a situation she can't escape. Using this as a last resort and near Yanja City, we are the only cultivators she knows. That explains why it found us. Lambak still looked skeptical, his face showing resistance to the idea. But if it's danger, why write my name and not yours? Surely I occupy a bigger space in her heart, right? So Luang crossed his arms, his gaze piercingly logical. Likely because your name has fewer brush strokes. Lambak examined the messy ink. Comparing it to So Luang, realization finally dawned on him. Look at the handwriting. This isn't her usual elegant style. The character's lamback were jagged and rushed. Finally, he believed Solowang's words. The situation must be critical. Panic set in. Lamback handed the paper to Senior brother. What do we do now? Solowang stared intensely at the paper, formulating a plan. Song Thanwai is a core disciple of the Gentleman's Hall, armed with powerful artifacts. Someone capable of trapping her so completely. We might be dealing with a fourth realm cultivator. His expression remained calm as still water. His voice remained steady. Given the odds, we should split up. You return to Mount Shu and call for reinforcements. I will go scout ahead and assess the situation. Lamback bristled at the unfair division of labor. Hold on! You're going! But if the enemy is fourth realm, like you said, what good will you do alone? You'll be crushed. Solowang replied. I'm only confirming the situation. If it's urgent, I can at least buy some time. He thought of his notoriously lazy master, Empress Phoenix. Listen carefully. Go straight to Silversword Peak and find my master. Do not go anywhere else. Among all the elders of Mount Shu, no one is idler than her. Finding anyone else would waste precious time. She is likely the only one awake and doing absolutely nothing right now. Lamback still seemed hesitant. He furrowed his brow. If one goes back and one goes to rescue, the one going to the rescue faces the real danger. Refusing to back down, Lamback proposed a swap. If we're just finding your master, you go back. I'll go check on Thanwai. Solowang shook his head, a hint of pity in his eyes. My cultivation is higher than yours. It's better if I go. Lamback's eyes widened in shock. Oh, aren't we both earliest stage divine intent realm? Since when? Solowang didn't explain with words. He simply summoned a flicker of golden orange aura. The unmistakable pressure of the mid-stage divine intent realm radiated from him. One hand behind his back, he casually displayed his refined energy. Lamback stared at the spectacle. Terrified, he stumbled back, jaw hitting the floor. You've already reached the mid-stage. Solowang gave a slight nod. Lamback was trembling. He remembered their first meeting. Solowang had barely broken through. Back then, my cultivation was even higher than his. How has it only been a few days? I'm still miles away from the mid-stage. Solowang has already broken through. If he was some recluse, training for years, maybe. But the reality before him was too monstrous to believe. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he drowned in a sea of suspicion. 4 days. They had eaten, slept, and completed missions side by side, never leaving each other's sight. With their academy schedule, where did he find the time to refine his core? Sensing a dark secret, Linbei grabbed his shoulder and bored into his soul. You, sly fox, are you secretly cultivating the sex-forbidden arts? How did your cultivation base skyrocket like that? Suddenly, Chu Liang remembered the strange doll he won from the White Tower mission. Chu Liang sighed, guarding the truth behind a mask of indifference. Internally, he smirked. Hey, having a pocket dimension for hardcore training makes all the difference. One day inside feels like a week outside. Explaining last night's breakthrough would take too long. Deciding to flee the conversation, he spun toward the exit. Deflecting the interrogation, he asked, Brother, have you ever witnessed the sunrise over Yanjiao City? Linbei froze, thrown off by the random question. Aha, you are definitely hiding something from me. Chu Liang threw his hand up, cutting him off. Enough chatter. We need to split up and move. Now. Linbei blinked, realizing he couldn't win, and nodded in defeat. Meanwhile, far beyond the safety of Yanjiao's walls, stood a desolate, ominous shack. Eerie light flickered within his thick yin. Energy leaked through the cracks. The floor was a slaughterhouse, stained with the fresh blood of sacrificed chickens. They lay scattered across a dark formation. The black-robed figure remained focused, his brush dancing on the floor. With every stroke, the deathly aura intensified. Song Qingyi's consciousness slowly drifted back from the abyss. ignoring the arrow wound still lodged in her chest. She watched the villain's every move with hawk-like focus. In the forest, shadow hands had bound her legs. Here, they clamped onto her arms like iron vices. The black-robed man sensed her awakening, pinning complex runes beside a demonic tome. He chuckled darkly. Hee hee. Don't tremble just yet. The formation is nearly complete. The floor crawled with twisted glyphs. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. It is rare to capture a divine, intent soul. Once I inscribe your essence into the book of the Netherworld, you won't just replace my lost-painted skin ghost. No, you will double my power. A sinister, greedy grin stretched across his face. Glancing at his own palm, he mused. If I used brute force to slaughter you and rip out your living soul, the result would be mediocre. I would only retain 80% of your spiritual power. Such a waste. His eyes locked onto the forbidden technique described in the ancient book. Returning to his brushwork, he bared his teeth at King Yi. But if you show a little patience, once the yin-yang soul-seizing array is ready, I can seal your soul into the Netherworld Book with 0 loss. Bound tight, Song Qingyi stared in horror at the artifact oozing with malice. Panic seized her heart. That is the Netherworld Sect's vilest artifact, ... The Book of the Netherworld. If my soul becomes ink on those pages, ... I won't just be another page fueling a heretic's power. I will be trapped in that book, enduring an eternal purgatory of suffering. Even reincarnation will be denied to me. The maniac's excitement reached a fever pitch. Wait, are you a cultivator of Confucianism? I've never tasted one before. Legend says Confucian souls are the purest, perfect for refining into a high-tier specter. You could even walk in sunlight. With your beauty, perhaps I'll craft you into a rakshasa, a seductress, to bewitch the hearts of men. The thought of a powerful slave obeying his every whim intoxicated him. He rambled on, lost in his twisted fantasy. No, your aura reeks of scholarship. Perhaps a painting ghost. Or, oh, the possibilities make me shiver. Qingyi listened to her doom. Her voice cracked, trembling with fear. No, ... stop it. Her violet eyes, usually so sharp, now swam with rare helplessness as she gazed toward the window. Outside, ink-black darkness swallowed the forest, hiding even the moon. Yet, Song Qingyi clung to a final, fragile thread of hope. I used the golden page to send a signal ... Did they understand? Can anyone even find me? Suddenly, the array hummed with completion. The villain's brush erupted with rolling yin energy, eerie lightning dancing on its tip. He raised both arms to the heavens, chanting the incantation. Flesh as sacrifice. The Netherworld is eternal. As the words left his lips, the candle before him flared, unleashing a shockwave of spiritual pressure. He thrust his hand forward, a mystic light pulsing in his palm. Come, my precious treasure. Embrace your new existence. As the spell struck, Song Qingyi was thrown back, screaming in agony. Meanwhile, back at the peaceful courtyards of the Yan estate, here, the moon shone, bright and clear. Inside his room, Chu Liang channeled azure energy into a talisman. His other hand pressed to his chest. He wrote, with absolute focus. Glowing characters manifested on the paper as he infused his pure, spiritual essence into every stroke. The name Song Qingyi shimmered in blue light. Chu Liang analyzed the technique. Step 1. Inscribe the target's name with true key. This should trigger it. But the paper lay dormant, lifeless. Sweat beaded on his forehead. No reaction. Why? Did I miss a catalyst? He recalled how Song Qingyi had used the technique. Realization struck. I see. The name is not enough. I must use my divine will to visualize her form. The moment her image crystallized in his mind, the talisman erupted with blinding light. It vibrated, crackling with power. As Chu Liang released it, the charm shot out the window like a homing missile. He launched himself into the night sky after it. I have to be fast. He trailed the glowing talisman, which led him on a long, winding chase across the wilderness. Finally, a desolate landscape emerged. An isolated shack stood in the middle of nowhere. Following the charm, Chu Liang touched down by a stream facing the hideout. Even from here, the stench of yin energy was suffocating, churning the stream's waters. The talisman sparked and crackled violently. The destination was confirmed as the ink faded into the air. Chu Liang sensed the anomaly and snatched the paperback. Is that ... the scent of blood? Something is wrong. He immediately expanded his divine sense. To silence his approach, he transmuted the ground beneath him into soft living wood. Eerie azure light flooded the riverside cabin. Chu Liang focused his gaze, peering into the depths. There, suspended in midair, was Song King Yi. A cloaked figure was in the midst of a forbidden ritual. The camera zoomed in as the villain ruthlessly drained Qing Yi's spiritual essence. A stream of emerald energy pierced through a mysterious tome, greedily devouring her power. Her body hung limp, completely at his mercy, stripped of all will to resist. Chu Liang extended his divine sense, witnessing every agonizing second of the ordeal. Cold sweat drenched his brow. This was a disaster. The turbulent yin qi suddenly shifted. The black-robed cultivator sensed an intruder. He whipped around, his gaze piercing through the door. Chu Liang's heart hammered. His cover was blown. Beneath the hood, a pair of eyes blazed like high beams in the darkness. With a casual wave, the villain shattered Chu Liang's divine sense and launched a wave of dark energy. He wasn't holding back. This was a killing strike. The projectile approached with terrifying, inevitable precision. As the deadly aura closed in, the shockwave alone sent Chu Liang's hair whipping in the wind. His eyes went wide with shock. He'd been spotted instantly. Remembering the ancient 36 stratagems, he chose the best one. Retreat. Chu Liang spun around, sprinting for his life. I need to lure him away and stall until Master arrives. The villain's demonic aura was suffocating, radiating in waves. Seeing his prey attempt to flee, the cultist scoffed, intensifying his gloomy aura. Boom! He burst from the wooden cabin like a lightning bolt. In a heartbeat, he was already looming right behind Chu Liang's back. Chu Liang unsheathed his blade, his mind racing. Too fast. He's sticking to me like a shadow. Desperate, he commanded his flying sword, launching a streak of lethal sword intent. Facing the incoming blade, the villain didn't flinch. Instead, a twisted smile curled his lips. With arrogance incarnate, he raised just 3 fingers. Clang! He caught the flying sword midair. In mere fractions of a second, the spiritual weapon was completely suppressed by his iron grip. It wouldn't budge an inch. Chu Liang began to panic, finally realizing the terrifying gap in their cultivation realms. Refusing to yield, he roared, "Eat this!" Chu Liang thrust his arm forward. The black-robed man instinctively raised a hand to deflect. A crimson binding rope shot from his sleeve. Startled by the sudden artifact, the villain reacted with godlike reflexes, snatching the magical cord out of the air. His voice dripped with disdain. Is that the best you can do? Now, both of Chu Liang's strongest artifacts were rendered useless in the enemy's hands. Suddenly, a grotesque, disembodied arm emerged from the villain's torso. Before Chu Liang could react, the monstrous limb clamped around his throat. He was hoisted into the air, his face twisting in asphyxiation. But the nightmare wasn't over. Another spectral arm sprouted from the villain's shoulder. The rough claw dug in, violently siphoning his spiritual energy. Strangled by one hand, drained by the other, and pierced by the aura. Chu Liang fell into total disarray. His jaw dropped in sheer terror at this overwhelming divine ability. It hadn't even been 10 seconds, and escape was already impossible. Fight back? Impossible. His power was completely sealed. The pitiful Chu Liang was being crushed like an ant, his mind racing. The gap between the third and fourth realm is an uncrossable chasm. A frontal assault is suicide. The more I struggle, the tighter the net closes. The villain dragged him back into the wooden cabin. Crossing the formation barrier, he tossed Chu Liang onto the floor like a sack of potatoes. Strolling in casually behind him, he landed right before Song Qingyi, paralyzed by the suppressive pills. Chu Liang couldn't move a muscle. The villain gloated, "Hey, hey, playing the hero, are we? Buy one, get one free. To divine intent, realm souls. What a harvest." Song Qingyi watched in horror as her savior was dragged across the floor. Restrained by ghostly arms, her voice cracked with guilt. Chu Liang, I'm so sorry I dragged you into this." But Chu Liang slowly opened his eyes. A crazy plan was forming in his mind. He suddenly flipped onto his back. The cloaked figure, holding the demonic book high, paused to offer a mockingly kind warning. "Give it up. Resistance is futile. Once I seal her into the heavenly tome of darkness, you're next. Then, you two lovebirds can be together for eternity. You won't be lonely anymore." The villain gazed at his tome, calculating. Dealing with two divine intent cultivators had been laughably easy. But dawn approaches. I might miss my window. I must finish this now. He immediately channeled his dark arts, coating the pages in a vile aura. His voice turned menacing. "Enough talk. I'll refine you both into these pages. You'll have eternity to get to know the book's contents." The villain floated the tome toward Song Qingyi, raising his hands to complete the ritual. "Come to me, my precious treasure." Terrified of being sealed away forever, she struggled desperately. Seeing the critical moment, Chu Liang, still pinned to the floor, suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. "Hey, you yin-yang freak!" The insult successfully broke the villain's concentration. Chu Liang craned his neck, shouting, "Yeah, what are you looking at? I'm talking to you, hermaphrodite." The black-robed man froze, glaring at him, but realizing time was short, he ignored the pest and turned his focus back to Song Qingyi. He resumed the chant. "Ignore the noise, my treasure. Let us continue." Qingyi, seeing him undeterred, fell into deeper despair. "Oi, rotten brat." Chu Liang put on his most disgusted expression. "Your daddy is calling you, you little punk." Having his grand moment ruined again, the villain snapped. Turning around in fury, he tried to brush it off, waving his hand dismissively. "Whatever. I'll deal with his corpse in a minute. Why argue with the dead?" Meanwhile, the demonic book began tearing the spiritual essence right out of Song Qingyi. The agony was unbearable. Tears streamed down her face as she shrieked, "Ah, he." Seeing the insults weren't enough, Chu Liang went nuclear. "Hey, black-robed orphan! Is your mother dead?" He ramped up the toxicity to maximum level. Chu Liang's fighting spirit burned through his words. "You immoral piece of trash. A miserable loner with no family. A stray dog wandering the wilderness. You must have been a saint in your past life to be born such a cursed, childless failure in this one. End of the bloodline, looking head-ass. Did your parents share a last name before they married? That did it?" The villain snapped. He roared like a beast, abandoning the girl. "I have tolerated you for too long. You want to die that badly." He shoved the evil tome, pulsing with demonic energy, right into Chu Liang's face. "Fine. I'll start with you." Ignoring the death threats, Chu Liang wore a look of pure disdain. He didn't stop talking for a second. "You shameless, despicable piece of trash. A stray dog with no family for 40 miles. Ignoring the man's darkening expression, Chu Liang smiled and continued. "Your parents were siblings, weren't they? What kind of sins did you commit in a past life to be born such a short-lived, airless failure?" The black-robed cultivator was fuming, smoke practically rising from his ears. He stomped his foot, a trembling finger pointing at Chu Liang, as he screamed, You! Which sect do you belong to? Why are your manners so low? Chu Liang replied calmly. Your father is from Mount Shu. The man clutched his head, annoyed. Fine. Just fine. Good. Good. You think death is the end? I will absorb your very soul and seal it within the Netherworld Heavenly Book. Then, I'll use the ghost fire blade to torture you for 49 endless days. The target was locked. The book, radiating evil energy, instantly shifted towards He sneered triumphantly. Let's see if your mouth is still this hard then. But he didn't know that behind his back, Chu Liang held the key trump card, the soul-shifting jade talisman. Song Qingyi's eyes widened in terror, tears streaming down her face. She screamed to stop him. Don't! But facing the heavy aura of death, Chu Liang showed no fear. His gaze was steady, waiting for the attack. As the demonic book drew near, he calculated the perfect second. Now is the time. He crushed the jade talisman in his hand. The stone shattered into dust within seconds. The magic seal dissolved, releasing a terrifyingly powerful aura as ancient runes scattered into the air. The soul-shifting curse could swap souls with a target 3 times in an instant. Immediately, Chu Liang's soul and the black-robed man's soul followed the flow of time, switched places. 2 souls flew out simultaneously. Chu Liang's soul, glowing with brilliant golden light, fully entered the enemy's body. The spell took effect. The black-robed man's soul was forced into Chu Liang's body, emitting a sickly purple gloom. First swap complete. Looking down at the enemy's hands, Chu Liang knew he had won the gamble. The soul-shifting curse worked. Meanwhile, the enemy lay paralyzed in Chu Liang's body. Panic seized him as he tried to understand. What is happening? The unfamiliar perspective terrified him more than anything. Why is my own body standing in front of me? Why is the book trying to absorb my soul now? Impossible. The curse triggered the second swap. The souls distorted again, twisting with the book's evil energy. He felt his perspective shift once more. No, no, no. This can't be real. His soul flickered in and out. His jaw dropped in horror. I clearly wanted to absorb that brat's soul, not mine. But the suction was irresistible. His twisted soul was dragged toward the book. Even at the end, he couldn't comprehend the nightmare unfolding. Why? The book skipped the process and instantly vaporized his soul from the face of the world. He couldn't accept this reality. I don't understand. The curse triggered the 3rd time, but his soul was already trapped inside the book. The book closed slowly, as if satisfied with its meal. Song Qingyi, released from the filthy shadow arms, witnessed everything. She stumbled back in disbelief. The book fell beside what looked like Chu Liang's corpse. She watched the soul inside that body completely dissipate. Eyes wide and round, tears rolling down her cheeks. She called his name with a trembling voice. Chu Liang. Suddenly, Chu Liang's eyes snapped open. Song Qingyi composed herself and rushed to his side. Her voice was filled with immense regret. I'm so sorry. I got you killed. The soul-shifting curse ended. The black-robed man's original body suddenly lit up. Chu Liang saw this and thought, looks like that evil cultivator is dead for sure. A golden light shot back into Chu Liang's body. The demonic cultivator's soulless shell swayed back and forth. It was Chu Liang's first time swapping souls, and it felt strange. So this is what it feels like to swap bodies with a stranger. He couldn't move or speak. His body was stiff. The enemy's empty vessel collapsed to the ground. After a long moment, Chu Liang felt something wet and uncomfortable on his face. Finally, back in my own body, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling something sticky on his cheek. Chu Liang wondered, what is on my face? Song Qingyi was sobbing beside him, convinced he had sacrificed himself for her. Her tears were raining down on him. Sobi, young hero Chu, I've wronged you. It's all my fault. Chu Liang heard this and looked blank. What? Instructor Song. I'm not dead yet. He slowly sat up. Hearing movement, Song Qingyi was startled. Huh, you're okay. Yeah. Well, tears still wet, she clutched her chest. Since when could I move again? The soul-chasing nails are gone too. Chu Liang suddenly stood up and walked toward the enemy's corpse. Song Qingyi watched him seriously, wondering what he would do to the villain. Chu Liang crouched down and started groping the body. Song Qingyi stared blankly at his perverted actions. Her mind went blank, sweat forming on her face. What are you doing? Chu Liang gave a wicked grin, hands still busy searching the body, looting the corpse. Obviously, Song Qingyi sat frozen, watching his every move. I know that, but what just happened? You were clearly... Why is that evil cultivator dead? Chu Liang answered seriously without stopping his search. Probably key deviation. Or maybe his divine technique backfired. Hearing his casual tone, Song Qingyi broke into a cold sweat, brows furrowed. Even though the signs show he's dead, isn't this too sudden? I have no idea what just happened. And why did Chu Liang immediately run to loot the body the moment he woke up? She made a firm deduction, and he used key deviation as an excuse to fool me. This evil cultivator's death is definitely related to Seeing his sly grin as he looted the dead, she felt a wary chill. Is this a disciple of the Nine Heavens' immortal gate, secretly executing a divine intent slash on a golden core master? He is simply too terrifying. Chu Liang gazed upon the revealed face of the black-robed figure. A silent verdict formed in his mind. This demonic cultivator ... looked disappointingly ordinary. Scattered across the ground lay the remnants of his dark collection. Vials of unknown poisons, the Netherworld Heavenly Book, and the soul-hooking command. Chu Liang scrutinized the man's features beneath the heavy black cloak. He mused to himself. This was not the monstrous visage one expects from a practitioner of the dark arts. The man's appearance did not match that raspy, ancient voice he had used before death. Was the black robe a disguise? A secret technique to mask his true identity? Why change his voice? Chu Liang swept up every single treasure, stripping the corpse clean until not even a thread of clothing remained. Chu Liang dropped to one knee, offering a proposal with a straight face. Instructor Song, please collect these spoils. We shall split everything. Song Qingyi waved her hands, visibly flustered by his offer. No, absolutely not. Senior brother, you saved my life today. That is gratitude enough. Whatever you found, you must keep for yourself. Chu Liang didn't hesitate for a second. He beamed, scooping up the loot. Oh my! So many treasures. I feel quite embarrassed taking it all. Qingyi watched him, a storm of confusion brewing in her mind. She recalled every moment with him. The elegant gentleman, the eloquent speaker, and now the man happily looting a corpse with the skill of a bandit. She truly couldn't read him. Chu Liang's hands moved in a blur, snatching items from the floor. He muttered, I must make haste. My time is running out. Qingyi, alarmed, summoned her defensive artifact. Is there another enemy approaching? Hearing her fear, Chu Liang paused for a heartbeat. No, not an enemy. But my master will be here any moment. Suddenly, a thunderous noise from outside seized their attention. Both Chu Liang and Qingyi turned their gaze toward the closed doors. A gust of wind, violent and domineering, blasted the doors open. An overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. High above, the clouds parted, revealing a massive tier in the nine heavens. A strange, divine light pierced the earth. Birds scattered in terror, fleeing the celestial wrath. The scene turned apocalyptic. The light burned like falling fire, forcing every living creature to scurry for shelter. The aura alone was enough to illuminate half the sky. The mountain beneath them groaned under the pressure. Even the sparrows on the branches trembled in fear. Then came the impact. A massive explosion rocked the world, as if a meteor had struck the earth. Shattered stones launched into the heavens like arrows. Black smoke from the impact rose in a towering pillar, carrying dancing embers into the air. Slowly, the smoke began to dissipate. Chu Liang and Song Qingyi stood amidst the dust, looking up. For Qingyi, this was a scene of sheer terror. Her face screamed confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? In stark contrast, Chu Liang stood calm, as if this cataclysm was a daily occurrence. He was far too used to this chaotic entrance. From within the swirling smoke, a silhouette emerged, the figure of a woman. Flames curled around her arms as she slowly descended to the ground. Empress Phoenix touched down, gripping a trembling Linbei by the collar. She retracted her aura, barking, "Control yourself!" She landed squarely in front of Chu Liang. Linbei, dangling from her hand, covered his mouth, holding back bile. Seeing her disciple safe, she simply let go and dropped Linbei into the dirt like a sack of potatoes. Ignoring his pathetic state, her eyes darted around, burning with battle lust. Where is the enemy? Chu Liang stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Empress Phoenix. Master, the enemy has already been slain. She jolted, blinking in surprise. Already dead? Seeing that Chu Liang had handled everything, Empress Phoenix immediately pulled out a wine jug. She guzzled it down greedily, looking disgruntled. Huh, dead already. She finished the drink with a satisfied sigh and let out a loud, unladylike burp. She swaggered over to the corpse of the black-robed man. Hands on her hips, she kicked the body a few times, just to verify Chu Liang's report. Indeed, he was dead, and here I thought I'd get to fight. Empress Phoenix turned, eyeing them both. You, too, killed a Golden Core Realm demonic cultivator. Chu Liang flinched slightly at the question, but kept his expression neutral. This man died abruptly. I believe it was merely an accident. Empress Phoenix twitched, hearing the vague cause of death. She rubbed her chin, muttering, An accident, you say? Qingyi looked at Chu Liang, her eyes widening. Was that really just an accident? But Empress Phoenix was not one to dwell on details. Seeing no need for her flames, she waved her hand, ready to depart. Forget it. Life is impermanent. Consider him mere smoke passing in the wind. He was just a little golden core cultivator anyway. Besides, clashing with the silver sword peak of Mount Shu is always a possibility. If there is nothing else here, I have other business to attend to. Song Qingyi and Chu Liang bowed deeply in unison. Farewell, Senior. Safe travels. Master. Goodbye, Empress Phoenix. Another round of farewells followed as Song Qingyi prepared to leave. Sunlight peeked over the foot of the mountain. Qingyi waved, her voice filled with sincerity. Young hero, Sect Chu, thank you for everything. This debt is too great to repay with words alone. When I return to my sect, I will surely find a way to thank you properly. Chu Liang waved back, shouting warmly, Oh, Instructor Song, there is no need for such formalities. With the dust settled and Instructor Song gone, Chu Liang finally turned back alone. It was time to return to the sect and report his mission. Mount Shu, Silver Sword Peak. The sun shone brightly, white clouds drifting through a tranquil blue sky. Back in his room, Chu Liang collapsed onto his chair. Boneless, finally. Home. I walked a circle before the gates of hell, but now I can finally relax. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ah, that's right. I took down a golden core demonic cultivator today. What kind of reward awaits me in the White Pagoda? Energized, Chu Liang sat up straight and entered his mental realm, approaching the White Pagoda. Slaying demons and destroying evil always yielded rewards from the pagoda. That golden core cultivator was definitely evil, right? There must be a treasure. Inside the demon smelting tower, Chu Liang stared at the empty iron cage. He sighed. These two cages. are completely empty. No harvest this time. Does killing a human yield no reward from the White Pagoda? But in the past, eliminating the evil sect members always granted rewards. Chu Liang scratched his head, puzzled. Perhaps it was because of the soul-shifting curse. Technically speaking, that black-robed man committed suicide. That is why I didn't receive the seal of execution. Chu Liang closed his eyes, withdrawing his spiritual sense. No matter. I will eventually figure out the specific rules of this system. It wasn't a total loss. Anyway, I did strip quite a few items off that black-robed corpse. Let's appraise the loot first. Chu Liang reached into his robes, pulling out the spoils of war. Seeing the pile of strange artifacts, his mind raced. With this haul, maybe I can finally afford a flying sword. Spread across the table were the Dharma treasures of the fallen evil cultivator. Mysterious vials and ancient artifacts waited to be appraised. The spoils of war lay before him, the Solhuken token, the heavenly scripture of the Netherworld, and a small pouch, glowing with an eerie violet light, pulsating with the murderous aura of demons. Chu Liang made a quick mental calculation. Trading these artifacts for sword coins was one option. But what if he released the army of ghosts trapped inside and slaughtered them all at once? That would mean double the rewards. Action followed thought instantly. Chu Liang held the jar at arm's length, ready to unleash hell. His blade energy hummed, waiting to strike. His expression turned solemn. Since these vile creatures were useless on their own, he might as well purify them with a single, devastating sword strike. Sending them into the cycle of reincarnation meant a massive bounty from the White Pagoda. The profits would be astronomical. Without hesitation, he popped the seal. A stream of yin energy hissed from the bottle's mouth. But, nothing happened. Not a single demon crawled out. Confused, Chu Liang turned the bottle upside down and shook it. He froze, petrified like a stone statue. Absolute silence. Ignoring the treasures scattered on the floor, Chu Liang slumped into his chair, questioning the very meaning of his existence. Perhaps there was a blood seal. Once the master died, the bonded spirits dissipated into nothingness. If that was true, this trip to the academy was a total bust. Had he risked his life for nothing? Suddenly, movement. Something shifted beneath the pile of black robes. It successfully caught his predator's gaze. Chu Liang stared at the source of the noise. Was there a survivor hiding in the cloak? How had his spiritual sense missed this trophy earlier? He rummaged through the fabric and pulled out an old, dark brown pouch. It was trembling violently in his hand. Chu Liang smirked. This little treasure bag had hidden itself well. This had to be the real prize. He loosened the drawstring. Inside lay 3 strange spherical artifacts. They were purple and radiated a bizarre, ghostly yin energy. He frowned, analyzing the 3 nameless spheres. Were these pearls? Holding them with his bare hands. A strange sensation crawled up his skin. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The touch was bone-chillingly cold. A trace of pure terror lingered within them. These were undoubtedly supreme treasures of some dark, heretical sect. He would ask his master about them later. Suddenly, a command token in the pile began to vibrate, resonating with the 3 pearls. Still holding the pearls, Chu Liang walked over swiftly. He bent down to inspect it. Was this command token also a magical artifact? Watching it buzz on the floor, his brow furrowed in confusion. The long, slender token vibrated on its own accord. Chu Liang dismissed the danger. He closed his eyes and deduced. The original owner was dead. The threat level should be 0. He decided to infiltrate the token's internal dimension. He would send a thread of his spiritual consciousness inside to investigate. In a flash, his mind was transported. Chu Liang's spiritual avatar stood small and humble before 3 towering figures cloaked in black. The situation looked grim. This was a soul realm meeting space. The token was essentially a mystical phone for these villains to communicate. The largest figure among them had a massive, terrifying character floating above his head. K-I-L-L. The giant raised a hand, his voice dripping with the aura of death. I have successfully broken through to the third layer of the five elements realm. For my next cultivation stage, I require the true water of the mysterious underworld or sea monsters from the nether ocean. You, roam the world. Keep an eye out for me. The black-robed figure labeled 59 bowed instantly. Congratulations, Venerable Shaw. I will dedicate my life to finding it for you. Beside him, number 60 chimed in, bowing low. Congratulations, Venerable Shaw. This subordinate will spare no effort. Venerable Shaw turned his gaze to the figure labeled 50. Seeing his subordinate silent for so long, he asked suspiciously, 50. Why have you been silent for so long? Is something wrong? 59 and 60 turned their heads, staring at him intently. 59 lost his patience. Another moment has passed. Could 58 have run into trouble? The master of killing had no patience for delays. He extended his hand toward the representation of 58. If you receive this message, answer immediately. Chu Liang, currently puppeting the dead man's avatar, realized the hierarchy instantly. The giant one was the boss. That meant this Shaw character was the venerable lord. Chu Liang's face remained hidden beneath the black hood. He gripped the token in the real world. His mind raced, piecing together the clues from their conversation. The original owner of this token was number 5, and he had been missing in action. Hearing Venerable Shaw call him out, Chu Liang hesitated. Should he respond? Silence was no longer an option. Chu Liang made a split-second decision. Once you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. There was no real danger. They couldn't travel through the soul realm to punch him in the face. It was worth a gamble. Chu Liang mimicked the other two. He gritted his teeth, bowed respectfully, and spoke. Congratulations, Venerable Shaw. This subordinate will do his best to search. Thinking to himself, the more you speak, the more you err. Copying the guy before him was the ultimate survival strategy. As soon as he finished, the space fell deathly silent. Even Venerable Shaw said nothing. All three of them stared at him intensely. Chu Liang scratched his head awkwardly. Did he say the wrong thing? Why wasn't the meeting continuing? This was a secret channel. Demonic cultivators in the real world wouldn't just stay online forever, right? Chu Liang disconnected his consciousness. He decided to ignore it and focus on the loot. Since he hadn't given a real update, he would set the token aside, prioritize the other treasures first. But as he cleaned, the token vibrated again. Chu Liang muttered, "Ah, a notification." He projected his spiritual sense back into the device. Back in the gloom-filled room, Venerable Shaw saw him return. The leader cleared his throat. What were you doing just now? Were you in danger? Chu Liang didn't answer immediately. His mind worked at lightning speed. He couldn't keep copying. With his cover blown, mistakes were inevitable. The truth, or a version of it, was the best lie. Chu Liang composed himself and bowed respectfully. I just finished a battle. The first captured a Confucian cultivator at the divine intent realm. I am preparing to refine her soul into the netherworld scripture. Venerable Shay's voice lifted with delight and praise. A divine intent. Confucian cultivator. Not bad. Not bad at all. If you succeed in refining her, you can walk freely in the daylight. It will be a massive advantage. Number 59's voice dripped with jealousy. Impressive! If only I had such luck. Chu Liang remained silent. He needed to gauge their reactions. Venerable Shaw listened to 59's envy. He immediately asserted dominance, pointing a finger sharply at the projection. Listen well. Number 58 possesses experience far beyond you rookies. Surviving isn't just luck. You two need to learn from his example. Terrified of angering the leader, Number 59 quickly submitted. Yes, of course. seeing them cower before the entity known as Killer. Chu Liang analyzed the situation silently. He began to profile the hierarchy. It seems this killer has reached the third layer of the Five Elements realm, a true elite within the Hades sect. Number 59 acts like a street thug, completely idled. Number 60 is cautious, hiding his depth. The meeting ended, but the real work was just starting. This intelligence had to reach his master immediately. Chu Liang rushed to Empress Phoenix's quarters. Master, this disciple has urgent news. She was engrossed in a book, offering him only a frosty glance. Used to her coldness, Chu Liang presented the 3 dark pearls. I looted these artifacts from the black-robed man. I wasn't sure if they were worth keeping. Empress Phoenix glanced over, her eyes narrowing. She recognized them instantly. Ooh, these are Blood Fiend Yin Thunders. Explosive artifacts with terrifying destructive power. For a golden core cultivator to carry 3. He was saving them for a desperate last stand. You can use them or trade them at the Sword Pavilion for currency. Decide for yourself. Herein they could be exchanged for sword coins. Chu Liang's eyes shined like gold bullion. Jackpot, a trump card for a golden core expert. The power must be devastating. But business wasn't done. He pulled out the token. Master, there is something else. He recounted his infiltration into the soul realm, sparking her interest immediately. She inspected the token while listening. The monarch is Killer, followed by the envoys and the soul hookers. The hierarchy of the Hades sect. The 12 child killers. The 8 direction guides. This is the classic, twisted structure of those demonic practitioners. The Violet Gold Marquis. Ancient texts flashed in her mind. The guardian of the Hades sect, defeated by the 9 Yi Immortals' heavy sword. Chu Liang absorbed the lore. Hades sect. Violet Gold Marquis. Empress Phoenix approached, the click of her heels echoing. She patted his shoulder approvingly, her voice dripped with satisfaction. Little Chu, you've done well. But then, the tone shifted from praise to command. I have a mission for you. Interested in a thrilling game of espionage? You will replace that man in the soul realm. Become the mole without getting caught. Chu Liang pointed at himself, stunned. Master wants me to be an undercover agent in the Hades sect. She leaned back, toying with the token. Exactly, but a thought crossed her mind. However, usually, a soul-hooking token is bound to the user's soul. If the owner dies, the token should dissipate or follow them. Her eyes darkened with suspicion. For you to use it is bizarre. Chu Liang produced a mystical book from his robes. It might be because his soul hasn't truly scattered yet. Look, Master! He used a card to seal himself within the scripture of the Netherworld. He's trapped inside. Taking the book, Empress Phoenix nodded slowly. That actually makes sense. Such bad luck for a demonic cultivator is rare indeed. She stood up, decisive. Leave the scripture with the sword transmission hall for now. They will liberate the innocent souls trapped within. She handed the book back with strict instructions. Only keep the soul of that soul hooker. You need his aura to maintain your cover in the soul realm. She paused, thinking of the bigger threat. Her expression grew serious regarding the mysterious black-robed man. The Violet Gold Marquis is critically injured and in hiding. The righteous path hunts him. ... And the demonic path wants to silence him. He dares not return to the sect. He is cornered like a rat. If you infiltrate their network, you might pinpoint his location. Then, imagining herself finishing the job, she grinned wildly. If I, Empress Phoenix, single-handedly slay the Violet Gold Marquis, my legend will be set in stone. Let's see that old geezer Wang Juanling compare himself to me then. Chu Liang immediately played along. Master, if we kill a guardian of the Hades sect, ... double quotes, ... the reward from the sect must be astronomical, right? She patted him enthusiastically. Helashi. Whatever we get, we split it. I won't shortchange you. Chu Liang's face fell. 30%. For risking his life in a den of monsters, he forced a stiff smile, not daring to argue, while her maniacal laughter echoed. An Pliba! Meanwhile, at a restaurant table, a steaming hot pot bubbled in the center, surrounded by meats. 3 disciples were deep in a scheme. Tension hung in the air. The skinny lackey spoke up eagerly. "Boss, do you want to go hard on him?" Chu Liang, sitting in the center, scoffed. "Why not? What is there to fear? Didn't you investigate him? Chu Liang is just early-stage divine intent realm trash." The fat lackey didn't care, stuffing his face with food. He recalled seeing Chu Liang. "He's weak." Chu Liang sneered arrogantly. "I am at the peak of divine intent, on the verge of golden core. Crushing him is a sure thing." The skinny lackey began to sweat nervously. "Boss, you know, Chu Liang is weak, but his master is Empress Phoenix." Chu Liang waved his hand dismissively. He didn't give a damn about masters. "So what? His master is Empress Phoenix. My father is a peak master too. Why should I fear her?" The skinny lackey groaned internally. "You definitely should fear her, boss." He tried to explain the danger. "If your father is present, she might show respect. ... Your father is reasonable. But Empress Phoenix, she has never given anyone face in her life. If you provoke a lunatic like her, who can truly predict the turns of destiny..." Chu Liang, trembling at the mere thought of that terrifying Empress Phoenix, turned to his lackey and asked, "So, tell me, what is your brilliant strategy?" The large, gluttonous disciple ignored the conversation entirely, his chopsticks dancing as he snatched more tofu and wine. Meanwhile, the skinny disciple stroked his chin like a wise sage, eyes gleaming with a scheme. "Boss, listen to this. We do not need to clash directly with his master. Instead, you should approach him personally. Demand he stays away from junior sister Zai Qing. If he refuses, we beat him senseless." "No, that is too risky. If we strike openly, we lose the moral high ground. In my opinion, a shadow operation would be far more effective." Chu Liang's interest was instantly piqued by the sound of a secret plot. A shadow operation. I like the sound of that. But I want him to know it was a warning. How can we be subtle yet threatening? The skinny disciple leaned in, his confidence growing by the second. His voice rose with excitement as he laid out the trap. "We will use a strategy to make him suffer a humiliating loss. And then, we send an anonymous warning letter. We tell him that if he dares approach the junior sister again, the pain will only get worse. Since we hide our identities, even his monstrous master won't be able to trace it back to us." Chu Liang listened intently, nodding as the plan took shape in his mind. "Excellent. But tell me, how exactly do we make him suffer without lifting a finger?" The skinny disciple grinned, his eyes narrowing. "I have already thought of that. Boss, do you recall the legend of the White Z?" While the two conspired in the heat of passion, the fat disciple had successfully scavenged every last scrap of meat from the pot. Chu Liang heard the name White Z, but confusion clouded his face. Question marks practically floated above his head as he muttered, "The White Z." Suddenly, realization struck like lightning. He threw his arm around his lackey's neck, absolutely delighted. "That is brilliant. You are truly a genius. With a plan set, let us feast, and then execute the operation." But as they looked down, Chu Liang and the skinny disciple froze. "Wait! Where is the food?" Indeed, the table was barren. The fat disciple burped, wiping his mouth with immense satisfaction. The meal was over before it began. Both of them slowly turned their deadly gazes toward their gluttonous brother, who had remained silent the entire time. The skinny disciple asked coldly, "Do you happen to know where our dinner vanished to?" The fat disciple scratched his head, feigning innocence despite the crumbs on his face. He replied, "I have no idea. It feels like we had not even started eating, yet it is all gone." Meanwhile, elsewhere on the mountain, Chu Liang continued his arduous cultivation. Vital energy circulated, refreshing his spirit. He thought to himself, Although the puppet helps manage my cultivation, I cannot be lazy. Whenever I have a moment of peace, I must focus on the Tao. Time flowed like water, though he was deep in meditation. A sense of unease rippled through Chu Liang's heart. 2 hours had passed. The soul hook token remained silent, receiving no new messages. It seemed that when the terrifying Empress was quiet, the entire soul realm fell into stillness. Staring at the silent token in his hand, he reasoned that this silence made sense. After all, those who walk the demonic path usually lurk in the shadows, cold and ruthless. Their lives hang by a thread. Why would they waste time chatting in a leisure group? Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the door. Something had appeared on the table. Chu Liang frowned. Did someone deliver a letter while I was circulating my energy? With a wave of his hand, he used telekinesis to lift the letter, floating it gently into his grasp. Chu Liang's eyes widened slightly as he read the sender's name. He was genuinely surprised to see it was signed by Junior Sister Su. The letter read, "From Junior Sister Su to Senior Brother C. I will be waiting for you at the Pagoda Peak at the hour of the rooster." Realizing this letter was supposedly penned by Su Ziqing, Chu Liang broke into a cold sweat. If this letter was truly written by her hand, then her calligraphy is truly catastrophic. Among the 36 peaks of Mount Shu, only a few hold true legacies. The rest are over 100 wild, uninhabited mountains stretching across the sea of clouds. Chu Liang rode his sword, soaring toward the desolate peaks below, seeing not a single soul. Pagoda Peak was one such abandoned place. 500 years ago, it housed the demon-locking pagoda, but since the pagoda vanished, few disciples ever ventured here. He flew calmly, aiming to arrive right on time. Landing in a forest of blooming cherry blossoms, he thought, the appointed time is nearly here. Recalling the contents of the letter, Chu Liang lowered his guard, although the invitation was suspicious. This is still Mount Shu territory. There should be no real danger. I might as well see who was playing these games. Suddenly, the heavy footsteps of a four-legged beast approached. Chu Liang heard the disturbance and turned around, expecting the person who summoned him. Instead, a massive beast, white as snow, adorned with mystical jade-green patterns, emerged from the trees. Without a word, it charged straight at Chu Liang. In the distance, Zai Lang and his crew cheered. "Perfect!" Zai Lang shouted with glee. Even if Empress Phoenix is powerful, would she dare pick a fight with the divine White Z? The skinny disciple, fearing the noise, whispered urgently, "Boss, keep it down. We must be careful. If the White Z discovers us, we will be the ones in danger." Zai Lang froze, the memory of their last encounter flooding back. The three of them had once trespassed on the White Z's territory and were beaten without mercy. They had been trampled until their heads were bloody, screaming in hopelessness. The skinny disciple covered his head, shivering. "We should hide first." Zai Lang swallowed his fear, his stubbornness taking over. "I know that. Humph. But that brat certainly won't escape the White Z's wrath today." Seeing the massive bulk of the White Z hurtling toward him, Chu Liang raised his hand, channeling his ki to defend himself. Witnessing this moment, the hidden trio screamed internally with excitement. "Here it comes. It's happening." The beast pounced, dust and debris exploding into the air. But instead of fangs, a giant, wet, red tongue slapped against Chu Liang's face. He had never experienced such an attack, and froze, his body rigid. The White Z happily wiggled, tasting Chu Liang's face with enthusiasm. He couldn't move an inch, cursing internally. "What the hell is this?" Zai Lang and his lackeys watched, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The scene before them struck them like a bolt of lightning, shattering their hearts. Chu Liang, regaining his senses while covered in beast saliva, realized he was being assaulted by aggressive licks. He thought, did I just get tackled by a giant creature, only to be bathed? He looked up, and staring back at him was a massive, round, friendly face. Eyes full of joy. Chu Liang recognized the creature instantly and gasped. Isn't this Mount Shu's divine beast? The White Z? How peculiar! Ch. Lian's lips twitched in disbelief. I have never met this white marsh beast before, yet it greets me like an old friend. The legendary creature retreated obediently, signaling for him to rise. Oh, la la. The beast's strange cry seemed to carry a hidden meaning, as it nuzzled affectionately against his cheek. Intrigued by its inexplicable warmth, Chu Liang gazed into its eyes. This little fellow is far too enthusiastic. He stood, his hand instinctively brushing against its soft, mystical fur. To ignore a divine creature would be the height of rudeness. He decided to return the gesture. Scratching its neck gently, the white marsh beast tilted its head back, groaning in pure bliss. Delighted by his touch, it began to prance around him in joyous circles. A giggle seemed to escape its lips as it repeated its single, cryptic phrase. Ooh, la la. Suddenly, its paws dug into the earth, grinding to a halt. The beast dropped to its belly, looking up at him with eyes full of shimmering expectation. It was an invitation to play. Chu Liang paused, momentarily confused by the creature's desires. But one look into those puppy dog eyes, and the message became crystal clear. Why lie down? A realization struck him. Does it wish for me to ride it? Seeing his hesitation, the beast wiggled its hips and wagged its tail invitingly. Chu Liang felt a wave of awkwardness. For a cultivator to mount a divine beast, that implies a bond of master and servant. You are a creature of legend. Little one, why lower yourself like a common horse? Yet, he could not make it wait. With extreme caution, Chu Liang stepped forward, treating its back like sacred ground. If fate offers such hospitality, who am I to refuse? I shall test the waters. In contrast to his timid movements, the white marsh beast lay still, trembling with anticipation. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. He hovered over its back, afraid to fully commit his weight. If I have misread the situation, this beast might tear me apart. I can simply explain. I am merely a passenger, not a master. But the moment his weight settled, the beast's eyes turned into happy crescents. Oh, la la. It roared, launching itself toward its lair. Chu Liang was not ready. His legs flailed in the air as the laws of physics shattered. The beast accelerated instantly, leaving the poor cultivator clinging for dear life. Dragged along like a rag doll, he buried his hands into its fur. His face turned green as the wind slapped him mercilessly. Regret crashed over him in an instant. Too fast! Too fast! It's too fast! The beast had become a blur of motion, a rocket streaking through the cherry blossom forest with a trail of fire behind it. Reaching the lake, it dove without hesitation. Splash! It navigated the water's surface with the grace of a surfer. While Chu Liang had no idea where this wild ride would end, he could only hold on, praying not to drown. Approaching the roaring waterfall, the beast defied gravity. It leaped upward, aiming straight for the crushing curtain of water. Panic seized Chu Liang's heart. Is it trying to climb the falls? The beast seemed to think this was perfectly normal, accelerating even further. Chu Liang stared at the onrushing water in horror. Are you seeking death? Hey, he screamed silently, convinced they were about to smash into the solid rock face. Half his body vanished into the waterfall. Before he could brace for impact, darkness swallowed them. But instead of pain, he found open space, a cave hidden behind the veil of water. The white marsh beast carried him deep into an abyss that seemed bottomless. The scenery shifted to something ancient and unfamiliar. There is a fissure ahead, Chu Liang noted. It widens as we descend. How the beast maneuvered its massive frame through the cracks without slowing down was a miracle. Suddenly, a soft glow appeared ahead. Chu Liang's eyes widened. Huh? Reflected in his gaze was the silhouette of a young woman. There is someone living down here. A mysterious maiden sat there, slurping noodles with absolute focus, one leg propped up, bowl in hand, utterly detached from the mortal world. She was hiding in the depths, enjoying a secret meal. with a few rogue noodles still dangling from her lips. The beast announced their arrival loudly. "Oh la la!" The girl looked up, startled. Chu Liang's jaw practically hit the floor. The pink-eyed maiden froze mid. The bowl in her hand was still half full. She stared, horrified to see a strange man invading her sanctuary. The beast, oblivious to the tension, trotted happily toward her with Chu Liang on its back. With a final "oh la la," the beast landed right in front of her dining table. It began to spin in circles, bursting with the energy of a puppy greeting its owner. It was showing off. But the girl only sipped her broth, ignoring the creature entirely. Sensing her cold aura, Chu Liang whispered frantically, "All right, little white, that's enough." Spinning. The final noodle vanished into her mouth. Slurp! The beast obediently lowered itself, allowing Chu Liang to disembark. At the same moment, the maiden slammed her bowl onto the table. He scrambled off its back, bowing with scholar-like politeness. "Apologies. The beast insisted I ride it. I had no idea it would bring me to your private abode. Forgive my intrusion!" The spirit beast continued to circle, but its little mistress remained silent. The atmosphere was suffocating. "I have truly messed up," Chu Liang thought anxiously. No fairy wants to be caught aggressively slurping noodles by a stranger. Seeing his sincere apology, her icy demeanor thawed slightly. She waved a hand, dismissively. "It is fine." She rose from her seat, her presence commanding. Her long, obsidian hair cascaded like a waterfall. Without a word, she covered her mouth and cleared her throat, regaining her dignity. Her gaze shifted to the prancing beast. The glare was sharp enough to cut steel. The creature instantly sensed the killing intent and froze mid. Her eyes drilled into it. The mighty white marsh beast trembled, scurrying to hide behind a rock like a scolded child. The air was thick with awkwardness. Chu Liang decided to break the silence. "Senior Sister, are you perhaps Senior Sister Jiang?" But she cut him off before the name left his lips. Crossing her arms with a look of displeasure, she declared, "I am not." Chu Liang stood frozen, unsure how he had offended her so quickly. "But I haven't even finished my sentence." Meanwhile, above the cherry blossom forest, Xi Lang's group watched in shock. The skinny disciple scratched his head. That cannot be right." Xi Lang gritted his teeth, his pride wounded. Why him? Even the chubby disciple, usually clueless, felt the injustice. This defies all logic. The skinny one turned to his leader, whispering dangerous words. "Boss, do you think the beast only likes him because he is handsome?" Xi Lang's face darkened instantly. Slap! He backhanded his subordinate with fury. "Are you implying I am not as handsome as him?" The disciple clutched his swelling face. "Of course not. Boss, never." It was possible the divine beast simply loathed his face. Talang sneered at the skinny disciple, refusing to speak to such trash. He turned to the round disciple beside him. "What do you think?" The fat disciple blinked, utterly clueless about the situation. He scratched his head and mumbled a complete non sequitur. "I am hungry." Rage exploded in Chu Liang's eyes. With all his might, he punted the fat disciple into the air. "You useless piece of trash." But above them, a shadow loomed. Chu Liang was still screaming in fury. "You idiots are going to be the death of me." Suddenly, the sky split open. A massive beast descended from a strange beam of light. It looked goofy, yet terrifyingly large. Tiny, useless wings flapped against its massive, pockmarked hide. Chu Liang shielded his eyes from the glare. Is a carriage dropping off passengers? Impossible. The winds here carried the aura of the demon locking pagoda. No beast would dare trespass. The skinny disciple sensed impending doom. "Boss, we need to bolt." "Forget this. Let us just go." Chu Liang looked lost. "Go where?" The skinny disciple stomped his foot in frustration at his leader's stupidity. "Just run. What if it hits us?" But Chu Liang stood his ground, chin high with arrogance. "HMPA. You think it dares? Look at the entirety of Mount Shu. Who has the guts to land on the head of the great Chu Liang? But the beast didn't care about his status. Boom! One massive claw slammed into the earth, unleashing a streak of lightning. The creature lifted its snout, sniffing the air. It smelled something delicious nearby. Hunger flared in its glowing eyes. Rows of razor-sharp teeth glistened as it marched toward the scent. As the monster walked away, its footprint revealed 3 flattened figures embedded in the dirt. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, Chu Liang bowed respectfully, hands clasped. I am Chu Liang, a disciple of Silver Sword Peak. The girl crossed her arms, her voice icy. I am Jiang, Jiang Yuebai. She glanced at the divine beast. I am just staying here, temporarily. It promised to guard me, yet it brought a stranger home. And right when I was eating, the batch-trach beast froze as her gaze locked onto it. It jumped up in alarm. Her eyes shot invisible daggers. She gestured to her own eyes, then to the beasta. Silent threat. I will deal with you later. The poor creature trembled in terror. Chu Liang watched the beast's panic and glanced back at the girl. She is not revealing her identity as the Phoenix Fairy Zhang, but could she at least pick a pseudonym that was not so obvious? Lost in thought, he did not notice the batch-trach slipping away. It fled the scene, leaving Chu Liang alone in the awkwardness. He reached out. Betrayed, he cried internally. If you are running, take me with you. If the divine beast acknowledges you, then your heart must be kind. Her voice, though distant, pulled him back to reality. She continued, her eyes serious. I hope what you saw here today, remains between us. Can you do that? Say it you. Liang nodded politely. Of course. But his mind raced with the consequences. If word got out that the Phoenix Fairy was here, her fanatical admirers would flood this cave instantly. She bowed slightly. Then, thank you. The atmosphere was suffocatingly awkward. Chu Liang decided to retreat. If that is all, I will take my leave. Suddenly, boom! A massive explosion shook the cavern. Both whipped their heads around. Danger had arrived, she frowned. Oh, something is out there. Instantly, she summoned her sword art. One hand controlled the blade, the other balanced her stance. Channeling ki into her feet, without hesitation, she soared into the air. Hide yourself. Stay safe, she shouted, leaving him behind. Dazzling spiritual energy erupted everywhere. Her twin ponytails trailed behind her like wings. Below, Liang watched in awe. Such overwhelming pressure. This is the killing intent of a peak heaven's pride, he marveled. If senior sister Jiang fought that so hooker, single quotes, she would end him in 3 moves flat. Suddenly, her silhouette against the light, looked undeniably heroic as she commanded the flying swords. She truly makes one feel safe. Meanwhile, the batch-trach beast had been knocked back. The little creature tumbled and face-planted right in front of them. Jiang Yuebai's eyes burned with resolve to destroy the invader. The batch-trach shook off the dizziness, ready to brawl. Outside, the giant monster roared, its eyes glowing with predatory malice. Chu Liang gripped his sword, sweat trickling down his brow. The batch-trach should be a 5th realm existence. Why is a divine beast rolling in the dirt like a potato? The giant lizard bared its fangs, looking at the tiny beast with pure contempt. Undeterred, the little batch-trach summoned its energy. It launched itself like a furry cannonball. Chomp! It bit down hard on the monster's lip. But nothing happened. It retreated instantly. The monster did not even flinch. It blinked, confused. Huh? Was that an attack? Its gaze shifted. It did not care about the furball. Its sole target was Jiang Yuebai. Seeing her pet fail so miserably, Yuebai took charge. Out of my way! Sword ki blazed behind her. Her fingers danced, manipulating the flying sword. The monster recoiled, sensing her terrifying aura. It snapped its jaws, preparing a stream of dark yin energy erupted from its maw. The stench of rotting blood filled the air. Chu Liang watched from the safety of the shadows. The monster's tongue lashed out, spewing vile venom, but she would not yield. Jiang Yuebai focused her ki, her expression deadly calm. She waited for the perfect second. Wall of transformation. Countless swords formed a barrier of light, shielding them all. The little batch trach hid below, trembling. The monster ignored the small fry, focusing all its rage on the girl. Chu Liang analyzed the beast from his corner. That giant lizard ... It is at least a mature beast, approaching the 6th realm, and it only has eyes for senior sister Jiang. Chu Liang concealed himself in the quiet shadows, his brows furrowed in deep concentration. With a grave expression, he calculated the odds. A cultivator at the 3rd realm would be utterly useless in this clash. He had to let senior sister Jiang and little Baze take the high ground. Perhaps they could find an escape route up there. Meanwhile, the beast's rage boiled over at the protective formation. The monster stomped the earth, shattering the ground beneath it. It opened its massive maw and unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. Disgusting waves of violet yin energy erupted from its throat. Even Jiang Yuebai was forced to retreat from the overwhelming pressure, but her resolve did not waver. Her blood ki surged like a tidal wave, causing her long hair to defy gravity and rise into the air. Her hands moved in a blur, forming ancient seals to gather her energy. With a sharp command, she raised her hand. Obediently, the floating swords aligned their points, aiming directly for the beast's gaping mouth. The blades, charged with supreme sword intent, flew forward at her command. A strike like this should have been enough to slay a god, let alone a beast. But the impossible happened. The spells vanished into its gullet without a single scratch. Suddenly, its jaws snapped shut, attempting to imprison her inside. Only her lightning-fast reflexes allowed her to escape the jaws of death. She activated the shrinking earth into inches technique. In a flash of light, she teleported to a safe distance. Once secure, Jiang Yuebai prepared to unleash a technique of legendary power. Heavenly Sword. A magnificent beam of sword energy struck true, slamming directly into the beast's mouth. The monster howled, unable to contain the explosive power of Jiang Yuebai's attack. It threw its head back, writhing in the bone-shattering agony she had gifted it. The beast thrashed violently, the shockwaves knocking her off balance. But she quickly regained her composure, her aura returning stronger than before. Jiang Yuebai stood tall and proud, looking down at the creature. A gigantic spirit sword had pierced straight through its mouth, without mercy. The beast's energy faded, and it lay still, accepting its defeat. The chaos finally subsided. Seeing the monster, motionless, seemingly dead, Jiang Yuebai decided to recall her sword. Watching the scene unfold, seeing the beast silenced on the ground, Chu Liang was struck with awe. A peak 4th realm cultivator, suppressing a 5th realm beast. Not only that, she cast spells and powerful sword arts simultaneously, and yet she looked as if she still had plenty of spiritual energy to spare. Chu Liang clutched his chest, a pained expression on his face. He thought, I am truly envious. Her divine abilities are endless. But why does my heart ache with this strange sadness? Why was he feeling this way? Suddenly, the beast's eyes snapped open. A terrifying, alien light beamed from its pupils. Roar. Roar. The monster raised its head once more. Its glowing eyes pierced through the dark cavern-like surface. It bared rows of razor-sharp, grotesque teeth. Electricity crackled around its body/violet lightning composed of pure yin energy armor. It lunged forward with explosive speed. Luckily, Jiang Yuebai dodged just in time. The beast slammed into the cliff face, sending rock and dust flying everywhere. She used the shrinking earth technique to blink away from the impact zone. The beast's tail thrashed, crumbling the cavern walls and revealing a beam of natural sunlight. Chu Liang saw it immediately, and shouted, "The cave entrance is open." He sprinted toward the light, yelling Senior Sister Jiang. Escape through the opening. But she ignored the exit. Her eyes locked only on slaying this abomination. She shouted back, "You go first." Little bays scrambled after him on all fours, but their voices had alerted the monster. It turned, its glowing eyes locking onto their movement. Realizing they were trying to escape the beast through its massive body in their path, it disregarded everything else to block their only hope of survival. It opened its mouth, gathering yin energy to swallow her whole. On the other side, Chu Liang and Bays reached the entrance, only to look back in horror. Seeing Jiang Yuebai preparing her arts again, she commanded sternly, "Just run! I will hold it back." Man and beast hesitated, unable to leave her behind. They turned back to the fight. Her attacks rained down around the monster's mouth, but against its colossal size, her spells seemed insignificant. They bounced off its hide with useless clinking sounds. Chu Liang realized this strategy was failing. He frantically rummaged through his storage bag, cursing under his breath. "You damned monster." He pulled out 3 pearls he had recently collected, treasures he hadn't yet exchanged for sword coins. He wound his arm back, aiming for the beast's mouth. "Take this." He planted his feet and threw with all his might. The 3 pearls flew straight into the open maw. Immediately, they activated slash, emitting a blinding light and a terrifying, oppressive pressure, unlike anything before. Chu Liang and Jiang Yuebai watched in stunned silence. Bizarre, ghostly black faces erupted from the pearls, tearing and biting at the beast from the inside. The beast was dealt a fatal blow instantly. Its yin energy dissipated into nothingness. It collapsed onto the ground, its life force extinguished. The beast's soul slowly drifted out, floating toward Chu Liang. Holding the soul in his hand, he looked at Jiang Yuebai awkwardly. He thought, good heavens, those 3 things were that powerful. His face twisted in pain as he looked at the glowing remnants. He only wanted to buy Senior Sister some time to escape. How did this turn into an accidental victory and a harvest of souls? Little Bays, seeing the enemy defeated, smiled until its eyes were shut tight. It ran circles around them, rubbing against their legs in pure joy. Jiang Yuebai, having witnessed Chu Liang defeat the monster with his own hands, asked with concern, "Junior brother, are you all right?" Chu Liang replied politely, "I am fine. What about you, Senior Sister?" She placed a hand over her chest and replied, "I am also unharmed." Looking at her calm demeanor, Chu Liang thought shrewdly, "Senior Sister looks far too relaxed. That implies this beast was never a true threat to her life." He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Truly worthy of being the contemporary genius of Mount Shu. She fought a beast above her level with just a few moves, and she looked as casual as if she were eating a spicy meal. Moreover, she had only relied on the 3-foot sword in her hand to face the enemy. She hadn't used any other supreme artifacts. If she were forced to use her full arsenal, her combat power would likely rival the legends themselves. Jiang Yuebai noticed Chu Liang staring blankly, but remained silent. After a long pause, she pointed at the carcass behind them and asked, "What magical artifact did you just use?" Recalling the terrifying scene, she lowered her gaze and muttered, "The power was immense, yet the energy was incredibly evil and cold." Chu Liang answered honestly, "That was something I obtained from a soul reaper of the Hell King sect. The profound evil yin thunder." Little Bays nodded, understanding. "So that is what it was. I heard that refining profound yin thunder is extremely difficult, and its value is astronomical. If you had submitted it to the sword hall, you could have exchanged it for a mountain of sword coins." Chu Liang clutched his chest, his heart breaking. "Who said I didn't know that?" Remembering Master D. Newfin's words, his heart felt like it was being sliced 100 times. When he had asked her, she had scoffed and called them mere little toys. Now that the dust had settled, the favor he owed her felt heavier than a mountain. Zhang Shaobai looked at him with the grace of a wealthy patron and said, "Let me repay you with a hefty sum of sword coins. You truly saved my life today. I cannot let your efforts go unrewarded." Chu Liang immediately put on his righteous mask, feigning noble disinterest. "No, no, no. We are all fellow disciples of Mount Shu. Helping each other is our duty, not a transaction." Xiaobi crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed by his act. "Are you saying you don't even want to thank you?" Realizing he might have overplayed the humble hero card, Chu Liang quickly pivoted. "Well, if you insist, instead of cold hard currency, perhaps senior sister could impart some wisdom. Could you teach me a divine ability or two?" Xiaoba blinked, caught off guard by the request. Her hand drifted thoughtfully to her chin. Her gaze shifted, avoiding his eyes as she considered the weight of his request. "Are you asking for the legendary shrinking earth technique? Or perhaps the heaven-severing sword scripture?" She sighed. "I believe those might be reaching a bit too high for your current level." "Oh, nothing that grand. Just some basic physical arts would suffice. I am actually a body cultivator." Hearing this, Xiaobai looked at him with newfound curiosity. "So, you are a disciple of that eccentric peak master Empress Phoenix?" I have always admired her unique style. Hearing someone praise his chaotic master, Chu Liang could only manage a stiff, awkward laugh. "Haha, ... yes. Unique indeed." She nodded, making up her mind. "Very well. Meet me here tomorrow at high noon. I will wait for you and pass on a technique." Chu Liang's heart soared with victory, and he bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Senior Sister Jiang." Glancing around at the devastation left by their battle, the ruins looked bleak. Chu Liang asked, "This place is a wreck. Do you really intend to keep staying here, Senior Sister?" Shobai crossed her arms, her expression "It does not matter. However, regarding what happened here today, when you return, keep your lips sealed." "Can you do that?" Chu Liang frowned slightly, pressing further. "But a demon beast infiltrated the sect and attacked a disciple. Shouldn't we report this to the elders?" Xiaobi's face darkened, her voice carrying a heavy, complex tone. "I will handle it myself." The events of the day were shrouded in too many shadows. Chu Liang found her insistence strange, but he nodded. Xiaobai drifted into a deep, contemplative silence. She reasoned internally. "My family has deep ties with the Empress Phoenix. This junior brother is practically family, and considering his performance against a divine intent realm threat, he held his ground and didn't hesitate to use precious artifacts to save me. If he still has doubts, perhaps revealing a fraction of the truth is safer." Xiaobai looked him dead in the eyes, her expression solemn. "We faced a calamity together today. You deserve to know the truth. Since the White Z Beast trusts you enough to bring you here, you must be a person of good character. So I will tell you." Zhang Shubai began to weave the tale of her cursed existence. "From the moment I was born, I was different. I possess a legendary constitution, the immortal spirit body. While it grants me incredible cultivation speed, it comes with a terrible price. To the monsters of this world, my very blood is the ultimate elixir. Every demon within 1,000 miles craves my flesh. They know that consuming me would grant them power beyond imagination. That is why I usually keep my distance from all spirit beasts within the sect. I must be vigilant at every moment. I cannot afford even a single scratch. The scent of my blood would drive them into a frenzy." Listening to this, Chu Liang's mind wandered to his own secret inside the White Pagoda. "She attracts monsters to be eaten. I hunt monsters to feed them to my tower. It is a strange, twisted cycle of predator and prey. If only I had a constitution that baited them to me." ... Suddenly, Xiaobai tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, her face flushing crimson. The atmosphere turned heavy with awkwardness. She stammered, struggling to find the words. "It is just ... Being a maiden comes with certain ... inconveniences." The young girl's cheeks burned with the heat of a sunset. She covered her face, her voice barely a whisper. There are times when bloodshed is unavoidable. Seeing Chu Liang standing there in silence, seemingly calculating, Xiaobai turned purple with embarrassment. She coughed loudly to break the tension. Ahem! Anue moving on. Every month, I come to Pagoda Peak to hide for a few days. This place once housed the demon-suppressing pagoda, even after 500 years. The residual aura of the divine artifact terrifies the demon beasts. They dare not step foot here, making it the only sanctuary I have. She recalled the times the White Z had protected her from curious eyes. There were usually 3 disciples wandering around, but with the White Z acting as my guardian, scaring off intruders, I could cultivate in peace. She frowned, looking at her beast with betrayal. Until today, when this traitor decided to bring you straight to my hideout. Chu Liang looked at the fluffy creature, and they shared an awkward glance. This divine beast doesn't seem to be the sharpest tool in the shed. Xiaobai returned to the topic of the assassination attempt. However, that giant lizard, its arrival, was unnatural. Why did it suddenly appear at Pagoda Peak? No monster has dared to trespass here in centuries. How did it locate this hidden cave with such terrifying precision? Chu Liang grasped the core of the mystery immediately. He rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowing. Are you implying that someone within Mount Chu is targeting you? Someone wants to harm a fellow disciple. She neither confirmed nor denied it, simply shifting the conversation. It is the only logical conclusion. That is why I need your silence. I must report this to my peak master first and devise a long-term plan. Chu Liang made a gesture of sealing his lips. Understood. My lips are sealed. Xiaobai asked, is there anything else you wish to know? Chu Liang hesitated, a mischievous glint in his eye. Well, there is one delicate matter. The gossip column in the 7 Stars Gazette mentioned a certain romance. Is it true that you and Feng Chaoyang of the Heavenly King sect share a ... connection? Her reaction was explosive. Fake. It is all slenderous garbage. Zhang Shubai began to rant furiously about the incident. I was simply on a mission in Jiangnan. The Drunken Moon Pavilion is legendary, so of course I had to dine there. Who knew I would run into that pest? Feng Chao. I had already booked the entire floor, but he insisted on entering. She gritted her teeth at the memory. Out of respect for his sect, I couldn't just kick him out, so I told the owner to set up a table in the corner. I even paid for his meal just to shut him up. Her anger flared again, and she turned away, practically growling. Do you know how annoying it is to have someone stare at you while you eat? It ruins the appetite completely. Chu Liang looked away, stifling a laugh. So she went on a mission. ... But her priority was sweeping through all the famous restaurants. This fairy Zheng, Izu Egruton. But eating under that kind of pressure must be terrible. No wonder she's mad. Then Chu Liang dropped the bomb with a casual innocence. Ah, right. I just remembered something. That gossip article was about senior sister Jiang Yuebai. You said your name was Jiang Xiaobai, didn't you? She whipped her head away, hiding her flustered expression. I have no idea what you are talking about. Leave. I am busy. Chu Liang chuckled, summoned his flying sword, and ascended into the sky. Yes, I'm going. The golden sunlight bathed his figure as he flew. Chu Liang sighed, the weight of reality settling back in. I am still too weak. Standing on his blade, memories of the battle replayed in his mind. Recalling that battle, shame burned in his chest like wildfire. A beast of the 5th realm clashing against the 4th realm, Jiang Yuebai. One remove meant instant annihilation for a weakling like him. Seeing her flawless sword defense, that perfect dance of steel, it only made his own inadequacy sting more. Senior sister faced that power gap with the calmness of a still lake. If she hadn't been burdened with protecting me, she would have slaughtered that beast effortlessly. compared to my struggle against the black-clad assassin. The abyss between me and a true heaven's chosen is simply too vast. Looking at himself, then at the titans of the sect, Chu Liang felt the bitter taste of inferiority. The strongest contenders for the title of Mount Shu's prime disciple were undoubtedly Jiang Yuebai of Biluo Peak and Su Jiang of Jade Sword Peak. In the outside world, Jiang Yuebai was a legend of peerless beauty with terrifying talent, sitting at the apex of the younger generation. She drew eyes wherever she went. Meanwhile, my own master, a drunkard who spends his days brawling with the Jade Sword Peak master, Chu Liang shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. If you old men have a grudge, fight it out yourselves. Why must the disciples suffer for your wars? When will this injustice ever end? He glided back to his beloved sanctuary, landing softly before heading inside to his cultivation seat. Green aura swirled as his consciousness drifted into the White Tower. Finally, his exhausted body could rest. I saved the ice beauty and blew up a giant lizard today. That deserves a reward. He successfully manifested inside the White Tower. That monstrous lizard was now nothing more than a giant soul, obediently sealed within the prison. Chu Liang stood before the cage, his finger hovering over the harvest button. This was his first time refining a beast of this level. His heart raced with anticipation. What kind of heavenly treasure awaits? The hype is real. He slammed the button. The soul was instantly refined, exploding into a blinding aura that grew more intense by the second. Chu Liang shielded his eyes, peeking through his fingers with a grin. This radiance, ... It must be a legendary artifact. A golden beam pierced the heavens, tearing through the 9 clouds. A sword descended before him. Chu Liang stared at the glowing weapon. A fine sword. My first flying sword has arrived. He reached out and grasped the hilt with power. The Crimson Slayer. But the moment he unsheathed it, rust flakes fell like snow. It looked like a piece of scrap metal. Chu Liang froze. Huh? Suddenly, the system voice echoed, revealing the truth. This was the sword of justice. Against an enemy who has committed heinous sins, its power becomes limitless, a god-slaying weapon. But against a normal foe, it is nothing more than a dull iron stick. If it meets something cute like Little White Z, it will literally bend in defeat. It transforms into a cowardly lump of metal. Holding the rusty blade, Chu Liang looked at it with eyes full of judgment. Some Crimson Slayer. It claims to be a treasure, but it only awakens its bloodthirst against true evil. It is a blade that only cuts villains. He sheathed the sword, disappointment written all over his face. The activation conditions for this thing are ridiculously strict. Perhaps only that Soul Reaper from before would trigger it. He put the sword away with a sharp clack, he thought. In other words, 99% of the time, this is just a useless page. Outside, the towering peaks pierced the sky, shrouded in mist. Crystal clear water cascaded into the lake. Chu Liang navigated his sword through the peach blossom forest, approaching the waterfall. Cutting through the water curtain, he prepared to land. But there was no greeting from the guardian beast. A wave of disappointment hit him. Where is that little white fluff ball? Suddenly, a pathetic whimper echoed from the depths of the cave. Doo! Followed by a woman's furious roaring. I just changed that cushion yesterday and you chewed it up. Again. Do you want a beating? Chu Liang entered and witnessed a scene unprecedented across the 36 peaks. The mighty White Z was trembling on 2 legs, getting lectured by Jiang Yuebai. He was speechless. This legendary beast destroys furniture. Sweating profusely, the beast tried to balance something on its head as punishment. Chu Liang called out from a safe distance, Senior sister, good morning. Jiang Yuebai whipped her head around. Chu Liang. ... She instantly switched from demon to angel. You are here. Quite punctual today. He approached cautiously. Sister, what is happening? Seeing its savior, The White Z's eyes lit up. It wagged its tail and bolted from its punishment spot, zooming past Jiang Yuebai. Asterisk doo-doo. Jiang Yuebai's pupils dilated. She let out a dry, threatening cough. She crossed her arms, her eyes shooting daggers at the man-and-beast reunion. Sensing the killing intent, Chu Liang backed away immediately. I value my life. The little White Z slammed the brakes. It dared not run. It obediently picked up the iron bar and returned to its punishment corner, not daring to make a sound. Chu Liang sweated nervously. Is it that serious? It is just a cub. Jiang Yuebai kept her arms crossed, her expression icy. If you do not cultivate hard later, I will punish you too. The beast looked at him with pleading eyes, begging for salvation. Chu Liang's heart remained stone cold. He thought, nice try, buddy. You want to drag me down with you? Chu Liang waved his hand dismissively. By the way, why does the guardian beast of Mount Shu listen to you, senior sister? She leaned back, glancing at the disciplined beast, and admitted honestly, I actually do not know. Since I was small, it always played with me. We grew up together. But do you know why it is so clingy with you? Chu Liang had no answer. He rubbed his chin in deep thought. If it is about talent, I am light years behind you, and if it is about kindness, there are plenty of saints in the sect. He then dropped the bombshell conclusion, leaving Jiang Yuebai stunned. The only logical explanation is that this beast only plays with the most beautiful people. She stared at him with deep suspicion. To escape the suffocating awkwardness, she finally relented. He nodded quickly, sensing the shift. True. We shouldn't waste any more daylight. Kang Nuyat Besiege closed her eyes, composing herself. Fine. Follow me. Her voice echoed from the darkness ahead. The cavern beyond is spacious, perfect for unleashing high-level arts. Lang followed like an obedient disciple. Reaching the clearing, Nujat Beseech scanned the area for the perfect spot. Stand there. We begin now. With a graceful wave, she summoned a long sword from thin air. Your first lesson starts now. I will teach you the 100 sword art. His eyes widened. He never expected to learn such a legendary technique so soon. His eyes blazed with excitement. The 100 sword art, his mind raced, recalling the ancient diagrams, from the 100 to the heavens, from the heavens to the 10,000. If one could master the 10,000 sword art, they would hold power rivaling the gods. It was a peak-tier divine ability. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling with anticipation. Please enlighten me, Senior Sister Kong. Seeing his resolve, she nodded. It was time for the first step. Nuyat Beseech raised a hand, her aura flaring. Watch closely while I explain. Behind her, the blade defied gravity, hovering silently in the air. A vortex of ki began to swirl around the steel. She raised 2 fingers. Golden runes materialized from her fingertips, glowing with ancient power. Her hands danced near her face, tracing complex seals in the void. She spun, her body moving like water. A wave of formidable sword intent exploded outward. Lang stared, his face flushing red. He wasn't looking at the sword. Signor, Sister is even more beautiful than the technique. Suddenly, the air filled with countless spectral blades. Sword ki flooded the cavern, forming an impenetrable barrier. Noticing his wandering gaze, she frowned. Hey, are you even paying attention? He jolted, snapping back to reality. I am listening, every word. But Kang Nuyat Beseech narrowed her eyes. She seemed to see right through his soul. She crossed her arms, her aura turning frosty. Oh, really? Then tell me, what did I just say? Repeat it? She glared at him, waiting for his humiliation. Go on, recite the mantra. Lang smiled nervously, sweat beading on his forehead. Challenge accepted. To her shock, he began to speak. He recited every key point perfectly, detailing the flow of ki she had just explained. She blinked, realizing she had misjudged him. Your memory is surprisingly good. Dual dash focus. Dot, dot, dot. Not bad. She nodded approvingly. You actually have the talent for the 100-sword art. He bowed humbly. You praise me too much. Senior sister. Nujat beseech commanded the sword to rise higher. Listen well. The essence of this art lies in control, not power. She felt the need to emphasize the danger. Do not blindly chase numbers. Control one blade with perfection before you summon two. Only then can you multiply your power. The 100-sword art moves with the heart. It is far deadlier than a chaotic 10,000-sword art. Sister Liang gave a thumbs up, confidence radiating from him. Understood. She paced back and forth, one hand behind her back. Usually, a disciple of Mount Shu needs 7 days to grasp the basics. She held up 3 slender fingers. But since I am teaching you personally, the standard is higher. I give you 3 days. Master it in 3 days, and I will teach you another divine ability. Fail, and there will be no second chance. His eyes lit up like stars. He thought this was a one-time trade, but she was offering a mentorship. 3 days. That is more than enough. He stepped forward, ready to channel the art. His sword hummed with energy, floating obediently. Then, please, watch me. Senior sister. Sister Liang focused, channeling ki into his fingertips. The blades began to tremble, rising into the air. Divide the light, shadow, the form. Move with the heart. Under his guidance, the swords lifted. All of them turned, pointing their sharp tips directly at Kong Nujit Bisi. His gaze was steel. Every ounce of his concentration poured into the technique. He swung his arm, unleashing a wave of sword intent. But something was wrong. Chaos erupted. The swords flew wildly, crashing into each other in a metallic frenzy. Sister Liang froze. What? ... Just happened. The majestic flying swords turned into useless scrap iron, clattering to the ground. He stared at the motionless blades, confused. He rubbed his chin, analyzing the failure. No! I cannot split my mind 100 times. One man cannot have 100 separate thoughts. But surrender was not in his vocabulary. He summoned his ki again. I don't need to control them individually. I need to give them a single order. An epiphany struck him. Rise. These were not dead objects. They were his soldiers. He closed his eyes, merging his will with the steel. Divide the light. Move with the heart. The swords obeyed instantly. Hundreds of blades surged upward, forming a perfect crescent moon in the sky. Nujat Beseech gasped, stepping back in disbelief. The pressure was immense. Seeing it work, Sister Liang extended his hand. Now, formation. Go. The Legion of Swords aligned perfectly. They roared through the air like a dragon, sweeping past her shocked face. He pointed to the sky. The swords shifted, assembling into a giant, complex humanoid figure made entirely of blades. Kong Nujat. BCC's jaw dropped. She completely lost her composure. This is absurd. Her mind struggled to process the sight. Normal disciples start by splitting one sword into 2, 10 swords ... then 100. It requires a step-by-step process. I expected him to fail 4 days. I was supposed to correct his mistakes. I was supposed to guide him slowly. Even a genius needs a full day to master the basics. Sister Liang hummed happily, conducting his orchestra of swords. Meanwhile, Nujat Beseech stood frozen, her worldview shattering. What is this monster? Cold sweat trickled down her spine. 7 days for normal disciples. 3 days for elites. 1 day for geniuses. And he did it ... on his second try. Sister Liang turned to her, beaming with pride. He pointed at his masterpiece. Senior Sister Kong, I think I've got the hang of it. She stared at him blankly. You think you have the hang of it. Her voice cracked as she tried to praise him. You are quite bright, aren't you? He recalled the swords, grinning. It is all thanks to your teaching, senior sister. Your progress is ... acceptable. Her praise was polite, yet distant. Chu Liang's mind wandered, struck by a sudden, vain thought. Does senior sister Jiang actually think I'm ... a genius? I used to ponder that very question in my past life. Memories of 25 years on Earth flashed before his eyes. Chu Liang sighed, shaking his head at the naivety of his former self. Back then, I truly believed I was chosen by the heavens, but reality was harsh. I was merely third best in the province, just a face in the crowd. The crimson sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the end of the day. Chu Liang mounted his flying sword, waving a cheerful goodbye to his martial siblings. The cultivation of the 100 sword art was proceeding with terrifying speed. Tomorrow, I shall finally grasp a new divine ability. He returned to his quarters, ready to rest his spirit and recover his energy. But tranquility was short-lived. A pale yellow envelope sat waiting on his table. The letter was placed with precision. He approached, and upon recognizing the calligraphy, a murmur escaped his lips. A missive from Squire Ming. Breaking the seal. Memories of the fox demon exorcism. It has been an age since I heard news from that household. Since the mission ended, silence has reigned. But as his eyes scanned the parchment, his blood ran cold. Chu Liang froze, the gravity of the words sinking in. The message was brief, but catastrophic. Lady Ming had vanished without a trace. Stunned by the revelation, he slowly folded the letter back into its original crease. A headache began to pound behind his temples. So much for mastering the new technique tomorrow. The path of cultivation must wait. If this involves Lady Ming, I must prioritize the client's safety. He rushed immediately to the residence of Empress Phoenix. Chu Liang burst into the hall, urgency in his steps. But standing behind the heavy doors, he paused. He peeked inside cautiously, gauging the volatile mood of his master. Is master ... reading picture books again? Cold sweat trickled down his back. Come to think of it, I have never actually seen her cultivate, not even once. The seventh realm is the Tao Inquiry Stagia realm of profound enlightenment. Yet, there she was, sprawled on a cushion, drooling over drawings of muscular men with sick... Chu Liang shook his head, defeated by the sight. How does staring at drawings of men help one understand the great Tao? He sighed, the weight of his master's laziness crushing his soul. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped into the lion's den. Urgent report, he shouted, waving his hand. A distress letter from the Ming clan in Xingju City. Trouble has arisen. Empress Phoenix, deep in her trance of admiration, was jolted back to reality. She peeled the book off her face, rolling over lazily to look at him. Chu Liang straightened his posture, his voice grave. Disciple received a message. The letter states that Lady Ming, the cat demon from our previous mission, has disappeared. She took the letter, her eyes scanning the contents with a rare flicker of seriousness. She analyzed the situation calmly. I met that little kitten. She didn't have the stench of bloodlust or evil. She wouldn't run away without cause. If she is missing, then fate has likely dealt her a cruel hand. Chu Liang nodded, his expression grim. My thoughts? Exactly, master. Empress Phoenix rummaged through her robes, searching for something. She tossed a crude wooden token into the air. Here. Take this. That cat demon left her spiritual imprint on this execution charm. If you carry this jade talisman, it will guide you to Aurora. Shakhu! Liang snatched the token, staring at it blankly. Empress Phoenix waved her hand dismissively. Also, keep that jade talisman I gave you earlier. If you face death, crush it. I will sense the fracture instantly, and I will descend from the heavens to save you. Didn't you complain about lacking a defensive artifact before? Consider this my ultimate protection technique bestowed upon you. Chu Liang clutched the jade, his eyes shining with sudden greed. A treasure! This is the great summoning technique. He imagined the scene. Empress Phoenix descending like a god of war, crushing enemies with one hand, while he stood safely behind her, hugging her leg and laughing maniacally at their doom. Holding the jade tightly, a wave of security washed over him, mixed with a hint of anxiety. I can summon a 7th realm powerhouse at will. This is worth more than any divine weapon. But a seed of doubt sprouted. He looked up, eyes pleading. You will definitely come, right? Empress Phoenix tossed a wine jar in her hand, grinning. Absolutely. Unless, of course, I am too drunk to stand. Chu Liang didn't wait to hear more. He launched himself toward Xingju City. Standing on his flying sword, the wind whipping his robes, he sighed heavily. I knew it. Relying on an alcoholic is a gamble with my life. He descended into the courtyard of the Ming estate. Squire Ming was already pacing, anxiety etched into his face. Seeing Chu Liang on the horizon, he rushed forward like a drowning man. Young hero, Chu, you have finally come. Chu Liang landed gracefully, bowing slightly. Squire Ming, without ceremony, the squire dragged him toward the main hall. We must speak inside. There is no time. Chu Liang followed, sensing the heavy atmosphere. Barely seated, the squire began to pour out his woes. After you helped my wife receive the imperial seal, we thought peace had arrived. We believed our days of fear were over, that we could live in harmony. For a while, it was paradise. But Squire Ming could no longer hold back the torrent of grief. He began to recount the tragedy. 2 nights ago, the nightmare began. My wife suddenly woke up, weeping in the dead of night. I asked her what was wrong. She wiped away her tears, looking so fragile. She confessed that she dreamed of her parents. For 15 years, she hid her identity, afraid to return to the mountains. But now that life was stable, the longing to see her kin was overwhelming. If a human has a heart, how can a demon not feel love for their family? I told her to go. I even offered to accompany her back to her home. But she refused, terrified that her world would frighten me. She pushed me away to protect me. Squire Ming's voice trembled, his face gaunt and pale from days of worry. He grabbed Chu Liang's arm, eyes wild with desperation. But she left. And she never returned. Young hero, surely she has not abandoned me. Something terrible must have happened. You must save her. Chu Liang absorbed the information, his brow furrowed in concentration. Rest assured, Squire, I will not rest until she is found. Where is her clan located? Squire Ming pointed toward the horizon, his hand shaking. East Mountain, just outside the city limits. That is where her family cultivates and resides. I searched the mountains myself yesterday, but the wilderness is vast. I found nothing. No trace of her. I am but a mortal man. The supernatural is beyond my reach. Chu Liang didn't waste another second. He summoned his sword and shot into the sky. I have the spiritual tracking token. The hunt begins now. Your wife shall be returned to you shortly. Master Ming, put your heart at ease. I depart for the East Mountain immediately to track her spiritual signature. But as I turned to leave, the master called out, Young hero, Chu, will you not rest for the night before venturing forth? The old man bowed low in gratitude. But Chu Liang was already airborne. He soared into the sky on his sword without a backward glance. The situation is dire. Every second counts. We are no longer strangers. Master Ming, there is no need for such formalities between us. I must go. The crescent moon hung high above the dense forests of Xing, deep within the East Mountain Range. In his hand, Chu Liang gripped a glowing tracking talisman. He followed its spiritual pulse. Guided by the light, he rode his sword like a streak of lightning. The trail led straight ahead. Lady Ming was close. Below lay a sea of ancient trees, their roots twisted in the earth. The mountain peak was shrouded in thick, impenetrable mist. After a long flight, Chu Liang's eyes narrowed. A faint 8 trigrams formation shimmered in the air. It flickered in and out of existence against the sheer cliff face. He descended lightly, his boots touching the earth without a sound. Before him stood a mysterious, towering wooden gate. Without hesitation, he reached out and knocked firmly. The heavy sound of wood striking metal echoed through the silence. Disturbed, someone cracked the door open. A fox demon poked its head out, fury burning in its eyes. It opened its mouth to roar, but stopped. Contrary to the demon's rage, Chu Liang smiled brightly. I am a disciple of the Mount Shu sect. I have come to retrieve the lady of the Ming household from Xingju City. Please be so kind as to announce my arrival. The fox nodded mindlessly at first. Then, the name registered. Mount Shu. Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Terror seized his heart. Mount Shu. He scrambled backward, tripping over his own feet in a desperate escape. He didn't dare look back. His screams tore through the cave. Mama! Great King! Great King! Disaster has befallen us. A cultivator from Mount Shu is at the door. The cat demon stared at the wide-open gate. No one was there yet. Chu Liang stood outside, waiting in patient silence. A long moment passed. Finally, a motley crew of fox and cat spirits marched out. They swaggered with unearned confidence. Leading them was a figure whose hand was clad in a mysterious black claw gauntlet. Authentic cat ears twitched atop his head. His voice dripped with disdain and arrogance. I am the ruler of this domain. The great Cat King. The Demon King struck a pose, his minions flanking him. Seeing the human looked harmless, his courage returned. He roared ferociously. Why do you dare trespass on my territory in the dead of night? Chu Liang kept one hand behind his back, concealing something. With the other, he offered a polite salute. Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness. I seek the lady of the Ming household. My sect, Mount Shu, has officially recognized her status. She has recently gone missing. I have accepted the mission to ensure her safe return. The king bristled with hostility, trying to chase him away. Lady Ming, Lady Dark. I know of no such person. His voice shook with exaggerated anger. He gritted his teeth, enunciating every word. Listen well. Human, everyone in this cave is a virtuous spirit. We do not commit evil deeds. The bold Demon King pointed a claw directly at Chu Liang's face. But if you come looking for trouble at midnight, I am not afraid of you. Chu Liang's patience finally snapped. In one hand, the demon-binding rope appeared. In the other, his sect token glowed with spiritual light. He smiled coldly. Very well. I shall be direct. My sect's tracking arts are infallible. The trail ends exactly where you stand. Seeing the artifacts, the great Cat King shrank back. Every hair on his body stood on end in sheer terror. The cat demon crossed his arms, trying to hide his trembling. Then your technique is flawed. I told you already, my cave is filled with upstanding citizens. We have never harmed a soul. But do not think I fear your sect. Chu Liang completely ignored the demons. He stepped forward, intent on entering. I am not here to cause trouble without cause. If you are innocent, simply allow me to inspect the premises. Will you permit it? The great Cat King refused instantly. It is not convenient. Chu Liang did not lose his temper. Instead, he gently uncoiled the golden rope. Is that your final answer? Cold sweat drenched the Demon King's fur. You, ... You would dare attack me. In a flash, Chu Liang moved. Before the minions could blink, their king was trussed up like a dumpling. Terrified that he would be skinned for his fur, the king wailed, Help! Someone save me! No. Young hero, spare my life. His face twisted in ugly sobs, tears streaming down his fur. Yet, his mind raced with one thought. This humiliation must never leave this mountain. How can I, the great Cat King, rule if this gets out? Chu Liang held the end of the leash calmly. Seeing the demon surrender, his pleasant smile returned. But his voice dropped to freezing temperatures. I will ask one last time. May I retrieve Lady Ming now? The bound king struggled to turn his body, He barked at his frozen, incompetent subordinates. You fools! Quickly, escort the young hero to see my little sister. Still tied up, he shuffled awkwardly, leading the way. They stopped before a secluded wooden door. Young hero, my sister is inside. Chu Liang tightened his grip on the rope slightly. Excuse me, then. He reached out and pushed the door open. Chu Liang stepped across the threshold. There, he saw Lady Ming. She looked frail, bound helplessly upon the cold floor. She bore her suffering in silence until she sensed his presence. Her eyes lit up with disbelief and joy. Young hero, ignoring the awkward shame of the Cat King and the trembling kittens, Chu Liang offered a warm, casual greeting. Lady Ming, it is good to see you. It has been too long. Shall we sit and talk? She glanced at her captive brother, then nodded softly. Yes. They gathered around a small table. The great Cat King let out a long, defeated sigh. Chu Liang broke the heavy silence that hung over the trio. Master Ming told me everything. You returned to visit your parents and brother. What exactly transpired here? She froze, pain flashing across her face. She knew she could no longer hide the truth. Beside her, the Demon King looked away, his ears drooping in shame. Lady Ming parted her lips, swallowing back her tears. She began her tale with a trembling voice. Our family, we were just humble cat spirits. We lived peacefully on East Mountain. We never competed for power, nor did we harm humans. It was a simple, happy life. But when I returned this time, I found that father and mother had already left this world. She recalled standing before their cold gravestones. Her heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces. And as for my elder brother, he had taken over a cave and proclaimed himself a demon king. Confused, I went to confront him immediately. I knocked on the gate, calling out to him, Brother. The kitten guards, not recognizing his own sister, blocked my path. Stop, right there. The king is currently in a meeting with a very important guest. You must wait. He is entertaining the powerful Tiger King. Ignoring their warnings, Lady Ming barged inside. He looked completely flustered seeing me. Little sister, why have you returned so soon? Lady Ming's voice drifted as she remembered the scene. That was the moment everything changed. My brother was hosting a demon king from a neighboring peak, seeking an alliance. But the moment that Tiger King laid eyes on her, a vile grin twisted his face. It was a look of pure, predatory lust. She felt his gaze scorching her very skin, forcing her to recoil in sheer terror. The moment he saw me, he demanded to take me as his concubine. Lady Min clenched her fists on her lap, her voice trembling with indignation. I swore I would die before submitting, so my brother bound me here. Hearing this, Chu Liang shifted his gaze. Cold and calculating, he glared at the supposed villain. Hayempiha, so you are the type of brother who sells his own kin for safety. Realizing the misunderstanding, the Cat King slammed the table, his face darkening. No, you know nothing of my burden. With a pained expression, he revealed the bitter truth. Have you forgotten how our parents perished? Foreign demons have been swarming these lands, while our resources on East Mountain dwindle. We dare not provoke the human race, so we fight amongst ourselves for scraps. In those chaotic skirmishes for survival, the bloodshed was horrific. Our parents were slaughtered by rival beasts. He paused, his voice softening as he recalled his path to redemption. Every day, I gave my own rations to the starving kittens. He looked at his sister with weary eyes. Do you think I desired this title of Mountain King? I rose up solely to protect the scattered cat clan, building this sanctuary from nothing. When we began, I dreamed of a mighty clan. But in the beginning, a dozen weak demons and a handful of rusted blades. I scraped and clawed for years, just to ensure our survival. Then, mere days ago, I sought an alliance with the Tiger King of Tanglin Mountain. His cultivation base and influence dwarf mine, yet he agreed to meet a fellow beast kin. I foolishly believed that with his protection, our East Mountain would be safe from invaders. I exhausted every resource to host a banquet for him. The Cat King clutched his head in agony. The massive, terrifying shadow of the tiger haunted his memory. Who could have predicted you would walk in, that lecherous beast? ... One glance at Yuebai and he was obsessed. He offered eternal protection for the clan. But the price was you. Refusal means war. Annihilation. Chu Liang frowned, raising a hand. Wait. Why didn't you just lie and say she was already married? The Cat King groaned, pulling at his hair. I did tell him. That was the first thing I said. Chu Liang sensed a twisted turn, and his reaction. The memory of the Tiger King's perverted ecstasy made the Cat King shudder. That sick bastard clutched his chest and roared. That makes it even better. He was aroused by it. The king lowered his head, unable to look his sister in the eye. I never wanted this for you. But as he left, he declared he would prepare the wedding feast. Terror crept into his voice at the thought of the cruel tyrant. Cold sweat dripped from his brow. He returns in 3 days. If she is gone, his wrath will be boundless. Seeing the dire situation, Chu Liang turned to Lady Min. Why haven't you used your status? Did you not mention your connection to the Mount Shu sect? The Cat King interrupted, trembling. She suggested it, but I forbid it. We are lowly mountain demons. We live in terror of human cultivators. We never harm humans. Even when we save the lost or drowning, we do it from the shadows. He recalled their timid acts of kindness. If a human dies here, the sects will blame us instantly, he confessed, voice shaking, and come to slaughter us all. Chu Liang nodded, understanding the ancient, blood-soaked rift between humans and demons. It was a tale as old as time. In this era of human dominance, even benevolent demons, living on the fringes, faced such cruel realities. Chu Liang's resolve hardened. He clapped a hand on the king's shoulder, eyes burning with purpose. Trust me, the Mount Shu sect stands for true justice, not blind slaughter. Moved by his conviction, the Cat King slammed the table and rose. Take her. You must leave tonight. When the Tiger King arrives tomorrow, our clan is doomed to die. If you wish to save us, save my sister. Your escape will buy us a distraction. Lady Min felt the weight of her unintentional sin crush her heart. She feared for her brother's life, knowing her presence was the cause. Yet fate left them no other choice. The king turned to his loyal kin, his voice hollow. I only fear that once we abandon our home, survival in the wilds may be impossible. The news struck the clan like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, forced into the freezing wilderness, crossing snowy peaks. It was a death sentence. Chu Liang couldn't watch this tragedy unfold. A migration meant encroaching on others, sparking inevitable, bloody wars. It was too dangerous. Without a spirit, vein, or food, they would perish. He had to intervene. Tell me, Chu Liang asked sharply, how many minions does he command? And what is the Tiger King's cultivation level? Surprised, the Cat King answered truthfully. Visualizing the enemy, he replied, Temslin Mountain is the dominant power within 100 miles. No one dares challenge them. He commands hundreds of lesser demons and possesses nearly 8 centuries of cultivation. In human terms, he is likely at the 4th or 5th realm. Chu Liang paused. A formidable opponent. He couldn't be reckless. Yet, recalling his recent victories, confidence surged within him. A 5th realm? Tiger King. A regional overlord would surely have stockpiled treasures and hidden techniques, stronger than the giant lizard. Certainly, he compared the power levels. A 5th realm beast king versus the peak 4th realm prodigy, Jiang Yuebai. And here I am, a handsome 3rd realm cultivator. Beating that higher level black-robed cultivator was luck. But perhaps it was time to test his true divine abilities. Did Senior Sister Jiang teach any monster-slaying arts? No matter. With the Empress's command token in hand, his path was clear. He held a heavy trump card now. Plus, the crimson/sword was ready. The Demon King of Hidden Forest Mountain would make the perfect test subject. Chu Liang faced the trembling Cat King. If I crush that Tiger King for you, will your troubles vanish? The Demon King froze. Was he hearing a preview for the next episode? The sheer terror of that massive tiger loomed over him. Both bowed their heads, shivering instinctively. The king stood up, stammering in disbelief. What? You want to destroy Hidden Forest Mountain? Chu Liang extended a hand, calm as a still lake. I have my ways. Help me, and I shall sever your karma. Seeing such unshakable confidence, the Demon King had no choice. He staked everything on this gamble. A disciple of Mount Shu. Surely he can save my little sister. If he intends to wipe out the mountain, perhaps fate is on our side. Agreed. But sweat beaded on his forehead. His voice wavered. But, young hero. He looked away, face flushing red. He pointed at his bonds. Could you untie me first? Chu Liang stared blankly, shaking his head at the hopeless sight. Hidden Forest Mountain. Peaks shrouded in the morning mist. Below, a parade of demons marched into East Mountain. A colossal elephant emerged, draped in festive red. Upon its back sat the tyrant himself, the Tiger King. Drums thundered. Trumpets blared. Following the noise was a crimson sedan chair, carried by the Cat Clan. Their faces were gentle, a stark contrast to the savage tiger brood. Chu Liang, disguised as a humble cat, walked casually beside the Cat King, the rendezvous point. The sedan chair was lowered, but beneath that furry disguise, the urge to slay demons and loot drop items surged violently. His eyes glowed. So many wild beasts. He could almost see their souls floating, waiting to be harvested. If the White Pagoda absorbs all this, just how rich will I become? Intimidated by the enemy's aura, the Cat King whispered, Security is tight. Don't wander off. Watch your step. Chu Liang flashed a thumbs up. I'll improvise. Don't be so tense. You look like you're haunted. Loosen up. The king nodded. Okay. Then he suddenly started stripping. Chu Liang, panic blocked him. Hey, loosen up does not mean strip down. Two very different things. Before he could finish, the king produced a spirit pearl. No. A gift for the Tiger King. Chu Liang stood frozen, speechless. Wow. A pearl the size of a grain of rice. The king raised it high, shouting to his disciples, Eat your fill today. Stuff yourselves. Take leftovers. Waste nothing. Chu Liang watched the pathetic display, fear forgotten in the face of second-hand embarrassment. A grand demon king, pulling out a speck of dust like its treasure. The East Mountain clan must be truly destitute. Inside the banquet hall, the Tiger King roared with laughter. Subordinates bowed and scraped. He crushed the Cat King in a hug. Brother-in-law, serve me well. From now on, do great things for the clan. Sensing the high-level demonic energy, the White Pagoda System primed a blade in Chu Liang's soul. The tiger waved a massive hand. Thanks for the gifts, brothers. Eat up. I have big news coming. Chu Liang. And the Cat King trembled. But the system was active. The crimson/sword is thirsting for blood. How many innocents has this beast slaughtered? Just then, the crowd bowed to a figure in black. Lord Divine Envoy has arrived. All heads turned. A figure in a black cloak and iron mask strode forward. Four servants followed, bearing a heavy wooden case. The air grew heavy with dread. Chu Liang whispered, Who is that? The Cat King replied honestly, No clue. Why the silence? Do you sense a bloodline suppression? The king scratched his head. No! Everyone shut up. So I got scared too. The Tiger King bowed low, his arrogance vanishing. "Ah, Lord Envoy graces my humble home," the envoy replied coolly. "No need for formalities." The tiger pressed on. "I failed to welcome you properly." "My sin," the envoy smiled. "I heard it is your wedding day. I brought a special gift." He signaled, "Open it." Instantly, spiritual pressure exploded from the box. Smoke swirled into images of white clouds and endless peaks. The guests gasped, jaws hitting the floor. The Tiger King reached out, trembling with greed. "Is this a divine weapon?" Touching the cold steel confirmed it. The envoy nodded. "Correct." The mountain and river, shaking halberd. Rank 140 in the human race's myriad treasure record, a weapon for a hero. With this, you can dominate the world. CHU. Lian's heart sank. This mission just went from hard to nightmare mode. The shaking halberd. The records say this belongs to the Heaven Gang Gate of the Nine Heavens. Just who is this divine envoy? What sort of power could tear a divine artifact from the grasp of the Tonggong sect? The black-robed envoy gloated, raising the treasure high. "I encountered a so-called human prodigy on my journey. Strong cultivation. Perhaps, but a fool. A simple trick was all it took to claim his blade. And now, I present this masterpiece as a tribute to the great Tiger King." The demon lord seized the blade, swinging it with terrifying force. "Magnificent! You have my gratitude, envoy." As the blade touched the earth, a chilling white aura exploded outward. The onlookers recoiled in fear at the sheer pressure. High on power and triumph, the Tiger King addressed his subjects. "Since we are gathered, let me unveil the grand news." The envoy nodded in approval. The ground trembled as the Tiger King stomped, his voice booming like thunder. "Listen well, brethren of the demon race." An ominous silence fell over the crowd, heavy with demonic energy. He raised a hand to command attention. "Beyond my wedding, a history-changing era begins. I have roamed the great mountains and conferred with the mightiest demon kings. I call upon you to unite under my banner at Kanglan Mountain. Together, we shall shake the heavens." He bared his fangs, his grip tightening on the stolen artifact. "But what is this grand ambition?" Let the envoy explain. His arrogance vanished as he bowed respectfully, yielding the stage to the masked figure. "Step forward, Lord Envoy." Behind the cold iron mask, the mysterious figure's eyes seemed to pierce through the void. He spoke with Chillin.com. "Fellow Taoists of the demon race, some of you know my origins lie in the desolate Seven Kings Ridge of the West. We envoys have walked the human realm in the shadows, waiting for this very moment." He raised his arms, as if embracing the sky. An illusionary figure with spectral butterfly wings materialized behind him. His voice rose in a fanatical chant. "The demon god is returning to the demon race." That title meant absolute supremacy. In the cultivation world's 9 realms, the 9th stage, the realm of profound mystery, was merely a myth. Yet, 3,000 years ago, a peerless demon emperor broke the chains of mortality and ascended to that forbidden level. He became the first demon god in history to achieve the profound mystery realm, standing unrivaled beneath the heavens. With wings of iridescent light, he descended. For the human cultivators, his arrival was not a blessing, but a catastrophic apocalypse. The world drowned in chaos and flames. The demon god slaughtered without mercy, and even the great immortal sects crumbled before him. Against absolute power, resistance was futile. The demonry stood on the brink of conquering the 9 provinces under their god's command. Humanity's last hope lay in a desperate alliance, pooling every ounce of strength to seal the monster away. Facing extinction, 7 elders of the heavenly origin realm from Mount Shu deployed the demon, Locking Taura, divine artifact of immeasurable power. The price was devastating. 6 of the 7 elders burned their life force to nothingness, finally sealing the demon god within the pagoda. That cataclysmic battle cemented the demon Locking Tower's legacy as the supreme artifact of the mortal realm. its name feared across the lands. But legend says that God could not be killed, only contained. For centuries, the demon race launched endless suicidal assaults on Mount Shu. They sought to shatter the seal. Yet every demon who dared approach the tower ended up imprisoned within it. There were no exceptions. Until 500 years ago, when the demon-locking tower mysteriously vanished from the world. Back in the present, the envoy's voice dripped with malice. 3,000 years. The humans have forgotten the terror of our age. But the demon bloodline never forgets. I come from the 7 Kings Ridge of the West to rewrite destiny. Our 7 demon kings have never abandoned the dream of our god's return. He pointed a clawed finger at the Tiger King. The Tiger King is our chosen vanguard. He is the blade we drive into the heart of the human territories. His words were a spell of indoctrination, demanding absolute loyalty. When the true God returns, we must be ready to answer the call. Join Kingland Mountain and walk the path of glory. Of course, if you refuse, we will not force you. The God is merciful to his children. The crowd erupted in cheers. Chu Liang, hiding in a throng, reluctantly raised his hand to blend in. I came here to settle a simple marriage dispute, but I stumbled into a global conspiracy. He glanced at the Cat King, who was cheering a bit too enthusiastically. Chu Liang felt a twinge of anxiety. Is this cat actually buying into this cult? Is he about to betray me right here? Suddenly, the sweating Cat King leaned in, eyes darting nervously. Young hero, we need to move now. If we wait, that striped bastard will retreat to his bridal chamber. Chu Liang grimaced. Understood. Internally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens the cat hasn't lost his mind. Up on the dais, the Tiger King wrapped up his speech. The envoy must depart, but let the feast begin. As the demons scrambled for food, Chu Liang and the Cat King slipped away to a secluded corner. I'm making my move, Chu Liang whispered. When the Tiger King approaches, keep him distracted. The Cat King nodded. Consider it done. Be careful, young hero. Chu Liang melted into the shadows of the cave, observing the chaotic banquet. 2 drunk demons were shouting nearby. Drink up, third brother, don't wimp out. Ignoring the drunken fools, Chu Liang focused. According to the plan, Madame Ming has already spiked the wine. I just need to wait for the poison to take hold, then strike the Tiger King down. He steadied his breathing, eyes locked on his prey. The 2 guards were still lost in their drunken stupor, dancing like fools. Chu Liang moved with the silence of a shadow, not daring to make a single mistake. The patrol route was surprisingly lax, a stroke of luck for him. Slipping into the bridal chamber should be a walk in the park, but just as his mind drifted for a split second, a heavy hand crashed down onto his shoulder. He spun around, coming face to face with a towering bull demon. Password. The beast barked, its aura imposing. Cold sweat instantly drenched Chu Liang's back. If he stuttered now, it was game over. His mind raced at light speed. Desperate for an answer, he blurted out the first nonsense that came to his brain. Heavenly King suppresses the earth. Tiger. Inside his sleeves, he secretly gathered his key, ready to strike. One wrong reaction, and he would unleash hell. If this demon showed even a hint of suspicion, he would cut him down instantly and damn the consequences. Worst case scenario, he'd cast the grand summoning art and let his master clean up the mess. To his shock, the bull demon released his grip and nodded. Good. Chu Liang tilted his head, utterly bewildered. He watched the demon walk away and let out a long, shaky breath. He couldn't believe that garbage actually worked. Meanwhile, the bull demon strutted confidently toward the main patrol. The other guards spotted him approaching and blocked his path. Halt. Password. The bull demon placed his hands on his hips, smirking with confidence. Heavenly King suppresses the earth. Tiger. The air went silent. The guards immediately drew their blades, their killing intent spiking. Spy. Seize him. The bull demon stood there, completely dumbfounded. Question marks floating above his head. The demon swarmed him in an instant, stomping his hoof. In realization, the bull demon roared. He pointed a trembling finger at the rock where Chu Liang was hiding. Rage exploded in his eyes. "You mother... That little cat demon played me." Chu Liang didn't dare breathe, shrinking into the shadows and chanting a silent prayer. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the air. A massive hole was blasted through the wall, revealing the moonlight outside. Even as they surrounded the intruder, the demons stuck to protocol. They lunged with their blades, screaming. "Which mountain cave do you hail from?" The intruder blasted them back with a wave of pure ki. He stood tall, his voice booming like thunder. "I live in your grandma's cave." In the chaos of the explosion, his disguise failed. The fake horns tumbled to the ground. One of the demons shrieked in horror. "It's a human cultivator." Chu Liang peeked his head out, eyes sparkling with amusement. He loved watching a good train wreck. "Oh, he's a human too." Realizing his cover was blown, the intruder sighed. He swept his hand over his face with effortless swagger. "That's right." With a flex of his muscles, the mask and fake skin tore apart, revealing a chiseled jawline and a body forged of steel. "Your grandpa bull is a human." The wolf demons howled in fury, their bloodlust boiling over. They raised their swords, aiming to split his skull in two. "A human! Everyone! Slaughter him!" The warrior, let's call him Brother Bull, narrowed his eyes. HMP. Killing intent sharpened his gaze into daggers. His body moved with the fluidity of water and the force of a mountain. Iron, mountain, lean. His protective ki expanded like a fortress shield, blocking their advance. The impact sent the demons flying like he was a blur of motion. A punch here, a smash there. In mere seconds, he had dismantled the entire squad with efficient brutality. Watching from the distance, Chu Liang's jaw hit the floor. His eyes went wide with shock. That technique. He's using orthodox martial arts, pure and traditional. Despite his youth, his cultivation base was at least at the 4th realm. He must be a core disciple of a major sect. Then, it clicked. Chu Liang recalled the artifact the envoy had brought. That's it. The legendary weapon, the mountain-shaking halberd. The Heavenly Gang sect's signature weapon. This guy was the victim coming to reclaim his stolen treasure. Brother Bull stepped over the corpses, walking toward a glowing light in the corner. Gold and jewels littered the floor, a fortune for any mortal. But he paused, scanning the pile with focused intensity. His expression darkened. The one thing he needed wasn't there. This was the gift storage, filled with riches. He looked left and right, desperation creeping in. Damn it. My halberd isn't here. Suddenly, a shadow streaked past him with a terrifying growl. Audacious human rat. A wave of suffocating yin energy flooded the cavern. The voice echoed with the weight of doom. You dare cause trouble in my Mount Kanglin. The Tiger King had been watching from the shadows. The massive beast descended, a divine weapon in hand, landing right behind him. The impact created a deafening screech and a cloud of dust. The Tiger King's eyes glowed with a ghostly green light. He raised the artifact high, ready to execute the intruder. A giant claw swiped down to crush him, die. But seeing his beloved weapon in the enemy's hand, Brother Bull grinned. Perfect timing. He planted his feet, rooting himself to the earth. You, monster. Two overwhelming forces collided. A shockwave of ki blasted outward from the clash. Give me back my divine weapon. Brother Bull's face turned red, sweat pouring down as he exerted every ounce of strength. Man and beast grappled for control of the halberd. The Tiger King felt the immense pressure. Sweat beaded on the beast's fur. But the tiger had a dirty trick prepared. While his hands held the weapon, his tail began to twitch ominously behind him. It stiffened like a steel rod, aiming straight for the human. Sneak attack! The tail, crackling with lethal lightning, whipped forward. Brother Bull took the hit point blank, smashing into the rocky wall. Boom! Ruble rained down as the explosion swallowed him. But he was tough. He instantly recovered, sitting up amidst the debris. The Tiger King lunged forward, aiming to finish it with one strike. But suddenly, Brother Bull channeled all his spiritual energy into his fist. He punched straight out, meeting the tiger's charge head-on. Veins bulged on his muscular frame as he followed up with a kick. Another heavy blow landed. The force was so great it sent the Tiger King and the weapon flying backward. Brother Bull didn't let up. He stomped firmly on the tiger's chest. The beast gasped, air forced out of its lungs. A mouthful of crimson blood sprayed from the tiger's mouth. Impossible! A mere fourth-realm human. Overpowered my physical body. Rage consumed the Tiger King. His pupils vanished, replaced by crackling electric blue energy. He bared his 4 massive fangs, roaring at the heavens. If I don't show my power, you'll mistake me for a harmless kitten. Lightning began to arc violently around him. The pressure in the room skyrocketed. Tiger King, true body. His form began to expand, growing to a terrifying, titanic size. He opened his maw, ready to swallow the world. Brother Bull. Innate divine ability. The human was caught off guard, his body paralyzed by the sudden spiritual pressure. His muscles locked up right in the middle of his attack. Panic flashed across his handsome face. He couldn't move. Helpless, he slid straight into the Tiger King's gaping mouth. But he regained his composure at the last second. Using every ounce of remaining strength, he braced his arms against the giant fangs. Heg. He held the jaws open like a legend. The Tiger King roared, trying to crush him, but the human refused to break. Watching from below, Chu Liang knew things had gone south. He ripped off his cat mask, his expression serious. Looks like he can't handle this alone. Time for me to step in. The legendary sword, slashing red, emerged from the White Pagoda dimension, bound by heavy chains of sealing. With a determined gaze, he extended his hand, channeling the split-light shadow art. Action, ... follows the heart. Receiving the command, slashing red shattered its chains and ascended. Chu Liang unleashed his newfound ultimate technique. ... Putting his recent training into practice, 10,000 blades erupted, radiating blinding light. 2 fingers rose, ... carrying the scorching heat of the key tactic. 100 sword art, go. The Tiger King's ears twitched. He sensed a disturbance. He thought, ... HMPH. Another human ant is here. Sensing the anomaly, his limbs stiffened, even as he gnawed on the bull. ... The bull man also froze. What? The 100 sword art? You think this petty trick can harm the great Tiger King? Sensing the killing intent behind him, he cautiously turned to inspect it. Wait. Hold on. The barrage labeled 100 sword art by ... forming an impenetrable wall of steel. The Tiger King's fur stood on end in sheer terror. He roared in grievance. Do not look down on this tiger. I may be uneducated. ... But you call this the 100 sword art? Hovering in the air, even Chu Liang could not believe his eyes. He was utterly bewildered by his own ... creation. Huh? I definitely cast 100 sword art, right? Why are there thousands? No! How did it morph into the 10,000 sword art? Chu Liang frowned, glancing at the blazing, slashing red sword, and suddenly understood. Excellent! A 100-fold amplification. This was the special effect of the slashing red sword against red-named targets. Chu Liang wasted no time thinking. His hands decisively commanded the swarm to strike. The enemy thought, forget it, just kill the human first. But myriads of sword tips obeyed the guidance. ... and rushed like a tsunami toward the Tiger King. Even Brother Bull's artifact was knocked away in the chaos. The Tiger King, bombarded by 10,000 powerful blades, ... staggered and spat the bullman out of his mouth. He struggled wildly to escape, but the sword intent pierced his body. ... with terrifying ease. His eyes glowed dangerously, fangs bared, limbs flailing uncontrollably in the air. The released bull cultivator witnessed this display of absolute power, his jaw dropping in shock. What? A potent sword art. Seeing the massive tiger demon trying to resist the onslaught, he recalled his artifact, retreated a few steps, and exclaimed, "Each sword seems weak individually, ... but when their power stacks hundreds and thousands of times, the upper limit ... becomes completely immeasurable. Each blade doesn't just strike once, it pierces back and forth, watching the Tiger King's flesh being carved away. ... That brutal beast was being shredded into a vortex of nothingness, he thought in horror. 10,000 flying swords piercing repeatedly. ... layered power. The synergy between blade and blade. What level of might is this? The Tiger King. ... A fifth realm cultivator could not withstand such a technique. Black smoke rose as he shielded himself from the poisonous maya. The Tiger King had been obliterated by the 10,000 sword art. He stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Chu Liang without blinking. Which divine being is this, friend? Seeing him descend, bathed in light. ... He clutched his weapon and stepped back to make way. In a split second, the 10,000 sword art formed a formation faster than lightning, utilizing high-frequency attacks to instantly detonate the enemy. That is the ultimate move. Small weapons, yet infinite power. Chu Liang slowly landed. The man was still lost in a maze of admiration. Indeed, a true powerhouse cares not if the weapon is hard or large. Technique is the foundation of absolute strength. Too strong. This is the role model for my generation. He suddenly knelt on the ground, hands clasped in gratitude, saying, "This one is Yan Chao Xian, of the Heavenly Gang Sect. Many thanks for your assistance, sir." Chu Liang was startled but introduced himself. Mount Shu Sect. ... Chu Liang. Hearing this, the man's excitement doubled. He grabbed Chu Liang's shoulder and shouted, "So you are a disciple of Mount Shu. I have admired you for a long time." Chu Liang was taken aback by this man's behavior, thinking, ... Why is Brother Yun's gaze so ... passionate? Under the setting sun, stepping down the stairs, he spoke. Receiving his concern, he honestly recounted the event. "Brother Siku asks how I lost my mountain-shaking halberd. My Heavenly Gang Sect is located in the northwest. Recently, 4 divine envoys from the far west entered the Rain Dynasty, drawing the attention of my ... sect. The sect ordered 4 of us disciples to pursue 1 divine envoy each." He gestured dramatically. "Who knew the one I chased was incredibly cunning?" He explained the situation simply. "He fought me, then drew a circle on the ground, saying neither of us could bring weapons inside. Whoever steps out of the circle first loses, leaving their fate to the winner." This foolish bull really left his weapon outside and agreed ... immediately entering the circle to fight. "I punched him once, but who knew he would use the momentum to fly out of the circle, grab my mountain-shaking halberd, and flee. ... leaving a confused fool behind. And that divine envoy also took his own artifact and ran." Remembering this, he grew furious at his own gullibility. He stomped his feet in frustration. "I said he lost. He said that since I caught him, I could do whatever I wanted. He has no martial honor." Chu Liang recalled every word the divine envoy had said on the road. "I met a human genius. Martial arts, top tier. But his brain was not very ... bright. I used a small trick to easily steal his weapon." Seeing this foolish display, Chu Liang felt the divine envoy's description ... was actually quite an objective assessment. Seeing Chu Liang's overwhelming power, the bullman made a proposal. "Brother C... ... Are you willing to join me in hunting down that treacherous thief?" Chu Liang looked blankly at the request. He pointed at himself, puzzled. Why does Brother Yun want me to go?" He placed a hand on his chest, explaining solemnly. That demon race divine envoy is as cunning as a fox, plotting to harm our human race. Everyone wants him dead. My strength alone is not enough to deal with him. Remembering Chu Liang's godlike display of power earlier, he lifted his chin and continued. Brother Chu, your cultivation is truly unfathomable. You are a chosen dragon among men. With your aid, slaying that traitor will be mere child's play. Unfathomable, indeed. The burly martial artist juggled the thought, recalling how they danced on the edge of death. His conviction solidified like steel. I've never bowed my head to anyone, but witnessing your divine ability today left me in awe. Your aura seems so ordinary. Brother Siang... completely unremarkable. Yet, had I not witnessed the 10,000 swords art with my own eyes, I never would have believed such devastating power lay within you. Chu Liang offered a humble deflection, though he secretly agreed. True. Even I didn't expect to be that overpowered. As the sky bled into a brilliant crimson twilight. Painting the rooftops of Mount Reliance City in gold. Back in the guest inn, Chu Liang sat in lotus position, circulating his key to enter the mental realm. There, the subdued demon tiger cowered within an iron cage. Head bowed in submission. Approaching the reward seal, Chu Liang pressed his hand down with practiced ease. The beast's soul essence swirled, condensing into a physical treasure that floated into his palm. Chu Liang's eyes went wide. A blazing crimson pearl, a mighty tiger, Pei Yuan pill. The White Pagoda System chimed. Supreme grade elixir, containing the innate essence of a tiger demon. Consuming this grants the strength of 10 tigers, surges ki and blood, ensures deep slumber, and restores primal male vitality. An illusion flickered. A frail scholar transforming into a muscle-bound titan, shredding his robes. Hearing these miraculous effects, Chu Liang's eyes went wide. Finally, a practical treasure. Oh, wait, does this mean a permanent increase to my base constitution? Returning to the waking world, Chu Liang stood up. He gazed intensely at the precious orb. With zero hesitation, he gulped it down. As it dissolved, a bizarre sensation flooded his murim. Bones cracking and popping audibly. His face twisted in confusion as the pill took effect. Suddenly, the violent tiger ki rampaged through him, lifting his physical body into the air. Chu Liang gritted his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. Lightning seemed to scour his insides. Sweat poured like rain as he let out strained groans. Heninana. And incense sticks. Time later, the ordeal ended. Panting heavily, drenched in sweat, he slumped on the chair. Phew. That mighty man pill was a Why am I so thirsty now? He reached for a porcelain cup, but with the slightest grip. CK. The cup disintegrated into dust, water spilling everywhere. Chu Liang stared at his hand in shock. Suddenly, Brother Yun burst through the door, panic on his face. He reached out as if to stop a calamity. Brother, Chu. I heard strange groans from your room. Are you? Seeing the scene, Chu Liang froze, but through the muscle brain's eyes. Chu Liang sat there, flushed and breathless, looking delicate. I'm fine, Brother Yun. Brother Yun's face exploded into red. He spun around instantly. My apologies. I didn't mean to intrude. Chu Liang watched him flee, baffled, but let it slide. Night descended upon Mount Reliance City. The citizens slumbered, darkness swallowing the streets. Only the flickering ghost lights of hanging lanterns remained. They arrived at a massive, silent wooden gate. Not a sound escaped from within. Chu Liang whispered. Brother Yun, is this the source of the aura you sensed? The burly cultivator nodded grimly. No mistake. This is the place. Impulsive as ever, Yun stepped forward. The heavenly sound wave echoes inside. Let's storm in and slaughter the bastard. Wait. Seeing his ally's feet moving faster than his brain, Chu Liang lunged, clamping his hand firmly around the shaft of Yun's halberd. The muscle brain turned, confused. "Brother Sikyu, why are you grabbing my shaft?" Chu Liang adopted the air of a senior master, coughing to hide his awkwardness. It's too quiet. Something feels wrong." Yun scratched his head, scanning the empty street. "It's the middle of the night. Silence is normal, isn't it?" Chu Liang gestured to the gate. My spiritual sense scanned the compound. The entire front courtyard is completely void of life. It's too abnormal. Yun, useless in strategy, asked. "Then, what's the plan?" Without a word, Chu Liang dragged him behind a stack of wooden crates in the shadows. "We observe first," he hissed. Moments later, a squad of constables arrived. They smashed the gate open with practiced efficiency. As expected, it was a trap. One officer kicked the door. Shouting, "Government business. Search thee." Before the shout finished, a vine lashed out from the darkness. The constables were instantly ensnared by a demon formation, suspended in the air by constricting vines. Panic erupted. "It's demon sorcery." Those still free drew their blades, steel glinting in the moonlight. "Don't panic. Sever the roots." Refusing to retreat, the squad pushed deeper. "Captain, the path is clear. Advance." Heavy yin energy rolled out from the inner sanctum, accompanied by the chaotic sounds of hacking blades. "Captain, we found a body." "There's one over here, too." There's not a single living soul left in here." Hiding outside, Chu Liang and Yun listened intently. A chill ran down their spines. Every occupant had been slaughtered. Chu Liang exhaled, relieved by his own caution. Beside him, the dim-witted Yun had a giant question mark floating over his head. Chu Liang's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the setup. "If we had rushed in blindly, ... double quotes, ... the courtyard trap would have stalled us just long enough for the constables to arrive. We would have been framed for the massacre while the demon slipped away. He planned to frame us for his crimes." That bastard clapped his hands in mockery. Truly, a treacherous snake. If Brother Sichu hadn't seen through it, we would have walked right into his death trap. Yet Brother Niu just scratched his head, firing off questions so clueless it hurt. "Is this really the envoy's doing? It feels like it was made just for us." Chu Liang recalled the trap's layout, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. "Have some confidence, brother. It wasn't like a trap, it was bait, waiting for us to bite. The demon envoy surely knows what happened at Hidden Forest Mountain. Since you tracked him all the way there, he realized you planted a spiritual marker on him. Against such a slippery fox, the same trick won't work twice." The realization finally hit New rage exploded in his eyes. He stomped the ground, crushing the stone beneath him. My heavenly sound wave dispelled. Damn him! How do I track him now? The next dawn brought grim news. We interrogated the tavern waiter. Fear in his eyes. He spilled everything. A massacre had shaken the city overnight. 17 souls from one clan extinguished in cold blood. The killer vanished into the night. The victims were a wealthy alchemy clan. Their treasury looted, including a supreme treasure, the Darksea Golden Lotus. Authorities suspect murder for profit. The magistrate locked the city gates instantly. Bounties for the killer ran. The Lotus now plaster the walls. Imperial guards scour every street, desperate for a single lead. Niu activated his divine sense, scanning the chaos for a signal. He frowned, channeling his power. "It's gone!" I can't sense his aura at all. Let me try again. He pushed his senses to the limit, but the connection was severed. Yet, Chu Liang remained unshaken. His expression was as calm as a still lake. "Do not panic. His cleverness has become his undoing. He likely reported the crime himself after the slaughter. He planned to use you as a decoy for the guards. creating chaos to slip away unnoticed. But we didn't take the bait. Since the guards found no suspect, they triggered the supreme lockdown protocol. Chu Liang visualized the isolated city, a cage with no exit. The gates remained shut when the slaughter occurred. He had no window to flee. That demon envoy is trapped in this cage with us. Eyes gleaming with predatory sharp wit, he high-fived now you. A demon in Imperial territory wouldn't dare act rashly now. We still have the advantage. The hunt is on within these walls. Beside him, the Muscle-Brain Jr. blinked. Why? Am I always 2 steps behind? I don't understand a word he's saying. Clutching the shreds of his logic, Niu asked. So, where do we actually catch him? Chu Liang rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing. Let me think. There is always a path. Back at the inn, he sat in meditative silence, calculating his next move. The righteous path has too many eyes watching. My perspective is too limited. He set his teacup down with a sharp clack. From his robes, he produced a dark token, staring into its abyss. He decided, to catch a monster, I must consult the shadows. Entering the consciousness of the Dark Sect, Chu Liang bowed respectfully to the towering figure. Greetings, Lord Shaw. This subordinate has intelligence on the Dark Sea Demon. We have confirmed the existence of a Dark Sea Golden Lotus, hidden somewhere within Reliance City. But its exact location eludes me. I humbly request the aid of my fellow Dark Brethren. Meanwhile, at the moon gazing tower, thunder roared across the heavens, an omen of approaching calamity. A lotus bloomed in the darkness, beautiful, yet radiating lethal killing intent. Its core swirled, devouring all yin energy nearby. The demon envoy pushed it forward. I hear the Black Mountain Elder has reached the 5th realm. Consider this a humble tribute. The artifact floated through the air, landing near the mysterious figure. He bowed, his voice scraping like sandpaper. A magnificent gift. On behalf of the Elder, I accept. He will be pleased. I will not lie to you, envoy. The Black Shaman clan struggles to breathe in the southern domain. Resources to break through the 5th realm are mere legends. Now our village ... Single quotes. Has not seen a 6th realm grand shaman in generations. We merely seek survival. The white shamans press us harder every day. Memories of endless war darkened his face. Sorrow weighed heavy in his tone. We are backed into a corner. The 3 Absolutes Valley hunts us like dogs. Their cruelty knows no bounds. If not for this despair, we would never ally with demons. You people ... Single quotes. The old man suddenly recoiled. Retreating into a defensive stance, he lowered his head. One question haunts our elders. If your grand plan succeeds ... Single. Will you exterminate the entire human race? The demon envoy's eyes blazed with fury. Killing intent surged. Lightning tore the sky apart in response to his rage. A winged figure stepped from the shadows. Arrogance dripped from his voice. Ha! As long as humans possess saints, how could we exterminate you? Even when our God returns, humanity shall remain. Humans will govern humans. This is the decree of the 7 demon kings. Before the gods return, we honor our allies. After the gods return, you shall be granted a new world. Cold sweat drenched the old shaman's face. Terror gripped his throat. His voice trembled violently. That is but the 2nd worry of my elders. Lightning illuminated the envoy's obsidian silhouette. A monster, cloaked in storm. The shaman bowed low, whispering the forbidden doubt. They fear that your god is a lie. Meanwhile, in the soul realm, Lord Shaw spoke. Agent 58. Have you located the Golden Lotus? Excellent. If we can seize that treasure ... Single, I could break through to the 3rd layer of the 5th realm by sunset. He exclaimed, feigning excitement. My inquiries bore fruit. There are traces near Mount Kao City. However, His master was useless in a direct fight. He knew nothing of the deeper currents. But he did offer one crucial lead for gathering intelligence. Seek out Lady Gu's tavern. If this information leads to my breakthrough, I will not forget your contribution. Subordinate. Success or failure, I owe you my thanks. Chu Liang, hidden beneath a black cloak, mimicked the raspy voice of number 58 perfectly. Master Tun Sha, no need for formalities. This is my sworn duty. I shall depart immediately. In his mind, however, Chu Liang was plotting. He still thinks we are allies. This cover identity is perfect. 2 days later, the morning sun bathed Mount Cao City in gold. Light spilled onto the weathered facade of an ancient tavern. Chu Liang, now cloaked in the guise of a ruthless underworld cultivator, stepped inside. A waiter immediately blocked his path. Honored guest, what does your palate desire today? The atmosphere inside was suffocatingly dim. Chu Liang raised a hand, signaling the code. 2 jars of immortal guiding the way. 1 for the proprietress, 1 for myself. The waiter's eyes widened. He bowed low. Understood. An hour passed in the shadows. Finally, the waiter returned to his table. My lord, you have waited long. Allow this lowly one to guide you to the wine. They left the main hall. A heavy door creaked open, spilling crimson light into the hallway. The servant gestured respectfully. Inside, a woman was waiting. She lounged upon a chaise, wrapped in a haze of white smoke. You have arrived. As the smoke cleared, a blonde beauty revealed herself, draped in seductive black lace. A fur coat rested on her shoulders. Her voice carried the weight of a queen ruling her domain. So, you are the guest, seeking the immortal's guidance. You are here to buy secrets? Are you not? Before Chu Liang could utter a word, she commanded him. Her gaze locked onto the seat opposite her. Sit. I am Jiu Nang. Since you found this place, you know the rules. She shifted, her movements hypnotic and serpentine. Smoke danced from her pipe as she spoke. Ask whatever plagues your mind. If I know the answer, I will speak. But knowledge has a price. Equivalent exchange is the absolute law here. A rare treasure, or perhaps a favor. Prepare yourself to pay. Chu Liang remained stoic behind his disguise. I understand the code. Suddenly, her aura shifted. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. However, if you seek knowledge without payment, ... Lady Jiu extended a hand, her expression a mix of charm and lethal intent. Ha! In Mount Cao City, no one has ever broken my rules and lived. Consider this a friendly warning, Chu Liang replied, his voice steady and reliable. Do not worry. I always pay my debts. The tension in the air vanished. She waved her hand lazily. Good. Then speak your questions. Chu Liang wasted no time on pleasantries. He cut straight to the heart of the mystery. I seek the demon race envoy who committed the capital bloodbath. Where is he hiding? Lady Jiu paused, genuinely surprised. A sharp question, but I'm afraid that is beyond my reach. Do not expect me to do your dirty work. I only sell what I know. She brushed a lock of golden hair from her face. I must decline. First, the culprit's identity is a mystery. Second, the demon envoy's location is unknown. Chu Liang glanced at her, analyzing the situation. He realized pressing her would be futile. Fair enough, he thought. Even the best spies cannot know everything under the heavens. Some riddles have no answers. He recalled the chaotic, beautiful flower demon from his past mission. He needed a new angle. Chu Liang pivoted his strategy. Then, I will change the question. The demon envoy stole the Dark Sea Golden Lotus. Who is the intended recipient of that treasure? Lady Jiu hesitated. This touched upon dangerous secrets. You wish to know this. It seems... You have a deep interest in the demon race. Very well. I will share what I have heard. She leaned back, her voice turning serious. Listen closely. The Three Absolutes Valley has been purging the shaman tribes ruthlessly in the southern region. 17 evil shaman clans have united. They seek an unholy alliance with the demon race to crush the orthodox path. A pact has been signed. The Black Mountain tribe has sent an emissary to meet the demons in 2 days. Whatever the demon race is planning, that emissary is the key. That is the extent of my knowledge. Chu Liang's mind raced, connecting the dots. Evil shaman tribes, ... black shaman. He looked up, his eyes sharp. Then, tell me, where is this shaman emissary now? She answered instantly. Gazing Mountain Tower. Chu. Liang nodded, satisfied. My thanks. I have no further questions. The interrogation was over. Now came the reckoning. Lady Gu's expression turned predatory. Good! Now, let us discuss the price. You asked 2 questions. What do you offer in exchange? Remembering the rare flora from his previous quest, Chu Liang made an offer. I know the location of a human-faced jade flower. It is blooming near the town of the southern region. I offer this intelligence. But Lady Jiyu looked unimpressed. The human-faced jade flower is precious. Yes, but mere coordinates are not worth 2 answers. Even if you brought the flower to my feet, it would barely cover the second question. Realizing his offer was insufficient, Chu Liang decided to compromise. Fine. Then, for the first question, what does Lady Jiyu desire? Seeing him yield, she smiled, revealing her true objective. Simple. From the folds of her dress, she produced a strange, glowing insect. She held it out to Chu Liang. This is my golden money, Jiyu. It feeds on wealth, to evolve. Within 3 days, you must help me raise it. Transform it from silver rank to gold. The platinum-colored beetle rested on her palm, shimmering with greed. Lady Jiyu laid out her terms clearly. This creature is a bottomless pit for coin. It must devour the wealth of others. She crossed her legs, her eyes gleaming with amusement. 3 days. Upgrade it from silver. A mere pittance was all that was required. As I once declared, no soul in Mount Cow City would dare obstruct my path. It would be wise to resolve my affairs before concerning yourself with your own fate. Weighing the heavy gold in his palm, Chu Liang's mind echoed with that woman's warning. If wealth was the goal, a perfect hunting ground had already formed in his mind. The gambling hall shimmered with deceptive light, teeming with desperate souls addicted to the thrill of chance, creating a chaotic yet vibrant atmosphere. No complex schemes were needed. His infiltration was effortless, purely by the grace of a chance encounter with a greedy broker on the streets. Unexpected fortune granted him entry into this underground den, cutting through the sea of bodies to reach its dark heart. The broker gestured grandly at the array of vices, asking, "What is your pleasure, brother?" Chu Liang feigned nervousness, cold sweat trickling down as he stammered. I look at these things and I know them not." Undeterred by his ignorance, the man grinned like a wolf. Then, what do you know? Chu Liang scratched his head, masking his true intent. I na mahjong. I played with the clan elders during the spring festival. The broker scoffed, arms crossed in disdain, looking down on this country bumpkin. Fine, we have a mahjong parlor. But be warned, play small, and you will play alone. Suddenly, Chu Liang withdrew a blindingly pure nugget of gold, narrowing his eyes with mysterious allure. I carry little coin, but I have this trifle. Is it sufficient? The broker gulped, eyes fixated on the treasure, and hastily ushered him toward the high-stakes VIP chamber. Guards at the door bowed low, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Please enter, brother. Enjoy the game. Chu Liang strode in without fear. Much obliged. Outside, the sweating broker whispered conspiratorially to a shadowed figure. Well, Master Ju, when you strip this kid bare, surely you will calculate a share for me. Master Ju laughed, a sound devoid of warmth. Ha! I shall remember your contribution. The broker bowed incessantly. This lowly one asks only to have his gambling debts wiped clean. Barely the time to drink a cup of tea later, Chu Liang revealed his tiles with innocent glee, eyes sparkling as he asked, have I achieved a victory? The denizens of the hall, sensing a fat sheep, erupted in calculated praise. Correct. Correct. This young master possesses heaven-defying luck. To win so big on the first hand. It is the fortune of the novice. Ride the wave of fortune. Play a few more rounds. The beauty opposite him added seductively, indeed. Chu Liang soaked in the flattery, beaming, you people are truly kind. I win, yet you rejoice for me. My luck today must truly challenge the heavens. But if I continue to win, surely you will not flee. The shirtless broker roared with laughter at the absurd question. Hands on hips, he pointed to the chests of gold stacked behind him like a mountain. Rest easy, little brother. Our assets here are vast as the ocean. Win to your heart's content. We guarantee your payout will be... pleasant. Chu Liang. Faint. Shuck. How wonderful. The tiles had barely touched the table when he shouted, why is it already? Before the echo faded. Have I claimed victory once more? The three sharks at the table maintained their smiles, but internally, their souls were weeping rivers of blood. It is merely the first draw. What sort of sorcery is this? The girl stared at the table. Reality crumbling. This defies all logic. Even the stoic silent player felt his composure crack. They shuffled again, hands moving like lightning to stack the deck with precision. Yet Chu Liang flipped his hand instantly, eyes wide. What? The feng shui here is too potent. I just arranged them. Absolute nonsense. All three opponents huddled in a corner, trembling. The shirtless man could take no more. He sprang up, feigning urgency. Nature calls with violence. I must excuse myself. He fled the room, bowing desperately before Master Ju. The boss, seeing his treasury bleeding dry, unleashed his fury. You three cannot handle a single novice. Drenched in cold sweat, the lackey stammered, Master Ju, the brat is an anomaly. In all my years, I have never seen such demonic luck. Could it be a cultivator using arts? Master Ju scoffed, instantly dismissing the notion. Impossible. I spent a fortune on a suppression array to block spiritual sense. No anomalies have been reported. But refusing to accept defeat, his face twisted into a sneer. He must be a master of sleight. I shall test his mettle myself. Master Ju unleashed a ferocious aura, sitting before Chu Liang with a grim voice. The game waits for no one. I shall take his place. Facing this suffocating pressure, Chu Liang merely smiled, delighted that another victim had walked into the trap. Half an hour later, the hair on the boss's head stood on end. The nightmare phrase repeated. I have won again. Chu Liang looked up with innocent pride. Oh my, this is becoming embarrassing. Master Ju ignored the boy's joy, clutching the table in existential despair. Master Duel, my foot. This brat just draws and wins. I have lost everything. It was not just... His two confederates lowered their heads, trembling before Master Ju's silent rage. The boss gritted his teeth, a terrifying realization dawning. I am certain now. This youth does not merely memorize cards. He sees through the very flow of the game. Knowing he was outmatched, he stood abruptly, clapping Chu Liang's shoulder with heavy intent. Little brother, enough. You have won thousands. Leave now. Never step foot in our establishment again. Leave a path for others. Understand? Chu Liang shoved the tiles away, pouting like a petulant child. Why am I not permitted to win? Sensing the game was over, Chu Liang stood up, waving dismissively. I was merely playing with you all. Why so angry? The money remains here. I take not a single coin. Satisfied, Master Ju, confused by this sudden mercy, hesitated before speaking. Little brother, might you leave a name? Should we meet in the Jianghu, we shall be friends. Chu Liang slicked back his hair with dramatic flair, his expression shifting from naive to legendary. He pointed upward, enunciating every syllable. My name is ... Gao Jin. And with that, Chu Liang departed, never once looking back. The atmosphere in the casino shifted instantly. Silence reigned as the pile of glittering gold upon the table transfigured into worthless scrap. Panic erupted as the trio jumped in sheer terror. They could not believe their eyes. Boss, what kind of sorcery is this? The fortune they had painstakingly gathered had vanished into thin air, leaving only rust and regret. The owner's face turned corpse-pale, cold sweat dripping down. He thought, did this brat come here solely to turn my treasury into garbage? His trembling gaze shifted to the chests stacked behind him. Screams of despair filled the room. The men clung to the chests that now held nothing but iron. Look quickly! Boss! The silver in the reserves has been destroyed too. The Ninth Lord suffered a complete mental collapse. He crashed to the floor, wailing in agony. Ah! Why, you wretched little thief, Cao Tian. Meanwhile, Chu Liang smirked with satisfaction. He glanced at the golden ant on his hand, now bloated and full. Remembering the massive chests of gold it had devoured, he mused silently. As a warrior of justice, I cannot coexist with gambling and poison. Seeing how this casino has shattered countless families and driven them to ruin, I can only say you deserved it. Returning, the Jiu worm completed his transaction with Sun earning. The lady sat back, radiating satisfaction as she welcomed her pet home. Back at the inn, the plan was set. He would immediately join Brother Yun to infiltrate the Black Witch stronghold. Bull looked up at the towering, ominous wooden structure and asked, is the demon god truly inside this Wangshan Tower? Chu Liang followed his gaze, his expression serious. 8 chances out of 10, though nothing is ever certain in this world. Wasting no words, he sprinted toward the ancient city walls. His voice echoed back, leaving a final warning for the bull. You foolish bull, stay put. Brother Yun, do not act rashly. We must not alert the enemy before the trap is sprung. I will ascend first to test their defenses. If trouble arises, I shall signal for backup. He landed softly on the silent corridor, his steps light as a feather. Moving with caution, he approached a massive wooden gate. Chu Liang suppressed his aura, merging with the shadows. He peered through a crack in the wooden wall. It appeared to be a vast, empty hall, devoid of any living presence. Stepping into the void, Chu Liang sensed nothing. The room was deserted. He turned to leave, intending to signal Brother Yun. But the moment he took a step, the trap sprung. Yin energy swirled from the floor, forming a vortex of malice. A killing formation was activating beneath his feet. He clutched his head as pain exploded in his mind. A spiritual attack. Chu Liang froze, his body locking up. A ghastly green visage materialized from the yin key, its jaw unhinging to devour him. The dense yin energy sought to imprison him in a cage of despair. Summoning the last shred of his divine sense, Chu Liang forced his body to move. He leaped backward just in time, narrowly dodging the devourer's bite. He realized the skull monster was a puppet, controlled by a figure in the distance. Seeing the blue spectral fire in its eyes, he understood instantly. A member of the Black Witch tribe. The creature flickered in and out of existence, charging with renewed fury. Chu Liang twisted his body, evading the strike. Here it comes again! The battle had begun, while Chu Liang calculated how to destroy the skull. A suction force pulled him off balance. The enemy was controlling the very space around him. Suddenly, a shadow emerged behind him. A cloaked assassin, face hidden, unleashed a mystical art. In his hand a dagger gleamed with lethal intent. Sensing the killing intent of such a primitive trap, Chu Liang's eyes narrowed, he thought. Trying to bait me and strike from the blind spot. Too naive. The assassin's blade moved in a serpentine trajectory, seeking a critical hit. But Chu Liang's reaction was godlike. Light-splitting shadow art. 2 fingers caught the pith-severing blade mid-air. Sword ki erupted, enveloping his body in a protective aura. He clamped down on the cursed weapon. In a fraction of a second, the energy surged. The blade shattered into dust. The puppet master controlling the skull watched in shock. The assassin could not comprehend the reality before him. Suddenly, an old man stepped out from the void. He cleared his throat, his voice commanding. Stand down. The 2 assailants vanished instantly. Chu Liang's sword intent shifted, locking onto this new threat. All killing intent focused on the hunched old man with the cane. Yet, facing thousands of invisible blades, the elder remained calm. He chuckled darkly. Haha, young hero. I heard the demon envoy speak of you. The one who wields the 10,000 sword art with devastating power, slaying a 5th realm tiger king in the blink of an eye. You must be a genius from a great immortal sect. Within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I am but a humble 4th realm black witch. Chu Liang instantly detected the venomous sarcasm dripping from the elder's praise. He thought, you are too modest. I am merely a weak 3rd realm cultivator. The old man's face suddenly darkened, his rage exploding. He pointed a finger and roared. But since I dared to hunt you, it is because I am certain of my victory. He sliced his own finger, blood spraying into the air. A wave of terrifying yin qi erupted behind him. The Black Witch Elder raised his staff and screamed, my life has been spent mastering this art, slaying cultivators far above my realm. To die here, in this place, you should consider it an honor. He slammed his staff into the ground. The incantation shook the air. Domain of forbidden arts. Countless chains burst forth from the void, sealing the space. The chains suppressed Chu Liang's sword intent instantly. Yin and yang energy merged, creating a chaotic seal over the room. Chu Liang's legendary blade, /red, reverted to a piece of common iron and clattered to the floor. The elder laughed arrogantly. How is it? Can you no longer channel your divine abilities? No. Chu Liang refused to believe it. He formed a seal with his fingers, but the air remained still. No magic responded. He covered his face, hiding his expression. It is true. Seeing the boy's calm reaction sent the Black Witch into a frenzy. His muscles began to swell, tearing through his disguise. He pointed and cursed. No matter how talented a prodigy you are, inside my domain of forbidden arts, you are nothing more than a mortal, waiting to be slaughtered. This is precisely why I chose you as my prey, and not that brute martial artist companion of yours. You may have higher cultivation, but all spellcasters share one fatal flaw. A weak, fragile body. Chu Liang stared blankly at the old man, trembling with rage. He judged, silently. I wonder who exactly he thinks has a weak body. The elder tore his robes apart, revealing a torso of steel and scars, betraying his age. He bellowed, we of the Black Witch tribe grow up wrestling tigers and leopards in the wild. We run among the mountain peaks from birth. Even a martial artist would struggle to match my raw strength. He waved his hand, summoning the shadows. Kill him for me! A horde of black-robed assassins surged forward. The elder thought he had Chu Liang cornered in a pincer attack, yet a chill ran down his spine. Why were the boy's eyes devoid of fear? Chu Liang gazed down at the trash with pure arrogance. The elder gritted his teeth, thinking, this brat has lost his cultivation. What is he relying on? There was no terror in his gaze, only playful mockery. It was as if a dragon were looking at an ant. The disrespect made the elder's blood boil. He roared, Humph! Keep pretending! Losing patience, he exploded forward with killing intent. He barked the command. Slaughter him! The command unleashed the Black Witch cultivators. An assassin materialized behind Chu Liang. Blade aimed at his neck, but Chu Liang moved like smoke in the wind. In a split second, he vanished from sight. The elder panicked, his eyes darting frantically. Where did he go? Impossible. But the Reaper was already standing behind him. Chu Liang raised his weapon, eyes locking on to the kill. Completely defenseless, the elder turned, meets the ultimate divine weapon, the golden brick. With a thunderous crack, Chu Liang delivered a critical strike. A fountain of blood painted the air crimson. The minions froze in horror. They could only watch their leader collapse into the dust. Silence descended upon the Black Witch disciples. Chu Liang pointed his brick at them. An aura of domineering arrogance surrounded him. Their eyes nearly popped out of their skulls from terror. Yet, fear drove them to unite. Drawing their blades, they screamed to boost their courage. Charge together. One fool rushed forward, sword gleaming with killing intent. The other three followed closely in formation. Chu Liang raised the golden brick, channeling the sword art. The terrifying aura made them scatter like rats, but the brick danced through the air like a living spirit. Thud, thud, thud. They were instantly knocked unconscious. Chu Liang gazed into the distance, pondering. Brother Lin's cultivation is far superior to mine. He should have regrouped with me by now, unless something unexpected happened. Did he encounter a supreme expert? Worried, Chu Liang flashed away to investigate. Could he be facing that divine envoy? I need to assess the battlefield. Peering from the high ground, he saw Brother Lin in a deadlock. The man was furiously hacking away at demonic vines. His artifact spun like a whirlwind, shredding the aggressive flora. The mastermind behind this trap stood in the distance. It was the divine envoy controlling the wood element. The envoy manipulated the battlefield with a wave of his hand. But Brother Lin's divine strength was overwhelming. He charged toward the envoy like a raging beast. Sensing danger, the envoy summoned a massive withered tree for defense. Trying to hide, useless. Brother Lin channeled all his spiritual energy. He delivered a heaven-splitting slash onto the rotting wood. The blade erupted with young lightning, with zero mercy. It crashed down. The massive trunk was instantly cleaved in, too, and incinerated. The divine envoy's eyes widened in shock. A true expert. He immediately turned to flee, his body twisting like a serpent. He cast more vines to obstruct Brother Lin's path, but Chu Liang, watching from above, saw his opening. A brilliant flame of spiritual energy ignited in his hand. Sword art. Descend. The envoy whipped his head around at the sound. Below, Brother Lin was still tearing through the demonic thicket. The vines writhed like snakes, sprouting deadly thorns. The envoy retreated into his defensive formation, trembling. Panic began to set in. Curse it all! The Black Witch elders fell so quickly. His mind raced in chaos. Where is the escape route? Faced with a pincer attack, doom felt imminent. Chu Liang's sword art pressure was suffocating. Desperate, the masked envoy activated his trump card. Crimson Slash, the famed sword obeyed. Chu Liang's will. Yet, ... Only a few weak strikes hit the barrier. The envoy paused, completely baffled. A massive question mark hung over his head. That boy has the power to crush mountains. Why is he wasting time trimming branches with such weak attacks? It didn't even scratch the defense. Is he ... mocking me? But in that moment of distraction, Brother Lin unleashed his true might. He obliterated the obstacle and lunged at the envoy. The envoy turned, realizing his fatal error too late. I focused too much on the brat above. There was no time to react. Brother Lin had been charging his key art for this exact second. The trap had sprung. He roared with earth-shaking pressure. Die, you filth. Taste my great halberd. The blade pierced his chest like a judgment from heaven. It's over. The energy from the halberd detonated inside him. A violent explosion of flesh and spirit. Blood and bone scattered into the wind. His life force dissipated instantly. The great halberd returned to Brother Lin's hand, glowing with victory. Watching from the shadows, Chu Liang sighed deeply. What a waste. I didn't get the last hit bonus. We agreed the envoy's drops were mine. Even without the kill credit, I can still salvage the treasure. While Brother Lin celebrated, Chu Liang vanished into the smoke. He activated his spiritual vision instantly. Time to loot. Expanding his divine sense to scan for artifacts. Amidst the fading dust, he spotted the mask. Snatch! Next, he grabbed a glowing emerald stone. The envoy's vitality. Greenleaf, Brother Lin approached, wiping blood from his armor. Hey, Brother Chu, I couldn't have done it without you. Chu Liang waved his hand, feigning humility. Nonsense. Even without my presence, that trash was no match for Brother Lin's might. Lin laughed haughtily, accepting the praise. That is true. But if Brother Siku had used his full power, you could have instantly slain him with a single sword strike. You deliberately held back to let me have the glory. Looking at the humble figure, holding the loot, Chu Liang was just happy with his treasures. But Brother Lin misunderstood completely. If he had used that legendary sword art from the other day, even though the enemy might have survived that, So Luang only used a single, insignificant strike of the 100 sword art. Was he lacking the spiritual power? Absolutely not. He must have known I've been hunting this villain for days. He didn't want to steal my glory. He purposely left the killing blow for me. Overcome with emotion, he grabbed So Luang, tears streaming down his face. Brother, so, you are truly righteous. I must be your sworn brother. Being crushed in a bear hug, So Luang looked away, laughing awkwardly. Ha! Inside, he thought. Intentionally let you kill him. Do you think I'm stupid? With the drama finished, he returned to the second-floor balcony. A quick search revealed exactly what he expected. The Dark Sea, Golden Lotus. This was the true jackpot of the mission. Who knows what heaven-defying effects it might have later. With the sect lights still burning, So Luang and Zhao headed to the magistrate first. Arrival at Kaohsian City. They were greeted like returning heroes. After verifying the immortal master's deeds, the magistrate awarded them 500 taels of silver each. A handsome reward. Indeed. Walking out, Zhao waved the stack of bills in the air. Brother, So, you saved my life today. How can I possibly accept this money? Take my share. So Luang gently pushed the money back, refusing with practiced ease. Oh, come. No need for such formalities between brothers. Why don't you keep it? Buy yourself a decent set of robes. Hearing this, Zhao's eyes lit up like stars. Good idea. Very good. But before leaving, he raised his hand in a salute. Brother, So, the martial world is vast. After we part ways here, who knows when our paths will cross again? So Luang smiled calmly. Do not worry. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Hearing this, Zhao's spirit ignited. He shouted to the heavens. Yes, at most, it will be next year. During the Immortal Gate Assembly in the capital, you will surely represent Mount Shu. We will definitely meet there. So Luang's face darkened slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper. That is true. But inside his heart, a storm of anxiety brewed. I also hope I can meet you there. Once every 12 years, the imperial capital hosts the Grand Immortal Tournament, a stage for the most brilliant young disciples of the immortal sects. The rankings determine the very fate and prestige of their schools. But to represent Mount Shu in the capital, first, one must achieve legendary results in the internal Mount Shu Summit. Is it even possible this year to face Senior Sister Jiang in her full, terrifying power? Just imagining the scene. Struggling against the monstrous talents of Mount Shu. So Luang's expression turned grave. The difficulty was unimaginable. The summit was approaching fast. From now on, Every second must be spent on cultivation. The next morning, peace had returned. Mission complete. So Luang sped back to Mount Shu on his flying sword. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration regarding feng shui while cruising on his sword. A bold idea struck him. Days ago, before the lottery draw, he had planned to buy a koi fish. Now, with pockets full of silver, it was time to invest in a lucky charm. Perhaps good feng shui would bless him with legendary rewards. Decisive as always, he turned his sword around and flew straight toward Flower Town. He arrived at a famous shop known for high-quality feng shui carp. But the moment he stepped in, he saw shopkeeper Chun clutching his face, swollen and purple, crying in pain. So Luang approached the miserable man. "Shopkeeper, I wish to buy a feng shui carp. I didn't see any outside." Shopkeeper Chun looked up with his distorted, swollen face. "Alas, honored guest, forgive me. I dare not sell carp anymore. My carp are all caught from the Kamwai River. But 2 days ago, a swarm of venomous bees appeared from nowhere. The moment I arrived, they swarmed me like demons." He pointed to the angry welts on his face. "Look at this wretched state, stung by those accursed beasts. It has been 5 days. I've seen doctors, but no medicine works. It hurts to death." He cradled his face, groaning in agony. "With that swarm guarding the river, who dares to catch fish?" So Luang observed closely. Those swellings, they pulsed with a dark, unnatural toxin. There was faint demonic qi lingering on the wounds. If these bees were demon beasts, mortal doctors would be helpless. A heroic impulse struck him. ... He handed over a packet of spiritual medicine. His voice was calm and authoritative. "I am a disciple of Mount Shu. These wounds were inflicted by demon creatures. Fortunately, I have the cure. Apply half, drink half. The poison will vanish." Shopkeeper Chun froze, his eyes widening in awe. "An immortal master from Mount Shu. Thank you, immortal master." But So Luang was already gone. Act with righteousness, find the koi. A side quest begins. His voice echoed back as he flew away. "No need for thanks. I will go to the river and handle this bee infestation." At the river, a bee lunged. Sword flash. It spat venomous qi before being sliced in two. With a few graceful movements, the riverside swarm was exterminated. Area cleared. He traced the source upstream, deep into the forest. There, on a mountain peak, a small cave mouth gaped open, following the trail of the fleeing bees. The tunnel was incredibly narrow. Humans could not pass. The bees retreated into the cracks. The mission was not over yet. He peered into the darkness. So Luang calculated his options. This fissure is bottomless.
Tricky.
Even extending his divine sense, he couldn't reach the end. If the nest is deep inside, rooting them out will be impossible for now. This matter requires patience. Time to return to the sect first. He needed to refine the demon bees he had collected. Entering the White Tower. Press button. Reward: sweet honey tea. Riding his sword, sipping through a straw. ... Enjoying the ice-cold sweetness. So Luang's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he returned to his quarters. But as he landed ... he noticed something. Paper cranes. Why are there so many messenger birds? One letter on the table was from Senior Sister Jiang. The others were from Lin Bei. He read them quickly and penned a reply to his senior sister. He recounted the events of the last few days. And, most importantly, expressed his gratitude for the divine ability she taught him. Before descending the mountain, he had reported to Jiang Yuebai. But in his haste, he hadn't opened her reply. Her letter was simple, just one line. "Okay. Stay safe." He focused, writing a response to each person. His words were humble but sincere. "If not for your 100 sword art... Even though the mission was a success, I realized my own strength was far from sufficient. I need to find the perfect moment to ask Senior Sister Jiang to teach me some true divine Abilities! As for the letters from Brother Lin, the first day, his first letter was filled with arrogant bragging. By the second day, the tone began to shift. By the fifth letter, pure desperation. And the seventh, the messages became short, frantic ramblings about the torture of resisting earthly desires. Chu Liang's expression went cold as he read them. I picked up my brush to reply. I have reviewed your tragic situation, brother, and I fully support your cultivation. I have but one suggestion to solve this problem forever. Sever the root of the issue. Literally, after sending that ruthless advice, I went to report the mission results to my master. I stepped into the inner chamber. But inside the room, Empress Phoenix wasn't training. She was reading a novel, tears streaming down her face like a waterfall. Boo-hoo. Why is this book so cruel? Chu Liang gripped the back of a chair, staring at the weeping powerhouse. Did the main couple break up or something? Empress Phoenix answered naturally, between sobs. It's not that serious. It's just... The male lead died. Realizing it was Chu Liang, she grabbed a tissue and honked her nose loudly. As long as the female lead doesn't lose her memory and forget their love, I can handle it. Chu Liang offered some hollow words of comfort, but internally, he was stunned. Who could have guessed that the tyrant of Mount Shu possessed the fragile, sentimental heart of a teenage girl? Finally, Master regained her composure. She asked about Lady Li Ming's disappearance. I bowed happily and narrated the events, carefully cherry-picking the parts I could share. Overall, it sounded like a smooth operation. I emphasized that I didn't even need to use her life-saving jade talisman. Master Empress Phoenix looked at her disciple, who had clearly matured. Not bad. Not bad at all. You really have become independent, brat. Then, she immediately extended her hand, palm open. Since the trouble is over, give the jade talisman back to me. Chu Liang played dumb, blinking innocently. Huh. Return. Return. What? Empress Phoenix's face didn't twitch. She kept her hand extended. You finished the job. Hand it over. You aren't planning to keep it, are you? Chu Liang clutched his chest, guarding the talisman. But, Master, didn't you say this was a life-saving divine tool for your beloved disciple? She suddenly clutched her head, feigning dizziness. Oh, heavens! Who knew you wouldn't use it? Do you know how worried I've been these past few days? I was terrified I wouldn't reach you in time if you called for help. I usually sleep 14 hours a day, but lately, I've only managed 10. If this continues, your poor teacher will suffer a nervous breakdown. Chu Liang stared at her in disbelief. You seriously sleep 14 hours a day? Are you trying to hibernate? Aren't you afraid of sleeping yourself into a vegetative state, refusing to give up the loot? Chu Liang quickly pulled out the honey tea he had obtained from the White Tower. He spoke with exaggerated excitement. Master, I just remembered. I found a special kind of spring water at the foot of the mountain that tastes incredible. I bought some specifically to honor you, Master. Please, have a taste. She took the cup, but eyed it suspiciously, sniffing the liquid. What is this? You aren't trying to drug your master, are you? See? Chu Liang sighed helplessly. Master, a poison strong enough to affect your divine physique. How could a lowly third-realm disciple like me ever afford such a thing? Her guard dropped. True point. Let me try it. She took a sip, and her eyes instantly lit up.
Oh my!
Delicious. I've never tasted water this sweet before. If I added a little wine to this, it would be heavenly. Seeing her reaction, Chu Liang grinned. Does Master like it? Empress Phoenix held up the empty cup, admiring it. It is acceptable. Not bad at all. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Liang began to back away. I'll make sure to buy more to honor you next time. If there is nothing else, this disciple will take his leave. I still have business at the Sword Transmission Hall. The beauty had completely forgotten about the jade talisman, lost in the sweet aftertaste of the tea. She nodded, satisfied. Good disciple, truly filial. The moment I escaped Master's clutch, I rushed straight to the second floor of the sword transmission hall. Inside, a disciple named Jade Dragon held my material with trembling hands. Senior Brother Shu, to refine this into an item with both flight and defense arrays, it will cost 100 sword coins. Chu Liang clutched his chest, the phantom pain of poverty hitting him. Fine. I just hope the refinement succeeds. Jade Dragon sensed the doubt in his voice and quickly defended himself. Senior brother, rest assured. Don't let my age fool you. I have personally refined artifacts 12 times. Surely, one of them has to succeed eventually. Chu Liang looked at him with extreme skepticism. The stare made Jade Dragon sweat nervously. He clenched his fist, trying to sound confident. Senior brother, I guarantee that I pursue the absolute highest power in my crafting. The effects of my creations are stronger than anyone else's. Therefore, the risk of failure is naturally a tiny bit higher. If you want a safe bet, you can choose someone else. Seeing his desperation, Chu Liang hesitated to switch smiths. He thought to himself, to fail that many times and still accept orders at his age. Chu Liang rubbed his chin. A plan forming. Mount Shu isn't his grandfather. The only explanation is that the elders value his potential immensely. He must have a hidden talent. Although the life source green leaf was precious, it wasn't irreplaceable. It was worth a gamble. Sensing the leverage he had, Chu Liang made his counteroffer. 70 sword coins. I'll let you refine this order, but you have to lower the price. Jade Dragon froze. He looked horrified at the lowball offer. Seeing this reaction, Chu Liang was certain of his guess. This guy hadn't received an order in a long time. He was desperate for the practice materials. It was time to exploit that desperation. Jade Dragon gritted his teeth, looking like he was about to cry. Senior brother, see, after materials, I'll only make 30 coins profit. But he bowed his head to the capitalist oppression. Fine. I'll take the order. Rest assured, I will give it my life's effort. Chu Liang smiled, happy with his bargain. Then I leave it in your capable hands. Junior brother. Leaving the sword transmission hall, I walked onto the bustling main street. I reached into my pocket to check my remaining balance. Suddenly, the urgency of the situation hit me. That transaction had nearly wiped me out. I had just spent almost all of the savings meant for Big Head Doll's energy pills. His coffers were running dangerously dry, and the need for gold became desperate. Even the spear of a legendary hero, capable of overturning oceans, could not defeat the crushing weight of poverty. A real man needs wealth to stand tall. When would he finally achieve financial freedom? With a heavy heart, he returned to his quarters on Silver Sword Peak. A spiritual paper crane awaited him on the table. He rushed over, eyes widening. Another transmission so soon. He unfolded the letter. It was a message from Jiang Yuebai. Chu Liang marveled silently. Senior Sister Jiang replies with lightning speed. He immediately set out for the heavenly treasure tower peak. Behind the thundering curtain of the waterfall lay a hidden grotto. Little White Zee was elsewhere, stuffing its face with snacks. Oblivious to the world, it cared only for the delicious food. A handsome figure strode confidently toward the secret meeting place. Chu Liang entered the cave with a spring in his step. He bowed respectfully. Senior Sister Jiang, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly. Jiang Yuebai sat perched on a high rock, reading an ancient tome. Hearing his voice, she lifted her gaze. She closed the book and descended with a faint smile. Humph. I can see it in your eyes. You only came for a new technique. Caught! Red-handed Chu Liang chuckled shamelessly. Is that not the best way to catch up? To walk in the footsteps of my brilliant senior sister. Jiang Yuebai wasted no time on pleasantries. She landed gracefully on the ground. Turning toward the inner cave, she declared, very well. Today I shall teach you something truly profound. Prepare yourself. Chu Liang scratched his head and followed eagerly. As you command. The summit of the treasure tower peak. A man and a woman sat side by side, overlooking the majestic landscape. Seeing Chu Liang sit in respectful silence, Jiang Yuebai glanced at him, her mind wandering. She had always considered herself a peerless prodigy. While she was never arrogant, she knew her worth. She believed she was second to no genius in this era. Yet, witnessing Chu Liang master the 100-sword art twice, it had shaken her to her core. A seed of doubt had sprouted in her heart. She recalled her own training. It had taken her a full day, which now seemed painfully mediocre compared to him. Cultivator, confidence is everything. A crack in one's self-belief could shatter their Tao heart. She had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, haunted by his terrifying potential. But after deep reflection, she stabilized her Tao heart. Surely, there was a reason. Perhaps Chu Liang practiced the 100-sword art late, or he was simply born for that specific style. Therefore, this time would be different. She would teach him a notoriously difficult divine ability to test his true limits. Determined, she broke the awkward silence. Today, I will pass down the runesword art. Chu Liang's heart skipped a beat. She holds me in such high regard. The runesword art. He imagined himself wielding the power of runes like a grandmaster. Excitement surged through his veins. This was no ordinary skill like the 100-sword art that any common disciple could use. This was a secret transmission unique to Mount Shu, usually reserved for Golden Core disciples or even the 5 Elements realm. Only the elite could truly master it. Seeing his stunned reaction, Jiang Yuebai teased him. Well, do you have the confidence to learn it? Chu Liang raised his hand, aura blazing with determination. Yes, if Senior Sister Jiang is the teacher, I have absolute faith. And so, the lesson began. The beautiful instructor explained the theory. Though the runesword art was profound, it was purely technical. It did not require comprehending the laws of the great Tao, nor did it demand sky-high cultivation. Even one at the spiritual consciousness realm could wield it. Chu Liang listened with intense focus while she plotted internally. Theoretically speaking, in Professor Jiang's classroom, Lesson 2, Runesword Mechanics, she picked up a simple tree branch to demonstrate. The principle of this divine art is simple to speak of, but hard to execute. Before casting the sword control technique, one must draw a spiritual rune in the void with the blade. Thus, the flying sword carries the explosive power of the talisman. A single strand of sword ki, fused with a rune, creates devastating destruction. She lectured with passion. She poured out knowledge that Chu Liang had never even dreamed of. Furthermore, with enough strength, a single sword art can carry multiple runes. It becomes the 10-rune sword, the 100-rune sword. Legend speaks of an ancient elder of Mount Shu who combined the sword arts with 10,000 runes. His sword pressure crushed the heavens. His ki shook the 9 provinces, holding the power to annihilate mountains and rivers. Chu Liang's mind expanded with every word. Suddenly, Jiang Yuebai asked, "Do you know how to craft talismans?" Liang froze. He was speechless. Sitting on the rock. He shook his head vigorously. This reaction gave her a surge of confidence regarding her own mastery. Jiang Yuebai looked at him with hidden triumph. When I first entered the Golden Core realm to learn this, I had already mastered the art of talisman crafting. She basked in her superiority, ignoring Chu Liang's confusion. Even then, it took me 12 days to master the runesword art. That was the fastest record in Mount Shu's modern history. But looking at this novice, 12 days is an impossible dream for him. In this short time, he won't even learn how to hold the brush. It seems victory is mine this time. But then, a thought paused her internal celebration. Hey, why do I care so much about winning? He is just a junior brother at the middle stage of spiritual consciousness. My victory should be natural, right? Seeing her lost in thought after speaking for so long, Chu Liang pulled out a cup of honey water. Senior Sister Jiang, you have worked hard. Please, have a drink. I bought this at the foot of the mountain. It is delicious. She took a sip of the golden nectar. Jiang Yuebai's eyes instantly lit up with delight. She sighed in satisfaction. This is truly exquisite. Watching her enjoy the drink, Chu Liang's mind raced. Master also loves this drink. He realized a golden opportunity had fallen into his lap. He slammed his hands together. A bold idea formed. Women love this stuff. I have found a way to make money. Chu Liang seized the moment to negotiate. Senior sister, if you like it, I can bring it to you often. However, could you do me a small favor? That very afternoon, the market at Red Border Peak. Floating lanterns illuminated the sky as couples strolled through the scenery. A new signboard was erected at a small stall, written in bold calligraphy. Jiang's Wind Tea, the first fruit tea of the spring season. The marketplace roared with the chaotic symphony of commerce, yet silence reigned over one lonely spot. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into chaos. A voice pierced the air, drawing eyes like moths to a flame. Fairy Zhang has descended. Jiang Yuebai arrived, carrying an aura of absolute divinity that parted the sea of people. Her gaze locked onto one target. She cast a radiant smile toward his humble corner stall. The hearts of every man present instantly shattered. Brothers, look, the goddess is actually smiling at me. Arrival immediately crushed his delusion. In your dreams, that heavenly gaze is clearly meant for me, you fool. Senior Sister Jiang sees only me. Ignoring the clamoring ants, she glided gracefully toward the young man, stopping right in front of his stall. Following their secret script perfectly, she asked, "What might this be?" Chu Liang, playing the role of the humble merchant, replied, "Fruit tea, a taste of heaven." "Then I shall have a taste," she declared. His face lit up with professional warmth. "Senior sister, allow me." He poured a cup of the fragrant, golden nectar with a flourish. She took a sip and nodded in approval. "Exquisite!" Handing back the cup, she made her demand loud and clear. "I'll take one." "Actually, make it two." Her role fulfilled, Jiang Yuebai drifted away like a cloud. Chu Liang bowed to his very first and most important customer. "Safe travels, senior sister." The entire crowd stood frozen, mesmerized by her departing silhouette. Then, the trance broke, and chaos ensued. They swarmed his stall like hungry wolves. A wealthy disciple roared, "Junior brother, how much stock do you have? I'll buy the entire lot." But Chu Liang, sensing a long-term profit, raised a hand. "Apologies. Senior brother, purchase limit is 2 jars per cultivator." The crowd went wild with desire. "2 for me. I need 2 as well." In seconds, a disciplined line formed. Driven by sheer hype, the honey tea vanished faster than a lightning strike. Facing the disappointed stragglers, Chu Liang put on a helpless expression. "Forgive me, everyone. We are completely sold out. Please return at dawn." A collective groan of despair rose from the crowd. "Damn it, I missed it." Ignoring their lamentations, Chu Liang hugged his sign, a devious grin spreading across his face. Asterisk, I need more ingredients. That haul netted me 20 sword coins. The next morning, he arrived at the friendly fish workshop. He breezed in with a cheerful greeting. "Shopkeeper Chun, I've returned." But the man who greeted him looked like a swollen pig's head. His face was unrecognizable. "Shopkeeper, why haven't you healed?" Chu Liang was baffled. He had given him the antidote yesterday. Asterisk, strange. My 100-flower powder acts instantly. Asterisk, is this bevenom? Actually, a high-tier spiritual poison. The shopkeeper sighed through his puffy lips. "It's not the poison. My wife went out to find a healer for me yesterday. When she came back, she smelled a strange fragrance on me. Before I could explain, she beat me black and blue." He grabbed Chu Liang, tears in his eyes. "I am innocent. Young hero, look at me. I'm middle-aged and stressed. I haven't had functionality in years. Chu Liang froze, his brain crashing at the unwanted information. He awkwardly patted the man's shoulder. There! There! Stay strong. Asterisk, wait. The fragrance. That was my antidote's side effect. I basically framed him. Just think of it as a trial of life. The shopkeeper wiped his eyes. Anyway, about the red carp. I went to the river, but the poison fire bees have returned in swarms. I didn't dare approach. Chu Liang's eyes lit up. Don't worry. Honestly, I was afraid they wouldn't. He caught himself just in time. WOULD. End single, quotes, T leave you alone. Since they are back, I shall go to Cloudflower Town and exterminate them personally. The shopkeeper sighed, his worry deep. But what if this plague never ends? What if they keep returning? Chu Liang's mind began to calculate. Asterisk, a never-ending cycle of bees. That means infinite honey and infinite profits. He struggled to hide his grin. A terrible fate indeed. If they return daily, then I must simply slay them daily. The shopkeeper gave a thumbs up, ignoring the pain in his swollen face. Mount Shu is truly blessed to have a righteous disciple like you. You are the savior of our town. Chu Liang bowed humbly. It is my duty, and it is my duty to become filthy rich. Back at the Golden Flower River, nature was peaceful, except for the buzzing cloud of death filling the air. Chu Liang's blade flashed. A.B. was decapitated in midair. He deftly sidestepped the spray of lethal venom. With the grace of a master, he cleared the swarm in mere seconds. He looked at the remaining targets, his eyes gleaming. Suddenly, these hideous monsters didn't look so ugly. In fact, they looked adorable. They were practically dancing in the air. To his eyes, they weren't insects. They were flying gold coins, waiting to be harvested. Meanwhile, beneath the river's surface, a small fish with a pale pink tail watched the maniac on the shore. Its eyes held a shocking level of intelligence and resolve. It glared at Chu Liang for a moment longer. Then, with a flick of its tail, it dove deep into the abyss. Bubbles trailed behind as it raced toward the riverbed. Spotting an orange fish, it screamed through the water. Big sister! Big sister! That detestable human is back! He's slaughtering all the bees we worked so hard to summon. The orange fish, marked with a mystic symbol, widened its eyes in shock. Again. That Mount Shu disciple, does he have a grudge against insects? Why won't he leave our bees alone? The little pink fish trembled, utterly traumatized. Panic consumed the riverbed. Disaster. Absolute disaster. If our defenses fall, must we abandon our ancestral home? The orange carp watched her companion tremble and stepped forward to offer comfort. Fear not, little sister. She rose up, striking a pose of arrogant confidence. With a swirl of water around her fins, she declared, a cultivator of his caliber has the weight of the world on his shoulders. He cannot possibly waste his days hunting mere bees by the river. We shall summon the swarm again tomorrow. No humans will dare approach the Cam-Ho River. In the past, we were helpless. But now, I have awakened my spiritual power. She raised her tiny fin like a legendary blade and vowed with burning determination, I swear to shield the Koi clan with my life. But the red carp still shivered, eyes wide with dread. But elder sister, what if he does return every single day? The orange carp laughed, waving her whiskers dismissively. An impossible. Human cultivators are obsessed with ascension and treasure. Who among them has the leisure for such petty things? Besides, the valley is teeming with poisonous wasps. Even he cannot exterminate them all. Patience is our weapon, and victory shall be ours. Hope finally returned to the red carp's face. Her fear melted into a bright smile. You are right, sister. That villain wouldn't dare. I refuse to believe anyone is that bored. Meanwhile, back in his quarters, Chu Liang sat comfortably, savoring the aroma of fine tea. Ah, if only I could harvest monster spirits every single day. Setting down the empty cup, his gaze shifted. A predator's focus returned. Tea time is over. It is time to cultivate. The table was set with ink, cinnabar, and scrolls. The legendary art. Talisman sword scripture. The secret lay in fusing ancient seals with razor-sharp sword intent. To master the sword, I must first master the ink. He recalled Senior Sister Jiang's guidance. She passed down the essence, but the foundation is mine to build. She could not teach the basics from scratch. I must decipher them myself. A month remained to master the craft. Time is on my side. Let us begin from the roots. The system's voice echoed the scripture's wisdom. Talismans are vessels for divine runes. These are not mere drawings. They are the script of the heavenly Tao. To awaken them is to channel the will of the heavens themselves. But the heavens are not easily commanded. One must condense their own true key into the ink. Only then will the power of the cosmos respond. When the brush dances, spiritual light shall follow. But that is merely the beginning. Cinnabar is the blood of the art, binding the key. It holds the energy, preventing it from fading. But a true grandmaster of the Tao needs neither paper nor brush. They carve runes into the very air we breathe, and to do so with a flying sword. That is the pinnacle of control. However, for the novice, three barriers stand before the aspirant. First, the complexity of heaven. A single stroke astray invites failure. Precision must be absolute. Second, the condensation of spirit. True key is volatile. It seeks to scatter. One must bind it with an iron will, creating a seamless flow. Control must be absolute. The energy must circulate without a single break. Third, the precision of mind. Many seals are lead blast techniques. To control the detonation, it requires spiritual control, refined to a razor's edge. Chu Liang stood like a statue. He closed his eyes, centering his existence. He poured his soul into the visualization of the cinnabar rune. Essence, energy, spirit, converge. Sitting dutifully, one hand held the manual, the other traced the air. A spark, a tiny flame flickered into existence. He muttered. Complex indeed. I should simulate the strokes in my mind first, before wasting precious paper. After all, every sheet of cinnabar paper costs money. He traced a casual pattern in the void. But then, the air rippled. A burning crimson rune materialized from nothingness. It expanded, pulsating with raw yang energy. Chu Liang jumped back in shock. The rune surged forward, drifting away. Not understanding the phenomenon, he retreated defensively. He frantically flipped through the manual. Wait, Is this success? The book explicitly states, void drawing is a technique for masters. He clutched his chest, looking at the expensive paper piles. A pang of regret hit his wallet. I bought thousands of sheets for practice. Buying all this material. What a waste of funds. My savings are ruined. He glanced at the unfinished page. If I succeeded on the first try, a bold idea took root. Since I have already conquered the void, why bother with paper? I shall attempt the fusion immediately. Manual in hand, he strode out the door. His mind drifted into calculation. Compared to Senior Sister's timeline, I seem to be moving a bit faster, but that is to be expected. I have always been a quick learner. He arrived at the courtyard of Silver Sword Peak. The area was deserted, silent, and perfect. The fresh mountain air filled his lungs. The perfect stage for a test of power. Chu Liang raised his hand, commanding the invisible blades. He began to carve the air. Talisman, sword art. The invisible blade etched the rune. Stroke by stroke, a complete seal formed in the ether. He wasted no time. Go! The sword shot forward like a viper. But it flew just like any ordinary sword. Chu Liang frowned. Failure. He did not yield. He summoned the blade back. The flight path distorted the rune's shape. He gripped the red demon slayer tight. Again. With a decisive slash, he carved the rune directly into the wind. The blade hummed, pristine and lethal. Aura surged, majestic and terrifying. Every movement rippled with authority. At that same moment, a spellfire ignited in his palm. Chanting the ancient incantations, he thrust his hand forward. The sword obeyed the call. But this time was different. A trail of azure energy clung to the steel. It struck the target. Boom! A magnificent explosion of fire and smoke. A cataclysmic boom shook the earth, sending his robes fluttering in the violent shockwave. He stared blankly, unable to comprehend the devastation before his eyes. Was this destructive power truly the work of his own hands? Is this the legendary talisman sword art? The blade, having fulfilled its deadly purpose, obediently flew back to its master. Gazing at the blade pulsing with spiritual light, Chu Liang felt a surge of pride. By fusing ancient runes with sharp sword energy, the destructive potential had skyrocketed. This wasn't simple addition. It was elemental alchemy. Like wind fanning the flames of hell, the two forces amplified each other in a perfect cycle of destruction. He gripped his precious treasure, while behind him, the dual energies of yin and yang danced in harmony. A bold idea began to take root in his mind. If he could master the wind rune, he could unleash a wind-fire dual sword strike. The power would multiply exponentially. He imagined a supreme sword array, a formation created by his own hand, spinning like a deadly carousel, but filled with flying swords shimmering with lethal aura. He mentally reviewed the profound Tao of talismans. Even simple runes, when woven together, could form a heaven-shaking formation. Peerless might. If he combined a grand formation with his sword intent. Chu Liang's jaw dropped in sheer just how godlike would that power be? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the neighboring peak. He spun around in terror, cold sweat instantly soaking his face. He knew exactly who owned this terrifying aura. Was his master in a rage again? Was this about the chaos she caused in the East Sea? Had the Seven Stars Gazette slandered Empress Phoenix? Rage manifested as a physical flame, forming a giant fire phoenix that crushed the very air with its pressure. Chu Liang, witnessing this all-too-familiar scene, sighed with envy. He had to rack his brain just to gain a sliver of strength. Yet his master could shake the heavens just by losing her temper. It was truly unfair. Meanwhile, Empress Phoenix glared at the words on the paper. She crushed the harmless paper in her iron grip. The headline read, "Tyrannical Peak Master of Mount Shu causes havoc in the East Sea and gets deported. How dare they?" Below, the insulting text was an illustration of her being surrounded by law enforcers. Empress Phoenix hyperventilated with fury. She crumpled the newspaper, extended a hand crackling with summoned energy, and let out a bone-chilling laugh. So, that fat geezer from the Heavenly Book Pavilion wants to play dirty? Just as her rage peaked, a green phoenix descended onto the roof. It held a scroll in its beak. Hearing the familiar cry, Empress Phoenix glanced up and recognized the divine messenger. A bluebird from the Infinite Palace. She regained her composure and snatched the message. What grave news required such urgency? To send a bluebird meant a realm-shaking event. She unfurled the scroll. The message was brief but terrifying. She read aloud. The demon god is on the verge of resurrection. All Big Masters must gather at the Infinite Palace immediately. She paused. This wasn't news to her. It was exactly what little Chu had reported upon his return. Meanwhile, at the bustling Red Cotton Peak Market, Chu Liang was tending to his stall. A massive queue of cultivators waited patiently. Hours passed. Chu Liang finally bowed apologetically to the crowd. Apologies, fellow Daoists. The limited edition Spring Fruit Tea is officially sold out. Please return early tomorrow. The crowd groaned in despair. Sold out again. We missed it. Reluctantly, they dispersed. However, one persistent customer refused to leave. He leaned in and whispered, "Junior brother, I will pay you double the price. Next time, let me skip the line and buy directly." Chu Liang bowed politely but answered firmly, "Impossible." He had already calculated the risks. If he broke the rules for a few coins, his brand's reputation would crumble. He began packing up, eager to return to his cultivation. Suddenly, a group of thugs blocked his path. The leader smirked, flashing his teeth. "Hey, brother! I've been watching you for 2 days now. You have become quite the celebrity." Chu Liang knew they were looking for trouble, but he smiled innocently. "I am just running a humble, small business." The thug huffed, extending a greedy hand. "This isn't a normal business. You haven't paid the stall protection fee yet." Chu Liang blinked in confusion. "Protection fee? Since when does the red cotton market require a fee?" The thug stepped closer. Arrogant, he pointed at the empty spots. "Those guys don't need to pay. But your line creates chaos and hogs spiritual space. Disrupting the market order requires a hefty fine and advance notice." Chu Liang feigned shock, his voice trembling with mock doubt. "Is there really such a law?" The bully, relying on his numbers, stepped into Chu Liang's personal space. "What?" He pointed a finger right between Chu Liang's eyes. "Are you daring to question the disciplinary hall?" In contrast to the thug's fury, Chu Liang remained as calm as a still lake. "Not at all. I am new here and ignorant of the customs." He smiled warmly. "So, how much is this fee?" The thug, still scowling, replied, "Usually, it is 1/10 of your earnings. But since this is a late payment, there is a penalty. Hand over every spirit coin you earned these past days. Don't try to hide a single kappa." Chu Liang lowered his head, eyes shadowed. "Is that so?" The thug prepared a spell behind his back, thinking he's about to resist. "I'll crush him the moment he moves." But suddenly, Chu Liang produced a heavy purse. "Okay, I made 49 spirit coins. Here they are." The thug froze, shocked by how quickly the money appeared. Chu Liang played the fool, placing his entire hard-earned fortune into the bully's hand. "Let's round it up to 54 convenience. Please, count it, senior brother." The red-haired thug stood there, dumbfounded by the easy victory. He didn't know how to react. Before he could finish, Chu Liang interrupted. "Senior brother, you look very familiar. Haven't we met somewhere before?" He snatched the coin pouch with greedy speed, barking, "Don't act like we're friends! If you want to keep your stall here, you pay the tribute." Instead of fighting back, our protagonist simply smiled, his eyes hiding a sharp glint. "Wait, I recognize that aura. You look familiar." He narrowed his eyes and said, "Senior brother Wong from the Cloud Stream sect. We did a mission together, right?" "I never forget a face." The redhead looked bewildered. "What the hell? My surname isn't Wong. I'm a Jiang," he snapped. Having secured the target's identity, Chu Liang wasted no time. He bowed respectfully, hiding a smirk. "Ah, my mistake. Fair thee. Well then." As Chu Liang skipped away like a naive child, the cultivator surnamed Jiang sneered, drunk on his own arrogance. HMPH. "What a brainless fool!" He handed it over so easily. "I should have demanded double." A nervous lackey watched the extortion and whispered, "Senior brother Jiang ... Is this wise? Aren't we abusing the disciplinary hall's authority to scam people?" The redhead weighed the coins in his hand, completely unbothered by such trivial morals. He scoffed. "Relax. This kid offended my junior brother, so I'm just squeezing him a little. Who cares about a few sword coins anyway?" No sooner had Chu Liang vanished than Zai Lang hobbled out from the shadows. He had been hiding like a rat until the coast was clear, his face twisted in annoyance. "Senior brother, Why? Just take a few coins. We were supposed to cripple him. So he leaves the Hungmian market forever. The red-haired bully laughed, pleased with his easy victory. I actually expected him to fight back. If he resisted, I could have crushed him legally. But who knew he was such a spineless coward? He handed over the cash with a smile. With so many witnesses, how could I attack a compliant disciple? Chu Liang grimaced, his bandaged fist trembling with impotent rage. Damn it, that's so frustrating. That brat dared to eye senior sister Ziqing and reduced us to this state. The three brothers looked like leftovers from a war zone, crutches and bandages everywhere. The fat one took the worst of it. Not only was he simple-minded, but his head was wrapped like a dumpling. He stomped his feet, snot and tears flowing freely. Recalling the charming smile the beauty gave Chu Liang, he roared. And senior sister Jiang smiled at him. His business is booming while we suffer. It makes my blood boil. Zhang patted his shoulder with a sinister grin. Don't worry. If he dares show his face tomorrow, I'll use other methods to break him. If he resists, I'll teach him a lesson in pain immediately. If he submits, I'll squeeze him until he begs to leave the market. Chu Liang cheered. Good. But the skinny bandit frowned, sensing something off. But something feels wrong. He was too cooperative. It went too smoothly. Zhang laughed loudly, convinced of his own genius. Complicated? He's just a moron. Did you see him wave goodbye to me? Chu Liang turned to the fat disciple. What do you think? The bandaged glutton blinked vacantly. He paused for a moment before declaring, I think we should go eat something delicious. Meanwhile, back in his room, Chu Liang stared at a regulation paper, his brow furrowed. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. I didn't violate a single rule of Hongmian Peak. This wasn't a tax. I was being bullied. He rubbed his chin, replaying the night's events. His eyes narrowed as the puzzle pieces clicked together. This was personal. Someone is targeting me, specifically. 1 hour later, Chu Liang arrived at his master's door, radiating pure grievance. Master, your disciple has been bullied. Empress Feng spun around, eyes widening with dangerous intensity. What? Someone dared to touch a hair on a disciple of Silver Sword Peak. Chu Liang recounted the tale of the market extortion, citing the specific laws of Manchu with lawyer-like precision, and finally declared, pointing to the sky with conviction, this behavior is, without a doubt, criminal extortion. His master nodded, absorbing the story. She cut through the legal jargon with a serious expression. I don't care about the laws. I just need to know one thing. Do we have the moral high ground? Chu Liang nodded. Absolutely. A terrifying, predatory grin spread across Empress Fane's face. Ha ha ha. Without a second thought, she blasted into the sky, leaving Chu Liang in the dust. He blinked. Wait. Cloud. Flood. Peak. Right? It's rare to have a fight where we are actually the victims. He summoned his flying sword to chase her. Arriving at Cloud Flood Peak, she hovered in the air like a wrathful deity. Sheng Shuwen, I'm counting 2, 3. Get your ass out here. She didn't even wait for a response. Boom! She blasted a spell right in front of his gate. Chu Liang panicked. Master, you haven't even started counting yet. She landed with a heavy impact, her towering red high heels clicking ominously as she marched forward, an aura of murder rolling off her. Sensing the disturbance, a figure flew out to investigate. Seeing the madwoman at his doorstep, he offered a weary greeting. It was the Cloud Flood Peak, Master Shang Shu, clad in jade-green robes. Even the energy beneath his feet glowed with a calm, reliable green. He faced the early morning intruder with a cold, detached look. What is the meaning of this? Empress Feng placed hands on hips, radiating righteous fury. Your disciples are bullying my Silver Sword Peak disciple. I'm here to demand justice for my student. Realizing his students had caused trouble again, his intimidating aura vanished, his tone softened. I see. What exactly happened? Who is the culprit? Tell me the details. If my disciple is at fault, I will punish them according to the sect rules. Right on cue, Chu Liang landed beside his master. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, Martial Uncle Shang. It was a senior brother, surnamed Zhang, from your peak. He claims to be an enforcer for the disciplinary hall and extorted money from me. Shang Shu when paused. Surname Zhang. Disciplinary hall. Pinpointing the troublemaker immediately, he waved his hand, casting a summoning spell. That must be Zhongxing. Yuan Trong Han Vin materialized from the swirling spiritual mist. Confusion clouded his mind as he faced his master's sudden summons. A storm of questions raged in his head. Why has Master called for me now? He stepped forward, flesh and blood, unaware of the doom awaiting him. Still dazed, his gaze swept the area, until his eyes locked onto two figures, waiting like predators for the show to begin. His jaw dropped, brows knitting in shock. It was that brat from the market. So, he was truly the disciple of the infamous Empress Danu Fu. Two pairs of eyes bore into him, radiating bone-chilling coldness. Like master, like disciple, their auras flickered ominously, revealing the same piercing azure glint. A sinister smile played on their lips. A shiver of pure terror ran down his spine. Are they here for revenge? I have provoked a disaster. Thuong Thursday Van wasted no time on pleasantries. He turned, his voice booming like thunder. Trong Han Vin, answer me with the absolute truth. Han Vin shrank back, trembling like a leaf. Why yes. Master, Thuong Thursday Van pointed accusingly at the guests. Did you cross paths with this junior at the Red Cotton Peak today? Did you extort money from him? Han Vin's face turned corpse. He shook his head violently, desperation in his eyes. Absolutely not. I am a deacon of the Hall of Justice. I uphold the laws of Mount Shu. How would I dare commit such a crime? Thuong Thursday Van turned to the guests, hand raised. He adopted a diplomatic tone. Surely, this is all a grave misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and discuss this rationally? But Dinu Thuong caught the stall tactic immediately. She had no patience for word games. A sharp, mocking laugh cut through the air. Ha! She pointed at her own chest, radiating arrogance. Did my words fail to reach your ears? I said your disciple bullied mine. I am here to demand justice, not to chat. Did you honestly think I came here to drink tea and clarify facts? Thuong Thursday Van stood his ground, pointing to a nearby pavilion. His voice dropped low. Conflict between the younger generation, double quotes, is commonplace in the cultivation world. As an enforcer, friction with fellow disciples is inevitable. Let us enter and discern right from wrong without hurting our sect's harmony. Danu Thuong's patience snapped. She ground her teeth, saying nothing. She simply snapped her fingers. Boom! An explosion shook the heavens. The pavilion he had just pointed to was instantly obliterated. Debris and smoke filled the air. Thuong Thursday Van froze, too terrified to even look back. He realized this madwoman was burning down his sanctuary without a second thought. What is the meaning of this? He roared. Danu Thuong smirked. She had him. She prepared to snap her fingers again. Her eyes flashed with danger. I have told you 3 times. I am here for my disciple's justice. I am done speaking. The tower behind him was already consumed by a sea of flames. Thuong Thursday Van lowered his head, his spirit broken. He dared not provoke this calamity any further. But, without clear evidence, how can there be justice? You are being completely unreasonable. Hearing his accusation, her eyes glowed crimson with rising fury. She rubbed her fingers together again, pouting in mock annoyance. Teska. The threat was clear. If he didn't act, Cloud Peak would be reduced to ash. He frantically waved his hands to stop her. Enough! I will not argue with you. How much did he take? we will return it all. Di Nu Fuang cast a knowing glance at Soluang. Asterisk Ganam. Your price, kid. Asterisk. Soluang looked at the master and disciple, ... who were gritting their teeth in humiliation. Slowly, he raised 5 fingers. 5,000 spirit stones. No ... 5 ... 10,000. Thuong Thursday, Van nearly coughed up blood. 10,000. He stared at the innocent-looking junior. You look like a saint, but you speak like a demon. 50,000 sword coins. You dare. Even a peak master like me cannot summon that amount instantly. Asterisko, could a mere divine will cultivator possess such wealth? And even if you did, no disciple would have the guts to steal a mountain of gold like that. That is a capital offense. Only a fool would believe you were robbed of that much. Denu Fuhong, however, beamed with pride. Asterisk quell. Done, brat. Asteriskly vicious. Even I wouldn't have dared to ask for so much. Asterisk. Hanveen clutched his head, tears welling up. His jaw unhinged. 50 turned into 50,000. Is this some kind of supreme multiplication technique? How can a human being lie so shamelessly? Panicked, he blurted out the truth. Impossible, master. I swear, I only demanded 50 coins. He is lying. The moment the words left his mouth, ... he felt his master's death glare. He froze. By denying the amount, he had confessed to the crime. Asteriskoso. The extortion was real. Asterisk. The truth was out. Denu Fuang feigned shock, her brow furrowing. You say 50. My disciple says 50,000. That is quite a discrepancy. Peak Master Thuong. I have a solution. She clenched her fist, her voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. I will incinerate him right here. We can sift through his ashes to count the coins. If we find 50,000, we take them and leave. If not, I will apologize for the mistake. How does that sound? Both master and disciple felt their legs turn to jelly. Thuong Thursday Van gritted his teeth, weighing his options. He hesitantly raised 5 fingers. I will compensate you 5,000 spirit stones. We end this now. Push me any further, and I will take this to the High Council. On this, I will not yield. She ignored his threats, eyes gleaming. 5,000, she muttered. She turned to So Luang. Is this acceptable? So Luang gave a look of feigned helplessness. He bowed respectfully to the fuming Peak Master. My master has always taught me that the disciples of Silver Sword Peak must be virtuous. Since the Peak Master seeks resolution, we should not be difficult. Harmony between fellow disciples is paramount. The 2 scammers exchanged glances, ... and burst into victorious laughter. Ha, indeed, Dinu Fuang declared. Helping others is our creed. Consider the missing 45,000 a fee for our friendship. Chu Liang stood beside her, beaming with charisma, as they say. Another friend is another path to power. The deal was sealed, and he handed over a jade slip worth 5,000 spirit stones. The moment it touched her hand, her demeanor flipped. She shooed them away. You have the money? Now get lost. I still have to deal with that Yun Jia situation. Clutching the payment, her hostility vanished instantly. It was replaced by a bright, professional smile directed at him. Farewell, sir. As she watched the 2 of them skip away happily, the man turned around, his aura darkening as he began to berate Xing Yuan. What in the heavens is going on? Xing Yuan, who had been kneeling on the ground this entire time, obediently recounted the truth. It was junior brother Shang. He told me to teach that disciple from Silver Sword Peak a lesson on his behalf, so I obeyed. When Changshuan heard that specific name, his pupils constricted violently. He repeated the name, grinding his teeth over every syllable. Shang. Zi. Liang. Ignoring the blazing fire behind him, He raised his hand, immediately summoning that disgrace of a son. Shan Ziyang, who was out indulging in debauchery somewhere, suddenly received his father's summons. Pure terror and panic washed over him. Arriving to see his family's courtyard in flames, he faced Xuan's thunderous interrogation. "What have you done?" Seeing his father's trembling rage, he dropped to his knees, prostrating in submission. "Father, ... I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. But before that, I just need to confirm one thing. I am still your biological son, right?" Moments later, within the consciousness space of the token, a massive, imposing figure, the murderous venerable Bulgaze Tuari number 5, probing for information. "The matter at Mount Reliance City, ... Has it truly concluded? Are you unharmed?" Meanwhile, back at Silver Sword Peak, Empress Phoenix was in high spirits. She downed wine to celebrate her joyous mood, praising him lavishly. "Your performance today was exemplary. You usually say little, but when you opened your mouth, you were sharper than I expected. Young people truly have such charm." Chu Liang sat across from her and bowed respectfully. "It is all thanks to Master's brilliant guidance." She continued to toss casual praises his way. "Keep up the good work in the future." Yet, the disciple before her stood still, as if waiting for something tangible to accompany the words. Chu Liang stared intensely at the money pouch next to her. A roguish grin plastered on his face. Seeing he hadn't left yet, she tilted her head. "What is it?" Chu Liang's eyes didn't leave the pouch as he dropped a heavy hint. "Master, the harvest today was quite bountiful, wasn't it?" Catching his drift, she finally opened the bag, separated a tiny portion, and handed it to him. "Ha! You little rascal. Don't worry. I wouldn't forget your share. We will split this 7-3. He reached out and took the bag, which contained barely a tenth of the total, and frowned in confusion. Chu Liang broke into a cold sweat, his lips twitching, as he asked, "Master, in what world is this 3 parts?" Empress Phoenix casually winked at him, completely a 7-3 split. "You get 3, I get 9. Do you have a problem with my math?" Chu Liang clutched his meager share. He stood frozen, rooted to the spot by her shameless logic. Back in his own room, Chu Liang sat on his chair, staring at the money pouch at his feet, and let out a long, defeated sigh. He consoled himself inwardly. Well, thanks to Master stepping in today, I did manage to scrape some profit off the top. It's not a total loss. Besides, he was already accustomed to this noble master's way of doing things. He knew well that money entering her hand was like meat falling into a dog's belly, gone forever. The fact that she let even this little bit leak through her fingers was already an act of immense generosity. He stowed the pouch away, recalling the scene at the stand. The crowd eagerly waiting for his fruit tea. That memory soothed him. As long as I can sell my fruit tea in peace, I can still live a good life and walk the path to prosperity. Suddenly, something vibrated against his chest, startling him. He looked down instinctively. Pulling it out, he saw the dark space token glowing. Chu Liang held it cautiously. The questions he had been dreading were finally arriving. The moment his consciousness entered the void, the leader, Lord Shah, couldn't wait a second longer. 58. Is the mission at Mount Reliance City complete? Are you safe? Chu Liang looked up at the avatar, speaking those hypocritical words and thought. I won't even dignify that with a response. You care about my safety. You only care about the Nethersea Golden Lotus. That's all this is. Number 59, standing nearby, noticed his silence and chimed in. I saw the news in the 7 Stars report. Brother, ... The demon race's divine envoy was killed by 2 righteous disciples. Senior, you haven't spoken recently. Did you encounter misfortune? Liang thought back to the Golden Lotus. That flower has already been refined by me. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking seriously, trying to weave the perfect narrative for this situation. The Nethersea. Golden Lotus obviously cannot be retrieved. Lord Shah was clearly getting impatient, fishing for the location of the treasure. It was time to put on a show. Asterisk, my story needs to be flawless, so they don't suspect a thing. He adjusted his voice to a deep, weary timbre and replied, Apologies, Lord Shah. Your subordinate is incompetent. I attempted to seize the Nethersea Golden Lotus at Mount Reliance City, but I failed. I was heavily injured and have been in hiding to recover. Hearing this, Lord Shay's anxiety for the lotus spiked, and he interrogated, Injured? Who injured you? Is the damage to your foundation severe? Not wanting to expose himself so quickly, Chu Liang thought of that disciple named Yun, the one nicknamed Ox, and decided to use him as a shield. He bowed respectfully. Subordinate, I clashed with a formidable disciple from the Heavenly Gang sect. I suffered significant internal damage. After days of rest, I am only just beginning to recover. Lord Char nodded, accepting the justification. He didn't pry further. Then you cannot be blamed. Suddenly, number 60, who stood nearby, spoke up with unexpected benevolence. Seemingly wanting to help a comrade, he said, I happen to be near Mount Reliance City. I possess a rare medicinal pill that can heal internal injuries caused by righteous ki. I will bring it to you. Chu Liang stared at him, eyes unblinking and alert, his expression hardening. Asterisk. Why would he suddenly say something like that? Asterisk. From my observations, the atmosphere between Demon Sect disciples is always one of mutual suspicion. Asterisk. He had just claimed to be heavily injured. Asterisk. And now this guy jumps out offering to deliver medicine. Who would dare trust you? If you kill me while delivering medicine, it would be just another Tuesday in the Nether King sect. Asterisk. He remained silent, thinking cautiously, refusing to reveal a single opening. If number 60 dares to make this offer, there's a possibility. Asterisk that he and number 58 have some deep bond or friendship that I'm unaware of. Chu Liang crossed his arms, staring at number 60's avatar, calculating his next move. Asterisk, if I rashly refuse, they might sense something is wrong and my identity will be exposed. How do I decline this kindness without raising flags? Asterisk, I'm truly terrified of sudden concern from a colleague. Lord Shah, however, thought it was a brilliant idea and pushed the agenda. Since that is the case, 60, go and deliver the medicine to him. Guard him with your life. 58 suffered for the Dark Sea Golden Lotus. If he falls now, my wrath will be boundless. A storm brewed in Chu Liang's mind. His eyes narrowed, dissecting the envoy's true motive, forcing a meeting between him and number 60. In the cutthroat world of the Demon Sect, solitude was the only shield. The envoy likely suspected him of hoarding the treasure. It was a perfect setup. Let 60 strike while he was vulnerable, or have 58 turn the tables. Either way, the envoy held the puppet strings. As the executioner, he had every excuse to eliminate the survivor. If he succeeded, the Dark Sea Golden Lotus would fall right into his grasp. Perhaps 60 and 58 shared a blood bond. The executioner believed 58 was safe under his watch. Meanwhile, Chu Liang, a mere outlier, spiraled into a vortex of dark deduction, ignoring the pawns. What was this Demon Dao chat group really? A harmonious family reunion? Impossible. Expecting conscience from the Nether King sect was like asking a tiger to be vegan. I must refuse, he decided. The silence was suffocating until number 59 shattered it. Hey, Amit, count me in. Let's make it a party. A savior had arrived. Chu Liang mentally bowed to this chaotic interloper. Was he afraid of being left out? Regardless, his absurdity pierced the tension beautifully. Seizing the momentum, Chu Liang played his card. This guy is my ticket out, he thought. Refusing now makes me look rational, not suspicious. Absolutely not, he messaged with faint confidence. I am secure, and my wounds have closed. There is no need to mobilize an army for my sake. Escaping that digital cage, a cold sweat lingered. Every member of that group hid a dagger behind their smile. The executioner's ambition was transparent. Number 60 remained a shadow, half concealed. But number 59, his mind was a chaotic void. Chu Liang couldn't even begin to fathom. Stashing the command token, he exhaled a heavy sigh. Headache induced. Suddenly, a thunderous pounding shook his door. Brother, Chu, are you there? Chu Liang glanced at the darkening sky. Who comes calling at this ungodly hour? The door swung open to reveal junior brother Yu Long, grinning like a fool. Senior brother, Shu, I have arrived. Chu Liang barely blinked. Junior brother Yun, surely you didn't run all this way just to yet. Yu Long cut him off. I did it. I have finally mastered the refinement. He whipped off the orange cloth covering. Asterisk flash. A blinding radiance flooded the room. Chu Liang stared at the precious leaf, now teeming with magical energy. His eyes sparkled like stars. Oh, ... It is complete, Yu Long urged. Senior brother, please give it a test drive. Chu Liang nodded, guiding the divine leaf with his spirit. Very well. With a wave of his hand, the small leaf expanded. It transformed into a massive vessel of power. Chu Liang leaped atop the artifact, ready to soar. But the moment his foot touched down, thud. Solid. Usually, flying treasures prioritized comfort. He had expected the softness of a cloud couch. Instead, junior brother had forged something harder than cold steel. He glanced at Yu Long's expectant face and sighed. Forgive his youth, he thought. Comfort is a luxury to the inexperienced. He activated the Dharma treasure. Emerald energy erupted. Before he could find his footing, the leaf spun violently, turning him into a human spinning top. The speed was blinding. Senior brother, Yu Long screamed from below, his face pale with terror. Chu Liang's face turned a sickly shade of green. Ignore me. Watch the artifact, he bellowed. Do not let it escape. Asterisk. Boom! The leaf slammed into a nearby peak like a meteor, gouging a massive crater into the rock. Yu Long pointed proudly at the destruction. Well, are you not entertained? I pushed the materials to their absolute limit. The rune formation is my masterpiece. And that speed. Surely you felt the raw power. Chu Liang looked at the wreckage, then at the proud craftsman. He was speechless. Not wanting to crush the boy's spirit, he forced a smile. Truly, ... formidable. However, there is a tiny issue. He recalled the leaf. As a flying tool, ... it is fundamentally unflyable. Yu Long scratched his head. Why? Chu Liang sighed. You saw it. It is a wild beast. The moment I let go, it vanishes. My spiritual sense cannot track its velocity. He swallowed the harsher truth. No one in the divine intent realm could tame this monster. Even a golden core expert would struggle. Yu Long looked him dead in the eye. But that sounds like a you problem, brother. Chu Liang froze, turned into a statue of shock. Passed. Wait. Does he actually have a point? He choked back a curse. I commissioned this, and you built a death trap I cannot pilot. It was absurd. It was like handing a novice the keys to a formula racing beast. Chu Liang stared helplessly at the leaf. Still, he thought, I cannot deny his genius in artifact refinement is Gatia. ... Yu Long had truly outdone himself this time. This artifact wasn't some cheap trinket worth 70 coins. It was a masterpiece of spiritual engineering. I asked for a simple transport tool, but he handed me a beast with the heart of a dragon. One tap of the throttle, and your life is left to the mercy of the heavens. Yu Long muttered, calculating the variables with the true key of the divine intent realm. Controlling this surge of power should be child's play. Perhaps your spiritual sense lacks agility, a common failing among novices. He extended a hand in mock encouragement, wearing an expression that begged for a fist. If senior brother Siku dedicates himself to cultivation, mastering this artifact is inevitable. Chu Liang stood there, utterly defeated by the logic. Asterisk. You dare lecture me? He closed his eyes, picturing the absurdity of the situation. Imagine walking into a dealership. I need a bicycle. Keep it simple. But then, the salesman returns with a combat helicopter, grinning like a maniac. Behold your ride. Just spend 10 years getting your pilot's license, and you're set. Chu Liang's face remained a mask of stone. Asterisk, I just wanted to be a dashing swordsman on a breeze. Why are you forcing me into the cockpit of a death machine? Thank you so much. Because of you, Chu. Liang sighed, abandoning the idea of flight. Fine. Let's test its defensive capabilities. At this, Yulong's eyes lit up. An excellent proposal. Senior brother, activate the array inscriptions. I shall serve as your opponent. Prepare to witness true impenetrability. Chu Liang felt a flicker of relief. Even if the flight mode was suicidal, he had requested double defensive arrays. Asterisk, at least I won't die from a crash. He channeled energy into his palm, triggering the secondary function of the leaf spirit art. Instantly, the artifact spun wildly, transforming into a miniature cyclone. A profound aura erupted, wrapping around his body like a cocoon. It morphed into an impenetrable green sphere, sealing him inside. He stumbled, banging his fists against the verdant walls in confusion. Not a scratch! A sense of safety washed over him. The walls were diamond hard. Even the strength of 10 tigers couldn't make a dent. It was immovable. Then, Oolong's voice pierced through the barrier, dragging him back to reality. Senor. Brother Shu, I just struck with full power. You didn't feel a ripple, did you? With my array combination, even a fourth realm. Cultivator. ... would find this. Defense absolute. Yulong shoved the sphere, sending it rolling away with a surge of kinetic energy. Inside the spinning prison, Chu Liang screamed, Junior brother Yon, I admit, the defense is god tier, but I'm completely immobilized. Oolong explained with frustrating calmness. A necessary sacrifice. Only a total seal ensures 0 weaknesses. Perfection requires confinement. Chu Liang frantically deactivated the art, bursting free. He gasped for air, his face pale. That was ... suffocating. He looked at the device with dread. Asterisk, this isn't a tool. It's a coffin. Asterisk, how can I fight if I'm wrapped up like a human dumpling? Isn't that just serving myself up on a platter? He watched the leaf art floating innocently. Suddenly, Oolong snapped his fingers. Senior brother, you haven't seen the ultimate technique. The 2 arrays can be fused. In a life-or-death crisis, activate both. Absolute defense meets supersonic speed for the perfect escape. Chu Liang stared at him, dumbfounded. Asterisk, if I'm sealed inside a ball, I can't steer. I'd just be pouring gas into a rocket with no steering wheel. Yulong beamed with pride, oblivious. Chu Liang abandoned all hope for the boy's intelligence. Asterisk. So, the plan is, wrap myself in a ball, vomit uncontrollably. Asterisk. Asterisk launch into the stratosphere as a high-velocity dumpling, hurtling toward God knows where. It's like stuffing myself into a cannon ... asterisk. Asterisk ... and lighting the fuse. Is this a weapon or a torture device? Meanwhile, at the majestic Jade Sword peak, thunder crackled around a solitary figure standing amidst the storm. From a distance, a pair of sharp eyes watched the spectacle. The eldest disciple, Suji. His presence was overwhelming, lightning arcing through his gaze as he surveyed the destruction below. He ceased his cultivation instantly, soaring toward the main peak. Waiting for him was the peak master, Wang Ju. Qiang dropped to one knee, voice steady. Disciple pays respects to master. Wang Juanling looked upon his prized student, His expression softened. Rise. He gestured, breaking the silence before it could settle. Did your seclusion bear fruit? Jiang stood tall, his aura radiating confidence. I have not failed your expectations, Master. The old master stroked his beard, satisfied. Good. Your timing is impeccable. There is a matter of grave importance. He clenched his fist. Rumor spread that the demon god stirs once more. In response, the legendary purple and green dual swords have emerged from their slumber. A vision of twin blades, bathing the world in azure and violet light, filled the air. Wang Juanling's voice turned solemn. These divine blades, ... have always chosen the finest of the younger generation as their masters. The sect leader has decreed that at the upcoming Mount Shu summit, ... the two most outstanding disciples shall inherit the swords. Jiang absorbed every word, his ambition igniting. His eyes burned with resolve. This disciple will claim victory at all costs. The master laughed heartily. With your recent breakthrough, ... success is all but guaranteed. In this generation, none compare to Yusef or Jiang Yuebai of the Billuo Peak. Then, his expression grew serious. A golden sigil glowed on his hand. When you secure the position of head disciple, ... and claim the swords, I shall personally go to Billuo Peak and propose a marriage alliance on your behalf. Su Xiang's eyes widened in shock, refusing to believe his own ears. Vuong Hianlin raised a hand, his voice leaving no room for argument or refusal regarding the upcoming Mount Shu summit. You must display your full power. Once she sees the title of head disciple and claim the purple-green dual swords as their master, I shall personally go to Biklak Peak to propose a marriage alliance on your behalf. Duang stared at him, utterly bewildered. Huh? What did Master just say? Seeing his disciple's hesitation, the old master's temper flared. His hands clenched into trembling fists as he roared. With your heaven-defying talent and character, you are worthy of the most peerless beauty in this world. On Mount Shu, you too are a match made by the heavens themselves. If not her, then who? You are of age, and it is time to seek a Tao companion. Duang, fearing a beating from his volatile master, quickly bowed. He clasped his hands, his voice steady and resolute. This disciple is dedicated solely to restoring Mount Shu's glory and pursuing the great Tao. I have no thoughts of romance or worldly desire. But the master ignored these righteous words. He continued to pressure him, his voice low and dangerous. Hemph, how could this master allow that? I spent my entire life solely on reviving the sect and chasing the Tao, ignoring love, only to end up lonely in my old age. Turning his back to hide the shadow of regret on his face, he spoke of his past decisions. Do you have any idea how much I regret that path? Duang was stunned to hear such raw vulnerability from the old man. He looked up silently at the broad back that had weathered countless storms and battles. Slowly, Duang replied, I have always looked to Master as my example to build my will. If Master speaks this way now, does it mean my own path has been wrong? Seeing the boy's resistance, Vuong Hianlin finally revealed the true strategic reason. Listen. My insistence is not merely about romance. There is a secret behind why the purple-green dual swords have remained dormant for so long. Legend says the sword spirits of the dual swords were originally a pair of lovers. Therefore, throughout history, they have only chosen lovers as their masters. If two people without love attempt to wield them, the power of the dual sword union will be drastically weakened. But if the wielders share a deep bond, their combined strike can rival a top-tier divine artifact. So you see, seeking this marriage is ultimately for the sake of Mount Shu's survival. Do you still have any reason to resist? At that moment, a vision manifested in his mind. An image of a man and woman unleashing a peerless sword technique together, with devastating power. Hearing that it was all for the sect, for the greater good, he felt a shock run through him. He hadn't expected the situation to turn this way. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Duang stood tall, fist to his chest, and shouted, For the glory of Mount Shu, this disciple shall not refuse. Meanwhile, at the pagoda peak, a waterfall cascaded like the Milky Way, hiding a secret cave entrance behind its veil. So Luang, having cleared the nest of poisonous wasps, arrived promptly to visit Senior Sister Kuang. The mythical beast Bach-Trach wagged its tail in delight the moment it saw him, so Luang hugged the creature, petting its soft fur. "Ah ya, little Bach-Trach, it has been too long." The beast squinted its eyes in bliss, making happy cooing sounds. But then, Kuang Nu Yet Bach emerged from the shadows, interrupting their affectionate reunion. "You have arrived. I am descending the mountain for a mission tonight, and I may be gone for some time. So, I must check your progress in Talisman Dao and Sword Arts before I leave." Suluang waved his hand cheerfully, walking toward her. "To think Senior Sister cares so much about my humble cultivation. I am truly touched." Nugent Batch crossed her arms, blinking playfully with a feigned pout. "Oh, save it! You talk smoothly now. But didn't you mock my tea selling before? I hear your business is booming lately. The entire Mount Shu sect knows of your wealth, yet I haven't seen a single coin of dividends." So Luang grinned shamelessly and replied, "Ah, regarding your share of the business," Chu Liang let out a carefree chuckle. "How could my humble dealings possibly catch the eye of a heavenly senior sister?" Jiang Yuebai gracefully shifted the topic, her tone turning serious. "Hia, Biha, I told you to self-study the true explanation of runes when we returned. So, how goes the sword art cultivation?" Chu Liang clasped his hands, his face a mask of humility. "Progress has been regretfully slow." Her gaze sharpened like a blade, her voice dropping to a chilling degree. "HMPH. It has been 7 days. If you haven't made even a sliver of progress, I will be furious." Cold sweat trickled down his brow. "The Tao of Runes is vast and profound. These past few days, I have found it incredibly difficult to grasp. The rune sword art is even more demanding. I have only comprehended a tiny fraction." Yubai felt a pang of sympathy for the novice. She decided to be lenient. After all, failure was expected. "Very well. Demonstrate what you have learned. I shall provide you with some guidance." Chu Liang obeyed instantly. With a thought, he summoned a stream of talismanic energy, the air humming around them. Stepping into the light, his aura shifted. His fingers danced through the air, tracing invisible lines. His lips moved, chanting the incantations of the rune sword art. Instantly, a glowing rune materialized at his fingertips. Terrifying energy erupted, tearing through the atmosphere. With a sharp gesture of 2 fingers, he commanded the heavens. 3 majestic tornadoes of ki swirled, slowly lifting the blade into the air. The brilliance of the technique illuminated the entire cave. Ubai stood frozen, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Her mind raced. "You call this little comprehension? This is absolute mastery. Slow progress. Who are you trying to fool? Is this the mouth of a man? Nothing but lies and deceit." Standing before a technique that rivaled her own, the shockwaves sent her hair fluttering wildly. "But it has only been a few days. Is this man a monster? His speed is terrifying." Her jaw dropped, the whites of her eyes showing in sheer shock. "Even with my talent in the Tao of Runes, it took me 12 full days to succeed. Yet he..." Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck her. If his cultivation is this stable, he didn't just reach this level today, did he? Could he have mastered it in less than 7 days? Chu Liang retracted his sword, observing her expression carefully. He felt a chill run down his spine. Senior Sister Jiang's mood seems... volatile. Did I fail to meet her expectations somewhere? An awkward silence stretched between them. Chu Liang didn't dare move a muscle. He stared helplessly at the pouting young maiden before him. But... surely my learning speed counts as fast. The sword technique was complete. Was it not perfect enough? Confused, he decided to clarify. He pointed to his blade and spoke with deadly seriousness. Senior sister, I actually reached this level 4 days ago. Since then, progress has stalled. My understanding of the Tao is simply too shallow. Currently, I can only execute the 5 elements, fire rune, sword through the flying blade, and even then, the success rate is not 100%. Every humble word was a dagger stabbing straight into her pride. But Chu Liang kept rambling, oblivious to the damage. However, I have been practicing the wind rune recently. I have succeeded multiple times. I am confident that within 2 days, I will master the wind and fire dual sword art. Senior sister, didn't you give me a full month? Trust me, in a month's time, I will completely dominate these runes. I won't stop at this level. Unable to listen to another word of this accidental mockery, Jiang Yuebai raised her hand. Enough. Just, shut your mouth. Chu Liang, scolded for the first time, froze instantly. He looked at her, bewildered and speechless. Senior sister, She glared at him as if he were a mortal enemy. I actually wanted to offer him guidance. Guide him in what? I only showed him the door, and he sprinted to the finish line. Why does it feel like cultivation is child's play for him, compared to his monstrous comprehension? I am no heaven-chosen genius at all. Regaining her composure, her voice turned soft but dangerous. Listen well. Since you called me senior sister for 1 day, you will call me senior sister for eternity. Even if 1 day your power surpasses mine, you must still obediently address me as senior sister. Do you understand? Chu Liang, baffled by this sudden decree, stood there blankly. Seeing the hour was late, Yuebai summoned her sword and shot into the sky. She left Chu Liang and the white beast alone in the cave. I am leaving. Continue to temper yourself. Cultivate the rune, sword art, diligently. I will check your progress when I return. Several days passed since senior sister Jiang's departure. Aside from grinding the rune, sword art, Chu Liang had other training to do. He focused on the perfect control of the wind and fire dual rune sword. He was completely immersed in the flow of spiritual energy. He also experimented with the flying leaf artifact. His goal was total aerial dominance, maneuvering through the skies with freedom. Training complete for the day. He descended and recalled the leaf into his palm. Suddenly, from a nearby bush, a familiar figure frantically waved at him. Brother Chu, we have a disaster on our hands. Chu Liang followed the voice, eyes narrowing. Lin Bei rushed out, gripping Chu Liang's arm tightly. Brother, junior sister, Zai King's older brother. He is the eldest senior brother of our Jade Sword Peak. Did you know that? Chu Liang stiffened, nearly toppling over. What exactly is going on? Lin Bei quickly summarized the crisis. He emerged from seclusion today, and he heard some disturbing rumors. Apparently, junior sister Zai Qing has been suffering from lovesickness. She's been depressed all day. Now, her brother is hunting down the man responsible to teach him a lesson. And that man responsible was none other than C.A. The icy, terrifying face of Sister Jiang flashed in his mind. Lin Bei didn't wait, dragging Chu Liang away. We need to move. Recently, the only ones charming enough to capture her heart are you and me. I have already accepted a mission for us. We'll use this as an excuse to flee the storm. I'll explain the details on the road. Chu Liang obediently mounted his flying sword, following Lin Bei. But after some time, his friend remained unusually quiet. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Brother Lin, what is really going on? Lin Bei ignored the question, dropping a bombshell instead. Is it ... a breakthrough? How did you know I broke through to the middle stage of the divine intent realm? Chu Liang paused, genuinely surprised, before responding. Congratulations are in order. Lin Bei excitedly threw an arm around Chu Liang's neck, bursting with pride. These past days, I have undergone hellish training. I suppressed all my worldly desires. I cultivated for 8 whole hours every single day. And finally, I broke through. It brings tears to my eyes just thinking about it. Chu Liang nodded. That is truly hard work. Lin Bei winked mischievously, his spirits soaring. But thankfully, I succeeded. Now, all us brothers are experts in the mid-stage divine intent realm. Finally! I can stand on the same level as you. Chu Liang glanced at him, a profound meaning hidden in his eyes. Oh, I suppose? I think so, too. Seizing the moment, Chu Liang summoned a flicker of spiritual fire in his palm, deliberately leaking the terrifying pressure of the late divine intent realm. Coincidentally, he mused with a straight face, I woke up this morning and realized I had accidentally broken through again. Just a casual leap to the late stage. Lin Bei froze like a statue, his mind unable to process the absurdity. Huh, you broke through. Again, jealousy twisted Lin Bei's face as he clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. He had only returned to Yinzhou City a few days ago, barely scraping past the bottleneck to reach the middle stage. Do you not face any bottlenecks in your cultivation? Lin Bei cried out. I was hiding my middle stage power like a trump card. Yet you secretly ascended to the late stage overnight. Doesn't this make me look like a complete fool? While Chu Liang strolled forward with effortless grace, Lin Bei trailed behind, imaginary tears of injustice streaming down his face. At this speed, give it another half-month. And won't you become a Golden Core Grandmaster? This is beyond unreasonable. And what was that excuse? Woke up and found myself stronger. Does your cultivation practice not require your actual participation? Lin Bei clutched his chest, his expression one of pure, melodramatic agony. On what grounds? We are brothers, facing the same hardships. So why is the gap between us becoming an uncrossable chasm? Hearing this, Chu Liang recalled the secret behind his speed. The Tower of Puppets was constantly grinding experience for him. He chuckled. Perhaps your desire for worldly pleasures weighs you down. Lin Bei could only sigh in defeat. Forget it! This is actually good news. Instantly recovering his chaotic energy, Lin Bei shouted, with our combined strength, we are practically invincible now. He waved his hand, shifting gears back to business. Let me brief you on the mission. Junior Brother C. It involves a maiden who plays music while catching butterflies. According to Lin Bei's intel, 2 major events were shaking Namquan City. First, the upcoming performance by Lady Zhu of the Southern Music Pavilion. Second, the Li family manor on the outskirts. Our mission objective is plagued by rampant demon activity. Rumor has it, lives have already been lost. Chu Liang muttered, the location is Namquan, and the Southern Music Pavilion. Seeing his confusion, Lin Bei puffed out his chest, ready to unleash his knowledge. Junior brother, you've lived in the mountains too long. You rarely hear news from other immortal gates. Within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the Southern Music Pavilion is a unique existence. Though ranked among the 10 lands, they are unlike any ordinary sect. They inherit the Tao of sound, standing as the sacred ground for all musical cultivators. What these celestial musicians pursue is communion with the heavens above, whispers with the earth below, and freedom within the mortal realm. In the early stages of the great Tao of sound, they require their melodies to reach as many ears as possible, seeking resonance with the mass. The greater the resonance they achieve, the more flawless their cultivation becomes. Thus, the Southern Music Pavilion pits thousands of outer disciples against each other in a brutal competition. Only the one with the most supreme talent among millions will ascend to become an inner disciple. The sect then pours resources into them, sending them out to perform and spread their Tao. This system ensures that every generation of inner disciples from the Southern Music Pavilion is world-renowned, commanding legions of devoted followers. Popularity is a critical metric for them. Ultimately, it decides who becomes the head disciple. Every generation. After years of touring and cultivation, a grand ceremony is held at the Sex Mountain Gate. When that day comes, fans and believers from every corner of the world gather to lend their spiritual support, hoping to push their idol to the throne of the head disciple, granting them fame across the heavens. This regime has created a strange phenomenon. The Southern Music Pavilion has the fewest members among the 9 heavens and 10 lands, yet their influence is terrifyingly vast. For thousands of years, the cultivation of the sound Tao has penetrated every layer of society, relying on this ocean of supporters. The Southern Music Pavilion has never lacked for heavenly origin realm powerhouses. Therefore, while their cultivation method is eccentric, no one dares to underestimate them. Speaking of the current generation, the competition is a bloodbath. 2 years ago, Yu Chang'e, a prodigy of frightening talent, appeared and was almost guaranteed the title of head disciple. But not long after, Zhu Lingzhu emerged. Her talent and beauty were so transcendent that she became a legend before she even descended mountain. And who could have predicted? Just a year later, Shen Qingyan appeared, a peerless genius with unmatched classical elegance. 3 absolute monsters of talent, any one of whom could lead an era, yet fate decreed they must clash in the same generation. This is arguably the greatest war for supremacy in the sect's history. Yu Chang'e has already completed several tours, dominating the major cities of the Eastern Domain. Zhu Lingzhu, however, chose a different path. She didn't confront her rival directly but came here, to the Southern Domain. But while the Eastern Domain is wealthy and prosperous, the Southern Domain is desolate with few great cities. It's an uphill battle. After building her foundation here, she will eventually have to march back east. Lin Bei gestured dramatically. This brings us to the border of the domains. Namquan City is one of the few shining jewels of prosperity in the south. That is exactly why it was chosen for Zhu Lingzhu's debut performance. Although the concert is still days away, the hype has already reached a fever pitch. Her performance is the only topic in town. The venue location, the sponsoring Merchant Guild of Wreathing is being debated with intensity. Xiaokui Liang nodded, the pieces falling into place. So, our mission is connected to this concert or the organizers? Lin Bei grinned. Exactly. We are heading to one of the potential venues chosen for the event. The Li family manor. Moments later, the duo arrived at the grand estate in Namquan City. A middle-aged man had been pacing anxiously. Upon seeing them, he rushed forward. Are you the 2 immortal masters from Mount Shu? I am the steward of the Li family, named Kui. You may call me Old Kui. As they landed, Lin Bei immediately switched on his charm, ready to smooth-talk the client in true swindler fashion. He slung a casual arm around Old Key's shoulders, grinning like they were best friends. Uncle Kui, drop the formalities. We're just juniors here. Treat us like your own nephews. Then, he gestured grandly toward his companion. Allow me to introduce my fellow disciple, Soluang, and the first, of course, A.M. the magnificent Lamback. If you don't mind, I'll just call you Uncle Kui. The manager beamed, clearly flattered by the closeness. Ayaya, you young heroes honor me too much. The Li family villa is swamped with work. I haven't even been in Namquan City lately, or I would have rolled out the red carpet myself. But Lamback was already moving. He dragged Uncle Kui inside, leaving poor Soluang trailing in the dust. It's all the same to us, as long as we're slaying evil and saving the common folk. The details don't matter. Manager Kui nodded enthusiastically. Spoken like a true hero. Please, come inside. We have tea and pastries waiting. After a long bout of idle chatter between Lamback and the manager, he finally circled back to the mission. First things first, Manager Kui. Why don't you fill us in? On what exactly we're dealing with here? The manager paused, scratching his head sheepishly. Ah, right. To be honest, inviting the renowned Shushan sect, was a desperate move. You see, the Li family villa isn't a sect. We're a luxury resort for dining and entertainment. The backdrop shifted to reveal the villa's magnificent, sprawling grounds. We're trying to secure the hosting rights for Lady Tichlang Tuet's upcoming performance. To boost our reputation, we need massive crowds. But our rival, The Jingu Pavilion on the upper river is standing in our way. Our plan relies on our fleet of flower boats. Just imagine it. Fireworks painting the night sky. Double quotes, ... while she performs on a luxury cruise ship. The old man slapped his thigh, eyes sparkling, laid a titch on the deck. The audience lining the riverbanks. Ha ha ha! It would be legendary. But then, his voice dropped to a troubled whisper. We were so close to sealing the deal. ... When a bizarre calamity struck our villa. 4 days now. A demon has been terrorizing us. It moves like a phantom in the wind. Our martial artists can't even track its movements. All they see are glowing crimson eyes. ... and a shadowy figure that terrifies everyone it meets. Guests are fleeing in panic, and rumors are spreading like wildfire. Strangely, it seems to target only women. ... ignoring the men completely. I have no idea why. Old Kui shook his head, his shoulders slumping. Honestly, nobody was physically hurt. Double quotes ... so it shouldn't be a big deal. But those snakes at Jingu Pavilion seized the chance. They're spreading lies. The people have died here. With those rumors, we're losing the bid for the performance. That is why we begged Shushan to send help. We need you to exorcise this demon. So Luang frowned, sensing a logical gap. Wait, the Name Fuang is one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Why would they need outside help? Lambak seized the chance to flex his trivia knowledge. Don't you know anything about them? They are musical cultivators. They might have high cultivation, but they detest combat. Plus, their inner sect disciples are few in number. They aren't built for demon slaying. And regarding Lady Tich's tour, her priority is the art. If she wastes spiritual energy hunting a demon, it could ruin her performance state. Their path of cultivation relies on pure focus, unlike ours. Manager Kui raised a thumb, nodding vigorously at the explanation. Young Hero Lam is absolutely correct. The Nam M Fuang won't dirty their hands with this. There is another reason. The founder of our Li family villa was actually a disciple of the Shushan sect. We send tribute every year to maintain our strong bond. So Luang's jaw dropped slightly. Oh, so... Double quotes, ... The owner is a Shushan graduate. Lambak immediately scooted closer to Uncle Kui, grinning like a shark. A senior brother built this place. Well, that changes everything. Uncle Kui, I have a tiny question. The manager caught the hint and winked. Speak your mind, young hero. Lambak rubbed his hands together greedily. Since we're helping you out. Once the demon is gone, could we perhaps crash here for a few days to catch the show? Old Kui let out a boisterous laugh. Ha ha ha. Consider it done. I have the authority to approve that much. He leaned in with a conspiratorial wink. If you solve this, we'll even double the payment. I assume you're a fan of Lady Titch as well. At the mention of beauties, Lambak turned bashful, scratching his head. Within the Namam Fuang, my number 1 is Shenki, but Tichlang Tuets is a solid second place. Then he raised a fist, his eyes burning with conviction. However, in the entire Jianghu, my heart belongs only to our Shushan goddess, ... Jiang Yuebai. Jiang Yuebai. Kang is eternal. Recognizing a fellow man of culture, Uncle Kui grabbed Lambak's hands. Ayaya, young Hirolam, we are soulmates. I'm a Shen Qingyan voter myself, and I've worshipped Fairy Jiang from afar for years, though I've never had the luck to see her. The two fanboys shouted in unison, their voices echoing with passion. Qingyan. King Xian. Qing. My heart beats only for your beauty. So Luang sipped his tea, looking at them with utter exhaustion. What is wrong with these two? Lambak is an idiot. Sure, but Uncle Kui is 40 years old. Have some dignity. After the intense fanboy bonding session, Uncle Kui led them out for a tour of the grounds. So, young heroes, was the banquet to your liking? Lambak patted his stomach, beaming. Satisfied. I'm in heaven! That meat dish was incredible, best thing I've ever tasted. Ha ha ha. I'm glad to hear it. That dish is the Li family's signature specialty. Lin Bei nudged Chu Liang with a grin that could only mean trouble, whispering conspiratorially, "Brother, imagine this. If we ever leave Mount Shu, opening a mountain villa like this wouldn't be bad, right? A life of unbridled freedom." But the rogue cultivator wasn't satisfied yet. "No, wait. That's too boring. If my cultivation hits a dead end, I'll descend the mountain and open a high-class house of pleasure. No business. Just indulging in the arts every day." Chu Liang looked at him with deadpan eyes. "Isn't that just polygamy with extra steps?" Lin Bei raised a finger, offended. Playing with someone else's wife and your own wife. The Tao of excitement is completely different." The sheer absurdity gave Chu Liang a migraine. However, the topic of the future was a heavy one. Mount Shu had hundreds, perhaps thousands of disciples. But after years of harsh training, aside from the 36 peak masters and the core pillars of the sect, everyone else eventually fades away, leaving the sacred mountain behind. The path to immortality is a ruthless grinder. Even though Mount Shu only accepts the most talented geniuses, every path has its end. Chu Liang gazed into the distance, lost in the melancholy of destiny. Some get stuck at the divine intent realm, unable to break through the human gate. Others halt at the golden core stage, and many give up entirely at the five elements realm. Those who fail the Tao usually seek a mundane life in the mortal world, but they are still graduates of the legendary Mount Shu. If his own cultivation stagnated, and he couldn't become a pillar of the sect, he pondered his foggy future. Even with lower cultivation, one could run a business or become a guardian for a wealthy clan. The name of Mount Shu alone was a golden ticket to a good life. With higher cultivation, one could even establish a small sect and become a patriarch. But right now, leaving Mount Shu wasn't in his plans. Thinking of his lazy, carefree master, he silently drafted a better blueprint. The goal: break through the Tao verification realm, become a true free spirit, untethered by the world. Then, become a peak master at Mount Shu, recruit 2 talented disciples to do all the work, and retire. Suddenly, his daydream was shattered. They arrived at a long corridor. Lin Bei waved his arm frantically, shouting with zero dignity, "Brother, Chu, hurry. You can't miss this. It's paradise." Chu Liang approached slowly. He looked down and his jaw nearly hit the floor. "By the heavens, that is a lot of jade beauties." It looked like some sort of beauty pageant. Lin Bei's eyes were glued to the scene. They are selecting dancers to perform with Fairy Zhu Lingshu herself. No wonder the competition is this fierce. To share a stage with the legendary Zhu, it's a once-in-a-lifetime destiny. Every dancer in the city must have gathered here. Amidst the sea of blooming flowers, Lin Bei's eyes darted around like a hungry wolf. "Oh, that little one is adorable," he praised shamelessly. Meanwhile, the judges were grilling the candidates with spiritual pressure. "Tell us your story." "Actually, no. Just your name first." A wide-eyed girl, dressed entirely in pink, stammered in terror. "Gigi greetings. Exalted seniors. My name is Willow Littlefish." Facing such a crowd, the poor pink girl was trembling like a leaf in a storm. "Seniors, I am Littlefish." The judges smiled warmly, trying to lower their aura. The dance instructor asked softly, "Little one, what will you perform for us?" Flanked by the vocal coach and the head judge, the pressure was immense. Littlefish stared blankly. I'm not good at dancing." The judge narrowed her eyes, but remained patient. "It's fine. Just show us a few steps." Littlefish nodded vigorously. "Okay." Her slender legs and petite frame took a serious stance. Then, in her high heels, she pivoted and suddenly stuck her butt out in a move that defied all martial logic. It was a bizarre wiggle taught by her sisters. She swayed back and forth like seaweed drifting in a chaotic current. The visual impact was so strong the dance judge spat her tea everywhere. She clutched her head, suffering mental damage. Stop. Cease this technique immediately. But little fish was in the zone, happily mimicking a fishtail, until the shout snapped her out of it. She looked up, startled. The judge wiped her face, looking pained. Little girl, I like your spirit. ... But we need talented dancers, not whatever that was. This truly does not meet our sex requirements. Little Fish's eyes welled up with tears, devastatingly cute. Then what do I do? That's the only move I know. Seeing her pitiful state, the judge's heart softened. She quickly tried to salvage the situation. Don't panic. Dance isn't everything. Huh? The vocal coach next to her chimed in. Your speaking voice is pleasant. Why not try singing? Perhaps the path of a songstress suits you. Little Fish swallowed her tears and whispered, Okay. The coach demonstrated a simple melody. Follow my lead. Candlelight flickers. Singing by the window. Rain falls outside. Little Fish focused, closed her eyes, and unleashed her natural talent. Candlelight flickers. Singing by the window. Rain falls outside. The sound was like a donkey being It was a sonic attack. The vocal coach slammed the table and shot up in rage, pointing a trembling finger. Silence. Realizing he had lost his composure, he slowly sat back down, apologizing. Forgive me. My Tao heart nearly shattered. The dance judge shook her head in defeat. It's not just you, little girl. Are you sure you're here to work? Little Fish froze. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out. Is there really no chance? I can learn, I promise. But the dance judge was merciless. Guards, escort her out. Little Fish, unwilling to accept her fate, was slowly dragged away by two burly guards. Linbei sighed, watching his favorite candidates get eliminated. What a tragedy! She was utterly talentless, but she had a certain charm. The bystander nodded. True. If she went on stage, ... the audience would have died of laughter or cuteness. Chu Liang ignored the nonsense. He sighed, looking at the two gossipers. Sun's down. Can we focus on the monsters now? Night fell like a heavy curtain. Lanterns flickered on the rooftops, casting eerie shadows. Suddenly a scream pierced the silence. A figure wearing a grotesque demon mask was bound tight by CQ Liang's demon-binding rope. Hero! Spay! Mip! Ignoring the thrashing fraud, Linbei crossed his arms and looked at CH. So, ... Do you think there's a real culprit this time? CHU. Liang held the end of the rope, eyes sharp. The Li family village incident is famous. Someone is definitely playing ghost to scare the people. Linbei ripped the mask off the intruder, revealing a face drained of all color. Who are you? Playing ghost in my territory. Smirking, Linbei dangled the hairy prop in front of the trembling man. Relax. We aren't the monsters here. ... Usually. The man's resolve crumbled instantly. Young heroes. Mercy. I'll talk. I'm from the Shadow Moon Pavilion. They paid me to wreak havoc. The bigger the mess, the better. CHU. Leon's eyes narrowed. He understood the game immediately. Just a pawn in their scheme. The thug stammered, sweat pouring down his face. I told you everything. Please, let me go. Linbei scoffed, his expression savage. Release you in your dreams. But CHU Liang was calculating. Bind him. We deliver him to the authorities at dawn. Steward Kui will want answers. The thug wailed in despair. I'm innocent. It's a setup. I was just following orders. I never spilled blood. Just a few scares, I swear. Have mercy. Young masters. CHU Liang ignored the pleas, his mind racing. Asterisk. The reports mentioned a female entity. This clumsy fool doesn't fit the profile at all. Asterisk. The real threat is SWIFT lethal. Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the night. Ah! Contact! Both cultivators shouted in unison. In a blur of motion, they vanished into the shadows, leaving the prisoner dumbfounded. This was no trick. Sensing a surge of dark energy, Chu Liang shouted, "Target locked! 3 o'clock!" "That thing moves like lightning," Lin Bei gasped. He instantly summoned his spiritual artifact, a soaring leaf. The leaf expanded into a massive platform. Chu Liang commanded, "Pursue," and they shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The acceleration nearly threw Lin Bei off balance. Ahead, a feminine silhouette blurred against the moonlight. Asterisk found her. It is a female demon. Asterisk. The entity dove toward the raging river. Chu Liang grit his teeth. Asterisk. If she hits the water, we lose her. I don't have aquatic combat skills. Not on my watch. Chu Liang manipulated his spiritual energy. Bind! The giant leaf surged forward to intercept. It coiled around the target like a python, sealing her within layers of defensive aura. A muffled cry echoed from within the sphere. "Gotcha!" Chu Liang whispered, watching the currents rage below. He recalled the artifact. Lin Bei stared at the wriggling bundle. "Since when did you have that move?" Chu Liang ignored the question. "Let's see what we caught." The leaf slowly unfurled. A tuft of wet hair appeared, shaking with sobs. As the seal broke completely, the identity was revealed. It was Liu Xiaoyu. "You jerks!" She kicked wildly at the fading energy. "Let me go, you villain!" Her tearful curse struck Lin Bei right in the feels. The spiritual energy dissipated. Both cultivators were stunned. Liu Xiaoyu. She glared back, realizing they knew her name. Stalkers. Chu Liang remained professional, though his brow furrowed. "We saw you at the selection. So, you're the river demon. Why terrorize the Li estate? What is your goal?" Xiaoyu bristled at the accusation, her eyes red. "I'm not a monster. I'm searching for my big sister." Lin Bei perked up. "A sister? Do tell." Her eyes flashed with defiance. "If I talk, will you let me go?" Chu Liang adopted a calming tone. "Miskixiao, you caused a stir, but drew no blood. Give us your word to stop this chaos, and we won't make this difficult for you. Just explain yourself." Suddenly, the bound thug shouted from the bushes nearby. "Where's my special treatment? I didn't kill anyone either. Why does she get a pass while I get tied up?" Lin Bei punted him away like a sack of potatoes. "Scram! We have our reasons. Trash." He turned back to the girl with a grin. "Ignore him. Little sister, speak freely." She shrank back from his face. Her gaze darted between the two cultivators, assessing their vibes. Asterisk. The quiet one seems decent. The loud one looks like a bandit, but his aura isn't malicious. Asterisk. Maybe they aren't total villains. Desperation for her sister outweighed her fear. She decided to gamble on them. They might be strong enough to assist. She took a deep breath. "My sister and I, we are of the Koi clan from Golden Flower River." Chu Liang nodded. Asterisk. I know that river. I've cultivated there. Asterisk. We're practically neighbors then. We lived in peace until intruders destroyed our home. My sister had already begun her cultivation journey and gained some power. I was still just a fish back then. She took me to the Shannon River to find a new sanctuary. But a massive vortex swallowed us. We were dragged into a hidden underwater grotto. Amidst a raging storm, trapped by fate, we discovered a glowing amber branch bearing 2 spiritual fruits. One granted 500 years of cultivation, the other 300. We had no choice but to consume them to survive. She gave me the stronger fruit. The power surged through us, granting us human forms of unmatched beauty. We were ecstatic. My sister promised to show me the human world, pointing toward Nanguan City. But disaster struck. An ancient turtle spirit blocked our path. Drooling at our fresh spiritual energy. We panicked and split up to confuse him. I swam until my fins burned, and now I don't know where I am. Fate works in mysterious ways, leading her to an ancient, submerged mansion. Swimming against the current, she discovered a legacy left by a powerful senior fish spirit, containing the divine fortune of the flying fish. Curiosity led her to touch the artifact, and the flying fish essence instantly fused with her very soul. Suddenly, her cultivation spiked, and her speed in the water became godlike. It was a legendary transformation. Her fishtail morphed into human legs, though a small, vestigial tail remained behind. Hearing this, Chu Liang could only stare in silent awe of her incredible luck. Truly a coy spirit blessed by the heavens. She trips over fortuitous encounters and treasures just by walking out the door. Returning to Liu Xiaoyu's story, she recalled her sister mentioning the southern gate city. She traveled there immediately to find her. However, being new to her human form, fear gripped her heart. She hid high in the branches of a tree, too terrified to enter the bustling city below. The sheer number of humans was overwhelming. Summoning every ounce of her courage, she infiltrated the mountain villa, where she finally discovered a spiritual mark left by her sister. A familiar scent lingered on it. She picked up a radiant orange pearl, her eyes widening in shock. This was undeniable proof that her sister was somewhere nearby. Yet, the estate was like a labyrinth. She searched for days, to no avail. On the first day, her heart was filled with unwavering confidence, certain that their reunion was written in the stars. By the second day, her investigation yielded nothing, and a shadow of despair crept in. By the third day, her determination began to crumble into dust. Searching other areas only deepened her sorrow. Nothing. By the fourth day, panic had set in, her mind screaming a single question. "Sister, where in the world are you?" On the fifth day, fate intervened. She was pursued by Chu Liang and Lin Bei, leading to her capture. After listening to the entire tragic tale, the atmosphere shifted. Chu Liang's sense of justice flared to life. He promised to investigate the matter personally the next day. However, he warned her sternly about wandering the night. Sneaking around in such a disguise could cause fatal misunderstandings. Xiaoyu looked at them with teary, skeptical eyes. Would humans really help a spirit? Lin Bei immediately chimed in with enthusiasm. Of course, my big brother has a weakness for saving damsels in distress. With that settled, silence reclaimed the night. Under a moonless sky, darkness swallowed the Li family estate. The scene shifts to the harbor. Amidst the sleeping vessels, one luxurious ship remained ablaze with light in the dead of night. Inside the grandest cabin, power was being brokered. Two figures toasted amidst a crowd of servants and guards. The man in yellow robes raised his cup, his voice dripping with calculated charm. "The reputation of the giant whale gang precedes you. A pleasure to finally meet a legend of the rivers and lakes." The man in green bowed respectfully. Claiming to be but a crude martial artist unworthy of such praise, he asked the little Marquise for forgiveness for any lack of manners. The Marquis smiled, waving it off, but his eyes remained sharp. The guest then grasped his wine cup, his expression growing serious. He explained that the giant whale gang was under strict lockdown. The sect leader had ordered all assets hidden, preventing Hallmaster Cheng from attending personally. Thus, only a subordinate could be sent. The Marquis's expression darkened slightly, his gaze narrowing. He was well aware of the storm brewing within the giant whale gang. HOWEVER. His face turned grim. He slammed his hand down, knocking the wine cup to the floor. His voice dropped to a threatening growl. "The shipment to Jiangnan must proceed. It was not the wind or rain that stopped you. Days have been wasted. Do you intend to offer no explanation? Hallmaster Chang's silence is becoming an insult. That is why you are here." Brother Zhu, clearly intimidated, lowered his voice to a plead. "The Hallmaster intends to cease all operations once this final run is complete. The situation is too volatile. We cannot risk bringing trouble to the sect leader. If we fail, neither the chief nor the authorities will spare us. It would mean our heads. The Marquis, losing patience, turned his back on the man, his aura radiating cold displeasure. Brother Zhu, do you truly need assistance? Halting our collaboration now would be a catastrophic mistake for everyone involved. Brother Zhu tried to negotiate desperately. It is not a permanent end, merely a temporary suspension. Once clan leader Jiang takes control, we will resume. We will contact you then. The Marquis's eyes went cold as ice. He pointed out that if leadership changes, Hallmaster Cheng's position would be in grave danger. Zhu tried to dismiss the concern, but the Marquis had heard enough. He slammed the table and rose to his feet. His patience evaporated. Brother Zhu flinched in terror. The Marquis extended a hand, his expression shadowed by malice. Hallmaster Cheng knows exactly how vast our enterprise has become. In recent years, our power has skyrocketed. 10 royal families are now entrenched in the southern territory, and the Dingshan, whose mansion stands at the center. We are merely the face of this operation. If the giant whale gang's trade route vanishes, finding a replacement of equal caliber will be impossible. Do you understand the gravity of this? Brother Zhu trembled, bowing low. He begged the little Marquis for mercy and understanding. The Hallmaster's orders were absolute. Receive this final shipment and explain the suspension. We must pause for now. We can discuss the future later. But if we disobey the sect now, our fate is sealed regardless of who catches us. Please consider our plight. Pressure us too much, and we break. The Marquis flashed a chilling, pearly white smile. Is that so? Then there is nothing left to say. He turned to leave, his voice cutting through the air. Brother Zhu, you had better write to Hallmaster Cheng immediately and explain the reality of the situation. One does not simply walk away from a business of this magnitude. Withdrawal is not an option. Outside, the moonlight cast an eerie glow on the Dingshanhu mansion sign. The Marquis strode in, followed by 2 cowering servants. His voice was sharp. Has my father arrived yet? The servant responded instantly. Not yet, my lord. Suppressing his rage, he ordered them to leave. Instantly, his expression shifted from fury to a gentle, welcoming smile as he knocked on a lit door. A voice from within called out, sensing his presence. Xia. Anne, is that you? He smiled warmly. It is me. A stunning young maiden opened the door. Her eyes held a hint of worry. You were gone for so long. I know no one here but you. But the search for the sister continues in the next chapter. The next morning, before the rooster could even herald the dawn, Xiaoyu stumbled out, eyes heavy with sleep. What is it? Did something break? Xia Chu. Liang beamed at her. I need your assistance in the quiet of the guest courtyard. Chu Liang had been diligently studying the system. He held a tome of ancient knowledge. Energy crackled. The fire element trigram was the most fundamental rune, yet within its simplicity lay the potential for infinite, devastating combinations. Consider the dual rune sword of wind and fire. The flames fuel the gale, creating a devastation multiplier. But if one were to weave in the lightning rune, it evolves into the dual rune sword of lightning and fire. Pillars of flame would pierce the heavens, skyrocketing in power, or perhaps the wind and lightning fusion. Both are supreme offensive arts. Violent storms of thunder would sweep across the land. However, if one combines the lightning rune with the wind rune mastered previously, tracing back to the 8 trigrams and the wood attribute of the 5 elements, a new path opens. The dual rune sword of wood and fire. Wood fuels the flame, birthing an inferno sword art of apocalyptic might. With every strike of the divine sword, Chu Liang could summon a peerless firestorm, capable of incinerating the very heavens. Yet, Chu Liang found himself unimpressed. He flipped the page with a sigh. Merely amplifying raw power was a trait shared by the wind and fire style. It was redundant. It offered no substantial evolution for his current needs. Seeking utility over raw force, Chu Liang turned to a specific page, and there it was. A star of frost, and the glacial sword key. The extreme yin branch of the water attribute. The ice rune. If he combined the ice rune with the fire rune, this would not be a simple case of mutual generation like the others. The unique nature of the dual rune sword of ice and fire lies in the volatile fusion of opposing forces. Creating destruction through the clash of absolute opposites becomes as natural as breathing. When these energies collide, they don't blend. They detonate, a miniature explosion erupting with razor-sharp ice crystals and searing embers. However, executing this technique is 10 times harder than the wind and fire style. Because fire and ice are natural enemies, they cannot simply be stitched together. If his control slips for even a microsecond, the runes will collide and blow up in his face before the attack even launches. Chu Liang stared at the ancient text, his eyes narrowing with resolve. Do it! I will master the ice and fire dual runes sword first. 1 hour later, a suit-covered Chu Liang looked down at the chaotic mess he had created. Out of 10 attempts, only 3 succeeded, he muttered. I am pouring my soul into the manipulation, but the outcome still relies heavily on luck. It seems my current cultivation base is insufficient to stabilize this volatile sword art. Suddenly, his mind drifted to the obedient little Yu and her ability to manifest desires. The glowing aura of wishes come true. The moment she took human form, fortune followed. A light bulb went off in his head. Wait, luck. Liu Xiaoyu was deep in dreamland when the rude banging on her door jolted her awake. She opened it, only to be hit by a wave of heat. She blinked, eyes heavy with sleep. What is it? Yawn. Chu Liang completely ignored her drowsy state, beaming with a suspiciously bright smile. Miss Little Yu, I need your assistance. Before she could process, she was dragged to the guest courtyard in a daze. What do you want me to do here? Chu Liang grinned mischievously. Just stand right there. Oh, and in your heart, silently wish for my success. She pointed at herself, confused. Wish for... My success. Chu Liang froze, then pointed at himself. No, wish for Chu Liang's success. Little Yu stood still and obediently clasped her hands. She silently prayed for his fortune. Chu Liang stepped forward, aura rising, as he initiated the sword art. He pointed to the heavens and chanted the incantation. Frost and flame erupted. 2 swirling dragons of opposing elements encircled him. Shocking Little, you awake! Go! The sword obeyed, shooting forward. Boom! A terrifying explosion of ice shards and fire sparks shook the ground. Witnessing such apocalyptic power, Little Yu's legs turned to jelly. Chu Liang stared at the destruction, jaw dropping. It actually worked. He wasted no time, immediately launching 9 more attempts. His figure danced amidst the chaos, triggering explosion after explosion. He executed the ice and fire art 10 times. Aside from the final attempt failing due to exhausted spiritual energy... The other 9 were perfect successes. Looking at his morning's victory, Chu Liang pumped his fist in celebration. The success rate jumped from 30% to 90%. Is this the legendary charm of the koi fish? He glanced at the little girl, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Chu Liang began to calculate, if I keep her by my side, from now on, would my cultivation efficiency become God tier? But the silence was broken. Little Yu looked at him with pleading eyes. Is there food? I am starving. Chu Liang flashed an OK sign. Done. Wait here. I will order a feast. Suddenly, old Kui waved from behind the wall, mimicking Lin Bei, cutting their conversation short. Young hero Chu. A moment, please. He approached, lowering his voice. Regarding the woman you asked me to investigate last night, we have a lead. Chu Liang nodded, all ears. Old Kui continued. 3 days ago, a maiden bearing a 30% resemblance to Miss Liu was spotted near the villa. At that time, the little Marquis of the Dingshan Manor was hosting a banquet right here. Witnesses saw her speaking with the little Marquis. After that, she vanished. It is highly likely the little Marquis knows her whereabouts. He delved into the political context. Years ago, when the Wu dynasty established the capital, they relocated the royal family and meritorious nobles to the southern and western regions. Barren lands, ... double quotes. He glanced at the attentive sea. Decades have passed. They have lost their military power long ago, but their status remains untouchable. The Dingshan Marquis, in Nanguan City, is of the royal Xia bloodline. Chu Liang nodded. I see. So, we just need to find this little Marquise and ask. Old Kui smiled continually. I have already sent an inquiry. However, given the prestige of the Marquis' manor, who knows when they will deign to reply. Suddenly, Old Key's voice took on a proud tone. But the Li family has a solution. Tomorrow, Miss Shi arrives in Nanguan City. To welcome her, the Li family villa will host a grand banquet. Every prominent figure in the city will be attending. The little Marquise is on the guest list. Why don't you two attend under the glorious banner of Mount Shu? It would be the perfect opportunity to question him directly. Hearing that the path had been paved so smoothly, Chu Liang clasped his hands in gratitude. That arrangement is acceptable. Many thanks, Steward Kui. The old steward bowed deeply. A trivial matter, young master, but suddenly a strange ripple disturbed Kulian's spiritual sea. Deep within his consciousness, the White Pagoda System trembled violently. Chu Liang's senses sharpened instantly. His demon-slaying sword was vibrating with bloodlust. A target had appeared. Meanwhile, over at the guest courtyard, little Yu stood routed to the spot, obediently waiting for her meal delivery. But in the distance, an old man radiated a suffocating aura of death. His gaze locked onto her. Little Yu scowled, eyes shut in annoyance, silently cursing Chu Liang's name. That liar, Chu Liang, said food was coming. Why is it taking an eternity? She was so focused on her hunger, she failed to sense the shadow looming behind her. Tap. Tap. The sound of a cane hitting stone broke her trance. She spun around, eyes wide. Hey, bald grandpa. Are you here to deliver my lunch? The bald elder let out a wheezing chuckle. Hey. Indeed, little girl. But my old legs are failing me. Could you lend this poor soul a hand? Without hesitation, little Yu reached out. Sure, lean on me. But the moment they touched, that withered, age-spotted hand clamped down like a vice of steel. His laughter turned manic. At long last, I have caught you. Little Yu blinked, confused. Huh, Baldy, what's your deal? Suddenly, his form began to twist and expand. You wretched little brat. The human disguise shattered like glass, revealing the hulking form of a demonic turtle. Open your eyes and see who stands before you. Little Yu shrieked, trying to wrench her arm free. You're that ugly turtle, demon! The monster opened its beak, laughing as if it had struck gold. Ha! Two little koi fish! You devoured the heavenly treasures I cultivated for centuries. Did you think you could just swim away? Justice has come for you. His neck elongated, bringing his hideous face inches from hers. If I devour you now, I can still refine the amber vermilion fruit and the flying fish essence from your blood. Terrified, little Yu let out a blood-curdling scream. Panicked, the demon roared. Silence. But suddenly a golden talisman cut through the air like a shooting star. In that split second between life and death, the turtle's jaws snapped shut, clashing against a golden barrier. Clang! The vibration rattled his teeth to the root. Furious, the beast raised its head. Who dares? He looked up to see a figure descending from the heavens. Chu Liang had arrived, standing as her shield. Behind him, the silver-haired maiden trembled in fear. The old turtle seethed with demonic energy. Brats, you are a human, cultivator. But this girl is a monster. The affairs of the demon race are none of your concern. Chu Liang's expression turned cold, his voice cutting like ice. She is merely a small, innocent spirit. Furthermore, you stand on the territory of my sect. Do you think I will allow you to commit murder on my watch? The demon's eyes overflowed with dark intent. Innocent? You call this thief innocent? He pointed a trembling claw at the girl protected by the talisman, his rage boiling over. Do you know the amber vermilion fruit? I guarded it for over 100 years in the depths of the Shennan River. I watered its roots with the blood of countless living souls, just to make it ripen. Chu Liang narrowed his eyes, visualizing the mountain of corpses created for this greed. No wonder he is shrouded in such heavy resentment, Chu Liang thought. Asterisk. This explains the rage of my demon-slaying sword. The recent wave of drownings... It was all his doing. Asterisk. To cultivate a demonic fruit with the life force of the innocent. This monster has bathed the riverbanks in blood for years. The turtle craned his neck, ranting. I plan to wait until the medicinal potency reached 500 years. I would consume the greater fruit first, then nurture the lesser one. With both fruits, I would finally shed this shell and achieve human form. The demon's eyes glowed with the madness of his lost dream, spitting out his grievances. But just one day, one single day before my harvest. I don't know how these two wretched fish found the secret entrance to my cave. They swallowed both of my treasures in a single gulp. When I discovered them, I tried to swallow them whole to reclaim my power. Double quotes, ... But the slippery pests escaped, and to make it worse, they fled into the ancient water mansion, another site I had been monitoring for ages. The flying fish essence inside that mansion, I watched it grow for centuries. It was finally ready for fusion. And they absorbed that too. No, ... No, I cannot accept this. The turtle demon stretched its neck to the limit, roaring until the air vibrated with his grievance. I am a turtle demon. Do you know how long it took me to crawl from the river to this mountain? Days. Do you understand my pain? For hundreds of years, my only dream was speed. That flying fish essence was my ticket to finally moving like a normal creature. Chu Liang's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine pity crossing his face. Asterisk, by the heavens, waiting centuries only to be robbed by faster snacks. That is truly tragic. Asterisk, the old turtle stomped his cane, spittle flying everywhere. If you stand in my way, I will eat you too. You can save the girl, but can you save yourself? He threw aside the cane and charged. With the second step, he elongated his body, roaring like a prehistoric beast. By the third step, his momentum seemed earth, but in reality, by the fourth step, he had only advanced a few pathetic inches. Chu Liang stared blankly. The attack was agonizingly slow. He casually drew his red-named sword, a smirk playing on his lips. Old man, with legs that slow, maybe you should retire from fighting. He used the tip of his blade to scratch a circle around himself in the dirt. Here is the deal. I've drawn a circle. You tried to reach it. I'm going to grab some lunch, but don't worry, I'll come right back to this spot. I promise I won't move an inch. If you manage to cross this line before I die of old age, I'll fight you. The turtle demon froze, mid-step, his brain shook. The mockery pierced his heart deeper than any blade. Tears of humiliation streamed down his face. Arg! The disrespect. I will not be looked down upon. He dropped to his belly, shooting his neck forward like a spear. He opened his maul right in Chu Liang's face, energy gathering in his throat like high beams. The flames of resentment burned hot. Chu Liang didn't flinch. He instantly channeled his ki into the demon-slaying sword. Now! He thrust his hand directly toward the gaping maw. Twin talisman sword art. Fire and ice. Two spectral dragons, one of frost and one of flame, exploded from his blade. The turtle demon recoiled in sheer terror, its jaws gaping as it desperately tried to dodge the incoming artifact. Its eyes bulged with primal fear, realizing too late. Asterisk, this is bad. This brat holds a supreme treasure. Asterisk, my offensive power is nothing compared to his. A chaotic storm of scorching fire from the front and biting frost from the rear engulfed its massive, mountain-like body without mercy. Thinking fast, it snapped its shells shut, sealing itself off from the onslaught. Even in this desperate moment, it felt a surge of arrogance regarding the absolute defense upon its back. It sneered internally. Asterisk, I have dominated the Janain River for years, relying on this impenetrable shell, a puny cultivator at the divine intent realm, even with a treasure. Asterisk. Can keep dreaming if he thinks he can break my defense? Chu Liang didn't hesitate. He summoned blooming ice lotuses to bombard its head. Even the inferno raging around them seemed unable to crack the shell. But then, frost and flame combined in an endless cycle of destruction. 2 elemental dragons coiled and struck, slamming into the 1,000-year-old carapace with the force of a meteor. Razor-sharp bicycles mixed with exploding embers, shooting skyward in a chaotic display. The pressure was overwhelming. The turtle demon was forced to stick its head out to scream. Asterisk icefire joint. Refinement to toe. Decapitation. The release of spiritual energy bathed Chu Liang in a blinding, divine radiance. Meanwhile, just outside the walls of the Li family estate, dozens of wooden carriages rolled in, creating a lively spectacle of wealth. A slender leg, adorned in elegant high heels, stepped down. Her beauty was nothing short of peerless, silencing the crowd. Even the simple act of tucking a stray lock of messy hair behind her ear was mesmerizing. She seemed to glow with an ethereal light under the midday sun. The Li family members stood in respectful rows. As soon as the beauty appeared, they bowed in unison, their voices echoing. We humbly welcome Miss Zhu. Miss Zhu offered a calm greeting, but her maid, holding a parasol, spoke on her behalf. We heard rumors of a demon causing trouble in this area 2 days ago. Has this issue been resolved? If you disturb Senior Sister Zhu's rest, the consequences will be unpleasant. Master Li smiled broadly, pointing toward Linbei and Hukui. He replied, the demon was merely a trick by our business rivals to play God, and play ghosts to scare us. Furthermore, we invited an immortal master from Mount Shu to oversee things. I, Master Li, guarantee, with my own head, no monster would dare. But before the sentence could finish, a cataclysmic explosion shook the very foundation of the earth. The smiles on all 3 faces instantly froze and shattered. Every eye turned to witness the gruesome sight. The giant turtle demon remained, but only its head. Its massive, ancient body had been completely obliterated in the blast. Miss Zhu's eyes went wide with shock. Her lips parted as she thought. Asterisk, what a terrifying sword art! A violent tremor shook the earth as the heavy, severed turtle shell slammed onto the ground like a falling mountain. Dust and debris billowed out, fluttering the hem of Chu Liang's robes. From the remains of the shell, drawn by the sword's key, a sphere of green light floated toward him, gazing at the rainbow, slashing sword pulsating with power. And the phantom blades hovering behind him, he smirked. The buffs on this legendary sword are truly broken. Asterisk. Last time, it was 100 swords transforming into 10,000, this time, a rune turning into twin dragons. It reminded him of that awkward moment killing the divine envoy with that idiot Neo. He rubbed his temples, a sigh escaping his lips. Asterisk, it is a tragedy that this level of power is temporary. If I could maintain this state forever, asterisk. Asterisk, Just imagining, it feels magnificent. With one hand, he captured the turtle's soul. With the other, he recalled his blade. Sadly, the giant turtle's physical form is ruined. Asterisk. The damage is catastrophic. The shell is pulverized. It has no salvage value left. Chu Liang's expression shifted faster than the wind. Staring at the swirling energy before him, a brilliant idea sparked. Asterisk. This time, I have the koi fish luck of Miss Zhao. You backing me up? With her blessing, ... Asterisk. Asterisk, ... Who knows? The White Tower might grant me a legendary reward. The demons had been thoroughly purged. He approached Zhao Yu to release her bindings, speaking with gravitas. Miss Zhao Yu, that giant turtle intended to swallow you whole. I have saved your life today. Her eyes lit up with pure gratitude. Thank you so much. But nothing in this world is free. See Chu Liang flashed a radiant smile, extending his hand. So, don't you think you should repay me with something? Zhao Yu blinked her large, innocent eyes. What do you desire? Having secured the answer he wanted, he sat cross-legged in midair. I need you to close your eyes. Pray in your heart that my wish comes true. Though confused about the method, she nodded obediently. She sat down properly and shut her eyes tight. The luck of a goddess began to radiate. Chu Liang entered his mental visualization space. Looking at the sincere girl, he thought, while the koi is working her magic. Asterisk, ... Why wait to claim my prize? He watched the ball of light containing the turtle demon pulse with increasing intensity. Chu Liang clasped his hands fervently. Koi fish, bless me! He slammed his hand down on the extraction button. Give me a divine ability. The turtle soul flared. ... And an item shot out, riding the stream of ki straight into his hand. The system immediately began to analyze the new treasure. Curse of eliminating evil. This divine ability can only be activated once per day. Furthermore, it is only guaranteed to work on targets with a cultivation base lower than the caster. The victim of this curse will have all rage instantly purged from their being. In the blink of an eye, they will choose to forgive every action committed before them. This effect lasts for a short duration. Chu Liang reached out, with a satisfied grin, to grab the useful talisman. Having the little koi's luck support is truly miraculous. As the talisman hovered before him, the White Tower system echoed the basic information again. Asterisk, 1 usage per day. A limited divine ability. Asterisk, effective only against those weaker than the user. The one struck by the curse. Asterisk, will have their killing intent completely erased. For a brief moment, they will choose absolute forgiveness for all transgressions happening before their eyes. Asterisk, staring at the talisman and hearing its heaven-defyingly absurd effect. Chu Liang muttered the chant in confusion. Forgiveness. It wipes out anger instantly. Well, I suppose it is suitable for conflict resolution. His consciousness snapped back to reality. Lin Bei rushed in like a madman, screaming at the top of his lungs. Chu Liang. I saw a massive turtle from afar, and then a sword fell from the heavens. Was that you? Chu Liang clasped his hands behind his back, adopting the pose of a master. That was a turtle demon committing atrocities. It tried to devour Miss Zhao Yu, so I was forced to intervene. Before his feet even touched the grass, Lin Bei continued. That attack had the power of a natural disaster. How did you unleash such a thing? Lin Bei recalled the terrifying explosion. It nearly stopped the hearts of everyone outside. He pointed excitedly. I wasn't the only one. The disciples of the South Sound Pavilion saw it too. The onlookers were left stunned. But Chu Liang merely squinted, masking his true depths with a carefree grin. Don't overthink it. It was just a disposable talisman, not my actual strength. If you could spam a move that powerful, you'd be invincible under the heavens. Lin Bei nodded, accepting the logic without digging deeper into the mystery. I suppose you're right. Tears streamed down Lin Bei's face as he patted Chu Liang's shoulder, crying out with exaggerated relief. Good. That is truly wonderful news. Yet, beneath the brotherly act, a shadow of envy darkened his heart. We disciples of Jade Sword peak fight like dogs for scraps of spiritual resources. But Chu Liang is the sole heir of Silver Sword Peak. The sex treasury is practically his playground. I'm so jealous, I could vomit blood. How does he have so many life-saving trump cards? Suddenly, little Yu tugged at his sleeve. I'm starving. Lin Bei immediately switched modes. Right. Let's go fill our stomachs. Chu Liang, sandwiched between them, remained silent. They entered a bustling inn, the air thick with the aroma of mortal food. Lin Bei and little Yu attacked, the feast like starving ghosts. However, Chu Liang didn't touch a single grain of rice. His mind was drifting into the realm of cultivation theory, that karma-severing mantra. How exactly does the mechanism function? Is it truly as effective as the ancient texts claim? He turned his gaze toward Lin Bei, his eyes glinting with a mischievous, scientific curiosity. Lin Bei froze, sensing the killing intent in that stare. Chu Liang smirked. Clang. With zero hesitation, he slapped the steaming rice bowl right out of Lin Bei's hand. Lin Bei's rationality snapped instantly. Fury erupted in his eyes like a volcano. He roared, his veins bulging. Have you gone mad? Chu Liang didn't flinch. Calm as a still lake. He pulled out the charm and blasted the karma-severing mantra straight into Lin Bei's face. A beam of emerald ki pierced his forehead, instantly extinguishing the flames of his rage. The murderous look on Lin Bei's face melted into the vacant expression of a village idiot. The spell's power rewrote his immediate cognition, forcing a bizarre logic upon him. Although Chu Liang just slapped my food away for no reason, and it should make me furious. Surely, as my sworn brother, he must have a profound reason for doing so. The mantra's influence deepened. Lin Bei's expression became completely slack-jawed as he let out a long, peaceful sigh. Of course, I forgive him. Little Yu leaned over, watching this madness with total confusion. Seeing the delayed, dopey reaction, Chu Liang relaxed. He picked up his own bowl, whistling innocently. Excellent. This mind-altering talisman is terrifyingly effective. Meanwhile, the story shifted to little Yu's sister. A flashback revealed the tragic journey of the carp demons. I was originally a carp spirit in the Forbidden River. By chance, I consumed an amber bead, gaining 300 years of cultivation in an instant. I took human form, but a wicked turtle demon sought to devour my sister and me to steal our essence. In the chaos of our escape, we were separated. She had surfaced from the depths, gazing at the closed city gates. Remembering their pact, she clung to hope. We promised to meet at Nangwon City if we ever got lost. So I traveled there to wait, while staying at Leaf Family Village outside the city. I met a young master. He was handsome, possessing the noble air of an aristocrat. Yet he treated a commoner like me with such gentleness. I lied, calling myself Lu Xiaoyu, a fisherman's daughter, looking for her lost sister. That young man was Xia Yan, the little lord of the Dingshan Marquis Manor. He invited me to stay, promising to use his clan's influence to find my kin. At first, she had been wary of the powerful noble, but he stayed by my side, swearing he would scour the earth for her. He told me looking alone was like fishing for a needle in the ocean. Xia Yan dispatched guards throughout the city. It seemed like a dream. Perhaps she had truly encountered a fated romance, a wish-fulfilling husband, just like in the mortal legends. She naively thought, once I find my sister, we could marry. The bridal chamber, the wedding wine, bearing his children. Her imagination ran wild with domestic bliss. She pictured a perfect future, a happy family of 3 living in harmony. But reality was cruel. Resting her chin on her hands, doubts crept in. Why is he so busy from dawn till dusk? He rarely visits me now, and there is still 0 news about my sister. Xiao Yu slammed the table, standing up in a panic. My sister is innocent and naive. What if she didn't meet a benefactor like Xia Yan? What if she met a monster? No, I can't wait anymore. I must tell Xia Yan I'm going out to search myself. Our bloodline connection might guide me to her. Determined, she rushed to Xia Yan's quarters. She hesitated at the door, hand hovering The lights are still on. Is he working late on official business? She decided to wait outside. But inside the room, the atmosphere was sinister. Xia Yan stroomed Ugu Kim with a look of twisted satisfaction. This ancient zith, it has the potential to be a supreme spirit artifact. Yet, I must use it as a mere musical instrument. What a waste of heavenly treasure. His servant, a man with a rat-like mustache, bowed low. For the little lord, it is a waste. But to a music fanatic, it is priceless. The Marquis paid a heavy price to acquire it. He insisted you must not fail this mission. Xia Yan sneered, holding the priceless artifact like trash. This zither is merely bait, a stepping stone to approach Zhu Lingshu of the Southern Sound Pavilion. She is a heaven's chosen of her generation. Winning her favor and her sex backing won't be easy. My father certainly found me a useful prop. The rat-mustached servant added, eager to please. The Marquis received secret intel from the palace that Shen Qingqing of the Southern Sound Pavilion might become the crown princess. Zhu Lingshu is her close sister. If you can bring Zhu Lingshu into our Marquis manor, your future will be limitless, little lord. And your skills in manipulating women are unrivaled under the heavens. Xia Yan's face darkened, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. TCH. You make me sound like a gigolo living off women. He turned, his aura turning cold and sharp. Enough. What of the business? Did you report to my father? He is obsessed with extending his lifespan through cultivation, but his talent is trash. If we lose the connection with the Dongjing gang, he won't be able to sit idly in seclusion anymore. The servant trembled, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Little lord, of course. It is proceeding. But the Marquis is at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. He cannot be disturbed by these filthy mortal matters. So, the little lord must shoulder the burden for now. Xia Yan set the zither down, his voice dripping with disdain. Father's talent is mediocre at best. He has swallowed mountains of resources, yet he still can't breach the peak of the sixth realm. If not for our human trafficking business funding his addiction, he would have bankrupted the manor long ago. Why can't the old fool just give up? The lackey trembled, swallowing his words in terror. One wrong move, and their grand ambition would turn to ash. The seventh realm was within reach, but rage consumed the young Marquis. He slammed the zither into the dirt, his face twisted in malice. Huh? Everything destroyed? Watch your tongue. In the shadows, Liu Xiaoyu felt her world crumble. The hero she admired was nothing but a two-faced devil. Her heart turned to ice. She didn't hesitate. She had to flee this den of vipers immediately. But the moment she turned to escape, a shadow loomed behind her. A masked figure stood there, radiating a sinister aura and a mocking grin. Going somewhere. Before she could scream, a heavy blow struck her. Darkness claimed her consciousness as she collapsed. But the noise had alerted the master. Hayan burst through the doors, eyes scanning the perimeter. Lu Shi. What is this? He stared at his guard, his expression cold as steel. The masked guard looked down at the unconscious girl. Young master. A rat. She was Eve's. Hayan's face shifted instantly. How long was she there, looking at the innocent beauty lying in the dirt? The guard estimated coldly. Long enough to sign her death warrant. The young Marquis sighed, looking at her with twisted regret. A pity. Truly, a pity. We can't keep her now. I actually liked her innocence. I wanted to play house with this one for a while. What a waste. Lu, she didn't hesitate, grabbing her by the hair to finish the job. Shall I execute her? Hayan raised a hand to stop him. No. Waste not. Want not. Take her to the smuggling boat outside the city. Sell her with the next batch. The order was absolute. Lushi summoned spiritual shackles, binding her wrists instantly. Hayan nodded politely. Sorry to trouble you, Lushi. With a surge of ki, the guard took flight, with his captive. He dangled her beneath him as he soared into the night sky. Haiyan watched him go, a sneer curling his lip. What a freak of nature! No interest in women, yet he gets anxious about killing them. His lackey chuckled nervously. Hey Lu, she practices the 7 kill-star arts. He has severed all lust and emotion. His only desire is loyalty to the Marquis's manor. Haiyan's eyes narrowed dangerously. He refuses to teach me those arts, claiming I lack the destiny. Whatever. Just another tool in my arsenal. While the girl was dragged away to a dark fate, the scene shifted to the grand banquet. Manor Lord Li took the stage, arms spread wide in celebration. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Southgate City. My humble villa is honored by your presence. Standing amidst the flowers, he looked less like a lord and more like a stuffed dumpling. Ahaha. If anything displeases you tonight, speak up. Tonight is for joy. Below the stage, Chu Liang shifted uncomfortably. Old Kui. Why am I sitting so close to the front? This is too conspicuous. Old Kui shrugged helplessly. Don't look at me. Fairy Zhu requested this personally. When the star of the show demands it, we. Suddenly, a booming announcement cut him off. The Marquis' manor has arrived. Haiyan strode in like a king, his golden cloak billowing. Behind him, Lu Shi carried a massive instrument case. He walked with purpose, presenting the gift. A gift for Fairy Zhu, the legendary kite, ancient Z. The crowd gasped. The kite Z. A lost treasure of the musical Tao. But as they entered, the temperature in the room dropped. A suffocating pressure filled the hall. Chu Liang and Lin Bei felt it immediately. That man. He's radiating pure resentment. The awkward tension broke as the host announced the show. Thank you all for coming. Fairy Zhu is preparing for the main event in 2 days. But tonight, a special preview. The crowd erupted. Men leaped from their seats, cheering wildly. Yes! Bring out the fairy! A servant girl stepped forward to manage the chaos. The atmosphere is electric. However, this performance requires a partner. Fairy Zhu wishes to choose one of you to assist her. Instantly, chaos broke out. Every man in the hall shot up, hands waving frantically. Me! Pick me! I am the one. Lord Li saw the perfect opportunity to curry favor. Since the young Marquis gifted such a divine instrument, ... Why not let Fairy Zhu christen the kites zither tonight? Let us hear the voice of a legend. The servant girl hesitated. I must ask my mistress. Suddenly, a melodious voice floated from the back. Of course. It would be my honor. Fairy Zhu stepped into the light. Her beauty was blinding. A true celestial maiden descending to earth. She stole the breath of every man in the room. My thanks to the young Marquis for returning this treasure to the world. She glided down the steps, bypassing the wealthy nobles, and stopped directly in front of Chu Liang. She extended a hand. Young hero, Chu of the Mount Shu sect. ... Will you assist me? Chu Liang pointed at himself, dumbfounded. Me. The hall went silent. The other man stared in disbelief. Lord Li's mind raced. By status and wealth, the young Marquis is the undisputed king of this banquet. To pick this random disciple first, it defies all logic. Why is she ignoring the Marquis? Chu Liang stood up slowly, trying to dodge the bullet. Fairy, I am honored, ... but I know nothing of the musical Tao. I would only ruin your art. Fairy Zhu smiled, her fingers lightly brushing the zither strings. Twang. Fear not. She strummed a chord and addressed the crowd. The song tonight is the Wolf Assistance Anthology, a battle hymn of the Southern Sound Pavilion, capable of boosting spiritual power to demonstrate its true potential. I need a cultivator to receive the blessing. She turned back to him. I need someone with a profound foundation. As a disciple of the mighty Mount Shu, You are the perfect vessel. Will you grant me this favor? Put on the spot. Chu Liang could only nod. Then, I shall do my best. Next to him, Lin Bei's eyes practically bled with envy. High cultivation. Mount Chu, disciple. What am I? Chopped liver. But the true rage came from the VIP seat. Haiyan gripped his armrest until the wood splintered. His teeth ground together in fury. Am I invisible? Do I not have feelings? Watching Chu Liang take the stage. I spent a fortune to make her smile, and she thanks him. Hatred burned in his veins, like poison. How dare she turn her head to flirt with another man, looking at the very zither I provided, yet performing for someone else. A frown of irritation etched itself onto his face. If you are using the instrument I've gifted you, surely I deserve a shred of participation in this act. Chu Liang stepped onto the stage beside the beauty, placing a hand on his chest with gentlemanly grace. What is my role here? The young maiden replied with a soft smile. Just calm your heart, young hero, and circulate your cultivation technique. As he began to float on a wave of energy, she whispered one last instruction. If any anomalies occur later, as long as you do not feel physical rejection, do not be alarmed. Chu Liang nodded, feigning complete understanding of the situation. As she watched him assist her performance, Zhu Lingsu's eyes narrowed in calculation. What is this man's true cultivation base? Let us see what kind of phenomena his energy provokes. The truth shall be revealed. I recall the day he arrived, marked by a massive explosion. That mysterious power. It sparked a burning curiosity within me. The sword intent displayed that day was truly terrifying. If he truly possesses such a realm at his young age, then there is no room for doubt. He is the supreme heaven's pride of this generation. Yet, why is such a monster completely nameless within the Mount Chu sect? Unlike the famous Sister Jiang or Jiang Yuebai, reason dictates he cannot be that strong. As a core disciple myself, I would surely sense the depths of such overwhelming cultivation. Unless... Is Mount Chu intentionally hiding this peerless genius from the world? She gazed at the stoic figure of Seek. Perhaps he held a powerful talisman that day. No. Following that line of logic leads to a dead end. Relying on external items for survival seems unlikely for him. Stored magic could never replicate the pure sword intent I witnessed. There is only one way to know. I will use this melody to strip away his secrets. Let us expose this young hero's true origin. The zither hummed, and Chu Liang began to float, circulating his true ki in perfect harmony with the tune. The crowd below gasped as the strange melody washed over them. A unified thought gripped every heart in the audience. Why did their blood suddenly boil with excitement? The urge to descend the mountain and slay demons became overwhelming. What sorcery is this? Why does everyone suddenly crave violence? Could it be this song? Chu Liang, lost in the rhythm, suddenly jolted awake. Something inside the White Tower had opened its eyes. His instincts screamed danger as he snapped to attention. This melody, ... it stimulates the spirit's lust for battle. My internal energy circulation is skyrocketing under its influence. It has increased several times over. The Nine Heavens' mysterious Heart Sutra flows like a raging river through my murim. If I were in actual combat right now, my mana recovery speed would be monstrous. I can feel every ounce of my essence and blood being amplified by the music. Even the magic doll inside the tower is going berserk with power. Chu Liang felt like he was evolving into a god of war. Lightning crackled from his gaze. Aside from channeling ki, his mental reflexes and physical stamina were surging. In simple terms, his combat power had just doubled. He closed his eyes, visualizing 1,000 swords dancing in his mind. This Zhu Lingsu is no ordinary musician. She is funneling the zither's power solely into me right now. But on a real battlefield, the number of allies she could affect would certainly not be limited to just one person. She could double the combat strength of an entire army of cultivators. If 5 disciples from the Southern Music Sect played this battle wolf formation together, the synergy would be godlike. You make me stronger. I make you stronger. and you feed that power back to me. Such mutual support would create a terrifying vortex of energy, infinite scaling, resulting in devastating destruction. Suddenly, Zhu Shu raised her hand high. Her eyes locked onto the strings with grim determination. The climax approaches. She struck the strings with savage grace, unleashing a sound of pure madness. Chu Liang was fully awakened. The Nine Heavens technique roared to life. Blood-red aura exploded from his body, flooding the area. The energy invaded every cell of his being. Zhu Shu glanced over, her eyes widening in disbelief. His aura, it completely crushed her confidence. Wait, ... Why is his visual phenomenon so weak, even though I have never buffed a Mount Shu disciple before? I know what the Nine Heavens technique should look like. Where is the mysterious pill of the Sea of Qi? Where is the 5 Qi gathering? Even the heavenly heart phenomenon would suffice. She sighed, disappointed by the lackluster display. None of the legendary signs appeared. Only a faint, misty haze. But inside, the doll and the tower were feasting. They were devouring the musical energy like starving beasts. Xi Yang was shocked. The big head doll's cultivation speed just exploded. It is growing too fast. A flame ignited in Chu Liang's eyes. Wait! The white tower has been triggered by the doll. It has fully awakened. The seal is broken. The massive phantom of the White Tower materialized in the real world. Zhu Shu turned pale with horror. The pressure was absolute. Asterisk. Snap. The zither string broke instantly, slicing into her jade-like fingers. Blood dripped from her hands, but she did not flinch. Her terror was fixed solely on him. Why? What was that monstrosity just now? A terrifying aura just erupted from Chu Liang's body. What kind of ancient horror is he housing? The White Tower had forced its way out. Blood sprayed from the severed string. Her face was frozen in a mask of pure shock. She had seen the forbidden truth. Realizing the disaster, Chu Liang instantly recalled the tower. The crowd below was still drunk on the melody, oblivious to the danger. Only he and Zhu Shu witnessed the anomaly. Chu Liang's mind raced. Oh, no. Did I just reveal the phantom of the White Tower? His brow furrowed, eyes turning cold as ice. The tower is my greatest secret, the root of my existence. If the cultivation world learns of this, it will bring a catastrophe upon my head. I must divert their attention immediately. His eyes darted around, searching for a distraction. Pointing a trembling finger at the bloodstained strings, he cried out in feigned horror. It is merely a broken string, yet it dared to wound Fairy Zhu's jade-like hand. Could the instrument be defective? Below the stage, the blood drained from young Master Xia Yan's face as the realization hit him. What is that scoundrel implying? A string, snapping at the prestigious South Sound Pavilion. Impossible. Fairy Zhu's zither arts are flawless, which leaves only one explanation. The zither itself is trash. Is he suggesting? ... I presented a counterfeit to curry favor. Instantly, the crowd's gaze shifted, piercing him with scorn and ridicule. Oh no, the dignified little marquise, gifting fakes. Hee. Xia Yan couldn't take it. His eyes shot daggers at Chu Liang, teeth grinding in fury. You steal my spotlight. ... And now you dare shame me publicly with this slander. Do you have a death wish? Under the weight of countless judging eyes. ... He slammed the table and surged to his feet, finger trembling as he pointed. But before he could unleash his tirade, Chu Liang secretly cast the evil, suppressing mantra. ... Crushing the young master's rage in an instant. Xia Yan froze, rooted to the spot, a strange calm washing over his mind. Even though this Chu Liang stole my glory. ... He seems unwilling, and he doesn't even know Farah Zhu. Perhaps she only invited him up because he is a disciple of Mount Shu. If I rage now, won't I look petty? Besides, I know for a fact This kite zither is an authentic treasure. Would my father be scammed? Or did he scam me? Should I just forgive him? Xia! Yan's tone suddenly softened, waving his hand dismissively. Oh well. Dot. 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 Say no more. Let us tend to Fairy Zoo's injury first. The gossip-hungry crowd below was left dumbfounded by this turn of events. He's guilty. The zither must be fake. Meanwhile, Fairy Zoo remained silent, her beautiful eyes shifting between the two men. She glanced timidly at the stone-faced Chu Liang. As a master musician, I know that ancient zither was genuine. The string snapping, dot, 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 pains my heart. But the cause was my own doing. I foolishly tried to test Chu Liang with my spiritual energy. It seems I triggered an instinctive backlash from him, resulting in this tragedy. However, that brief exchange revealed something. Double quotes, dot, dot, dot. His cultivation base is not high, yet a profound secret lies dormant within his body. That hidden power must be the source. Dot, dot, dot of that terrifying sword intent. In the world of cultivation, everyone harbors secrets. Even I am no exception. I stumbled upon his secret by accident. Exposing him before this crowd would be a breach of Taoist etiquette. She coughed lightly, lowering her head in contemplation. Out of guilt and a desire to protect Siet, I must let the little Marquis suffer this injustice. Moments later, Fairy Zoo excused herself to dress her wound. Chu Liang took the cue, bowing his head and retreating from the stage. The little Marquis and his entourage also made a hasty exit, fleeing the banquet under a barrage of disdainful glares. Chu Liang hurried back to their table, slapping his partner's shoulder. Hey! Lin Bei! The Gossip King was still absorbed in the drama, dot, 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 and jumped at the sudden touch. What is it? The brothers are still socializing. Chu Liang leaned in, whispering urgently. Have you forgotten our mission? Now is your chance. Go ask the little Marquis about Miss Zhao Yu's sister. Lin Bei, not wanting to leave the fun, retorted. Why don't you go ask? Chu Liang cleared his throat. I cannot. After the stunt I just pulled, he likely harbors a grudge. Lin Bei looked at him, puzzled. Didn't he speak to you with gentleness and grace? That little Marquis seems to have a surprisingly good temperament. Chu Liang insisted, pushing him. Temperament can be feigned. He might be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Go now, before he vanishes. Lin Bei scratched his head, but obeyed. Fine, I'll go snoop. Meanwhile, back at the courtyard, a subordinate rushed in with a pale face. Young master, disaster at the boat. He leaned close to Cheyenne, voice trembling. The woman Master Lu brought yesterday. She has escaped. The news struck Cheyenne like a thunderbolt. Dot, 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 shattering his composure. Escape? He roared. How can a frail woman slip through a heavily guarded vessel? Then, remembering Zhao Yu's true form. Dot, 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 he corrected himself. No, she is no weakling. She is a demon. He recalled the unexpected power she displayed. Dot, 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 dot. When she grabbed that girl and fled, she managed to save the other women on the boat, though the guards recaptured the humans quickly. But Zhao, you used her agile tail to dive into the river? We haven't caught the demon as yet. A squad of martial artists is currently tracking her along the Nanjiang River. Dot, 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 hunting her down. Cheyenne clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. This cannot leak out. Capture her. I want to see her alive. Or see her corpse. The subordinate bowed and scrambled away. Cheyenne turned to his right-hand man. Master Lu, you go personally. I do not trust those incompetents. I must meet with the Eastern Whale Gang shortly. Master Lu nodded at once. Unaware of this, Lin Bei had trailed the little Marquis to a secluded pavilion. Dot, 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 and dove into the shrubbery to spy. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Lin Bei furrowed his brows, his instincts tingling. My intuition as a fellow man of culture tells me, this little Marquis is definitely a lecherous scoundrel just like me. He sends his men away to wait here alone in the dark. He must be waiting for a secret tryst with a jade beauty. Imagining the Marquis embracing a voluptuous beauty under the moonlight made Lin Bei's heart race. This is going to be good. ... Suddenly, the crunch of footsteps on dried leaves broke the silence. Lin Bei peeked out, eyes wide. Sameo is coming. Heavy footsteps. ... A man. He strained his eyes and recognized the figure. It was Big Brother Zhu. Hey! Man! But nothing could derail his filthy train of thought. His excitement skyrocketed, hands clasping his blushing cheeks. Even more stimulating. Brother Zhu, a voice called out from the shadows. The little Marquis Xia Yan forced his expression into a mask of gentle nobility. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, Brother Zhu, how have you been? Regarding the matter we discussed. What has Hall Master Chang decided? Brother Zhu bowed respectfully, his voice low. The Hall Master believes that even if business continues, we must pause for 1 or 2 months after this current shipment. We will discuss that later. Recently, the daughter of the Fisherman Villa has been leading an investigation targeting our King Dong sect. The situation has become incredibly volatile. We absolutely cannot let her catch us, Xia Yan replied without a hint of annoyance, calculating his next move. If we must pause temporarily, I have no objections. After all, our goods require time to prepare as well. We can simply stockpile a larger quantity. Brother Zhu's eyes lit up, having heard the answer he desired. Many thanks, little Marquis. So, when is our next shipment scheduled? Xia Yan pondered for a moment before his eyes sharpened with decision. Let it be the night of Zhu Lingsu's performance. By then, the entire city's eyes will be fixed on the villa. Our boats on the river will be perfectly concealed. Brother Zhu found no fault in the plan and bowed to the arrangement. That is an excellent strategy. Lin Bei, hiding nearby, sighed in disappointment. I expected to witness an epic clash between brothers. Instead, I am stuck listening to nonsense I do not even understand. Furious at the waste of his precious time, he stomped his foot in annoyance. This is clearly not the time for questions. Time to retreat. Run away. Run away. But just as Lin Bei took a step, crack, he stepped on a dry branch, the sound cutting through the silence like a blade. Brother Zhu's gaze instantly snapped toward the noise. He rushed out of the pavilion, roaring. Who is there? Lin Bei panicked, his head swiveling wildly. I am dead. I have been spotted. His eyes bulged, but he forced himself to calm down. Do not panic. Stay cool. A light bulb went off in his head. I have a plan. Suddenly, he yanked his pants down, exposing his bare legs. He bent over with a desperate expression, as if nature called with urgent fury. With a flushed face, he shouted back. What is wrong with you? Have you never seen a man relieve himself before? Brother Zhu froze, too stunned to approach Lin Bei and his shining white backside. The moon reflected off his skin as he scolded them aggressively. What are you looking at? Is this the first time you have seen a man's rear end? Brother Zhu backed away in sheer horror. Who allowed you to defecate so freely in a place like this? Seeing his trick had successfully fooled them, Lin Bei yanked up his trousers and sprinted away. But he did not forget to turn back for one last word. Wow, he looks like an underworld thug, but he is actually quite polite. Xia Yan stepped out from the shadows, his voice cold. What happened? Brother Zhu. His eyes remained fixed on the fleeing figure. Lin Bei had already vanished into the distance. It was nothing. Just a drunkard, late that night, deep within the Ding Shan Marquis manor. The atmosphere was heavy after the banquet. Xia Yan waited anxiously as his subordinate returned. What is the report? Lu Shi landed softly, his expression dark. That girl, she turned out to be a fish demon. Once she hit the water, her speed was godlike. I had locked on to her spiritual aura, but I only managed to land a single strike. He stared at the blade in his hand, sensing the lingering bloodlust. Within a 10-mile radius, ... He recalled the sensation of his blade slicing across her abdomen. His voice remained flat and emotionless. I do not know if she survived or perished. I have ordered men to dredge the river day and night. If she is dead, a corpse will surface. Xia Yan frowned, his voice rising in anger. You struck her yesterday. Did you not realize she was a demon? Lu Shi crossed his arms, shrugging with indifference. Mortals or weak little demons. To me, they are all the same, fragile ants. She concealed her demonic energy. Well, it was difficult to detect. Besides, if I had killed her on the spot, human or demon, the outcome would be irrelevant. Xia Yan began to feel the weight of regret. I was the one who told Lu Shi to spare Lu Xiao's life, he grimaced. Who could have predicted such a disaster would unfold? I cannot blame Lu Shi for this, but surely I cannot blame myself either. He scowled, waving his hand dismissively. Fine. Whatever. A mere little demon took a direct hit from your blade. She surely has no life left in her. And even if she isn't dead, a monster like that, would she dare reveal our secrets? Xia Yan stormed into his room and slammed his hand on the table. His face darkened as the events of the day replayed in his mind. Fury boiled within him. I spent a fortune on the Dan, Yuan, and yet those disciples of Shu Mountain snatched the glory. Then the strings snapped, and they had the audacity to accuse my zither of being a fake. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. I could not even rebuke him in public. Just who was that stubborn fool? Wait, was it not strange how lazily he accepted the blame? Coupled with the escape of that female demon, I am utterly unwilling to accept this loss. Bungi, Xia Yan smashed the table again and stood up. If that Chu Liang was not a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, I would have already sent Lu Shi to take his head this very night. His eyes bulged, filled with bloodshot veins of rage. It is a pity, considering his background. I can only swallow this anger, risking everything to assassinate a Shu Mountain disciple. That would be madness. His expression shifted, becoming sinister, as thoughts turned to the beautiful Zhu Lingshu. No need to rush. Zhu Lingshu. She will inevitably fall into the palm of my hand. The next day, as the first light of dawn caressed the earth, the scene shifted to the Li family estate, the residence of Lady Zhu. Steam curled from 2 cups of tea on the table. Zhu Lingshu looked at him. Little Marquis, to what do I owe the honor of such an early visit? Xia Yan's face remained flawless, his voice dripping with practiced gentleness. Lady Zhu, I have come today to atone for my sins. He smiled warmly, the picture of a perfect gentleman. I returned home yesterday and questioned my father immediately. He truly did not know that the Danyuan zither bought for such a high price was a counterfeit. His eyes filled with faux concern. To think it caused injury to your precious fingers, That was our greatest failure. My father strictly ordered me to apologize to you personally. But deep in his heart, a dark tide was churning. Since I missed the best chance to explain, everyone already believes the zither is fake. It is better to admit false retreat in order to advance. I will use this apology as an excuse to get closer to Zhu Lingshu. This is my perfect strategy. Zhu Lingshu sat elegantly, legs crossed, hands resting calmly on her lap. She replied with cool indifference. It matters not. I am a cultivator, after all. Such a minor scratch has long since healed. Xia Yan pressed on, spreading his arms with exaggerated generosity. Lady Zhu is magnanimous to say so, but my heart remains heavy with guilt. To demonstrate my absolute sincerity, I have rented a grand flower boat. I humbly invite Lady Zhu to join me tonight to admire the scenery of the Shennan River. He was already lost in his own delusions. She will surely obey, and let me guide her. He lowered his head to hide the smug smirk creeping onto his lips. Inviting a lady personally, ... The greatest taboo is revealing too much intent when first getting to know someone. Suddenly inviting her to a late-night banquet. She will only find it presumptuous and guard herself against me. I must seize this golden opportunity to extend an invitation that feels entirely natural. If she steps into my trap just once, arranging a second encounter will be child's play. Piece by piece, she will become accustomed to my presence. By the time she realizes her heart has been captured, it will be far too late to escape. However, reality struck him with the force of a hammer. Zhu raised her hand. A cold and decisive rejection. My apologies, little Marquise, but I already have an engagement this evening. The rejection hit Hyen like a physical blow, leaving him scrambling for words in a sudden panic. Though humiliation burned his cheeks, he refused to retreat. He reached out, his voice desperate. Who in Namquan City dares to occupy your time? I shall negotiate with him myself. If I return without you, I will lose all faith before my father. I cannot sleep nor eat. Just then, a familiar figure drifted into view. Zhu pointed immediately. It is not someone from this city. It is young hero, Chu, a disciple of the Mount Shu sect. Chu Liang offered a casual wave, completely ignoring the dark thundercloud forming on the Marquise's face. He greeted them with infuriating politeness. Ah, I see the little Marquise is also present. Hyen felt a vain throb in his temple. He wanted nothing more than to smash that smug look of victory right off Chu Liang's face. Every single time, this brat always ruins my plans. Violent impulses surged through his veins, but with the lady watching, Hyen forced a strained smile through gritted teeth. Do you truly have an appointment with Lady Zhu today? Chu Liang blinked, surprised by the direct question, but nodded. Indeed, I do. Seeing the Marquise's expression twist into a mask of pure jealousy brought a secret amusement to Chu Liang. He mused silently. Oh my, the little Marquise looks as if he has swallowed a fly. While I truly did come to meet her, it is likely just a brief exchange. She probably used my arrival as a convenient shield to block the Marquise's advances. Chu Liang felt the weight of the man's glare burning holes into him. Technically, I am here, on business, acting as her shield against his harassment. But after exposing his fake zither yesterday and stealing his glory, and now hijacking his date today, the little Marquise must want to tear me into 1,000 pieces. In Hyen's mind, he was already imagining the slaughter. With a snap of my fingers, I could summon 6 grandmasters to crush him. Mount Shu, disciple or not, this is my territory. If this brat continues to challenge my patience, I will settle all debts, old and new, in blood. Yet, outwardly, he only ground his teeth, his voice dripping with suppressed venom. Young hero, Chu Liang, did not waste words. He secretly activated the evil-dispelling mantra. A streak of golden energy flashed unseen, striking the ball of rage within Hyen's heart. Instantly, the Marquise transformed. A bright smile replaced his scowl. You two must enjoy your time together. The words tasted bile-sweet in his mouth, leaving him bewildered. Strange. The fury has vanished like smoke. Why have I suddenly become so benevolent? Zhu watched him with wide eyes. She had assumed he was just another arrogant noble, yet his temperament seemed surprisingly agreeable. A rare trait for one of his station. Seizing the mood, Chu Liang patted the Marquise's shoulder like an old friend. By the way, little Marquis, I recently encountered a distressed maiden. She claims her sister vanished near the Li family manor. Witnesses suggest they saw your lordship speaking with the missing girl during your last visit. Does this ring a bell? Hyen's face paled. The description matched Liu Zhu perfectly. Panic surged, but the spell kept his anger at bay. He is asking about Liu. I must not reveal a single word. I must endure this interrogation. He quickly bowed, masking his fear. I entertain many guests at the manor. It is a blur of faces. I simply cannot recall. I shall return and question my servants for any news. Hyen fled the scene, offering a hasty wave as he reached. Chu Liang called out. We will trouble you then. Zhu covered her mouth, giggling softly. It seems my worries were unfounded. I expected a storm, but the ocean remained calm. He is surprisingly reasonable. Chu Liang played along. Indeed, a gentle soul. Now, regarding my request from yesterday, ... I wish to hear the full rendition of the Kanglang melody. His motive was purely pragmatic. The spirit doll in his inventory evolved rapidly when exposed to that specific spiritual music, far surpassing its normal cultivation speed. Remembering the snapped string, he calculated, yesterday, the performance was cut short. The automaton only captured a fragment of the toast rhyme. To maintain high-speed cultivation, he needed the complete symphony. If I can complete the recording, who knows what treasures it might yield. Zulingzu summoned her instrument with a graceful motion. Single song, zatto izue torifuru. Even without your request, I must practice before the grand performance. Chu Liang bowed with genuine gratitude. Many thanks, Lady Zhu. I cannot accept this favor for free. If you require my blade or my wits, simply name it. In his world, every favor had a price, and the rules of the Jianghu must be respected. Her slender fingers danced across the strings, and as she closed her eyes in concentration, she spoke softly, using you as a shield against the Marquis. Surely it brought you trouble. Consider this performance. She felt that dragging him into her mess had placed a target on his back. Fulfilling this small request was the least she could do to balance the scales. It was a fair exchange. Chu Liang sensed her sincerity and mentally gave her a thumbs up. This woman knows the rules of honor. Agreed? The daughters of the martial world were meticulous in their craft. Wasting no breath, the preparations began in earnest. Lingzhu ascended into the air, fingers dancing across the zither strings. Beside her, Chu Liang circulated his ki. Absorbing the spiritual resonance of her magnificent performance, she blossomed like a powerful flower, radiance overflowing with every note. Meanwhile, Chu Liang synchronized his energy with the doll inside the White Tower, focusing entirely on cultivation. With Miss Xi's assistance, the puppet finally completed the wondrous sound formation at maximum velocity. Meanwhile, within the opulent chambers of the Dingshan Manor, Xia Yan sat in gloomy contemplation, pouring his woes to his servant. Tell me, is there a divine technique in this world? He propped his chin on his hand, haunted by his own baffling behavior. A technique that prevents you from getting angry at someone, no matter how many unforgivable things they have done to you. Narrowed his eyes and laughed heartily. Young master, that is what we call love. Hearing this, Xia Yan's brows knitted together in instant disgust. He exploded in rage, pointing a trembling finger at the servant. Love all. Love your grandmother. I mean, I was humiliated by a man, yet I cannot unleash my fury upon him. Utterly defeated by his servant's stupidity, Xia Yan waved him off. Get out! Scram and leave me be. Shuddered, sweating profusely as he bowed and retreated. Left alone, Xia Yan recalled the humiliation at the stage. Teeth grit in silent he stole my glory. He tarnished my gift and seized my invitation. That shameless Mount Shu dog. If it were only those petty grievances, would I need to end you myself? You are lucky to be a disciple of Mount Shu. Xia Yan's face twisted as the morning's events boiled within him like molten lava. However, today you dared to ask about Lu. You touched the absolute forbidden scale of the Dingshan Manor. You have chosen death. He clutched his face in anguish. If only that old thief of a father had some talent, instead of forcing his way through cultivation, couldn't he just die a bit earlier? He is desperate to break through to the sixth realm just to extend his lifespan. How could anyone easily amass the resources for such a feat? He drained the savings of 3 generations and forced us into mindless, illicit businesses just to sustain his cultivation consumption. Xia Yan covered his face, the image of Lu Xiaoyu burning in his mind. If the truth about Lu Xiaoyu leaks out, the Dingshan Manor faces total annihilation. If she were just a stray spirit, it would not matter. But if a disciple of Mount Shu takes notice, the consequences will be catastrophic. He pondered for a moment before clenching his fist, summoning his dark enforcer. come here. A sinister aura manifested in the air as Master Lu stepped out from the void. What are your orders? Xia Yan's eyes narrowed into slits. Frowning, his voice dropped to a glacial chill. I want their souls extinguished. Meanwhile, at Miss G's performance venue, the trio waited with bated breath. But as the anticipation built, a mysterious letter was delivered into their hands. Lin Bei laughed, nudging the little fish girl beside him. Ha ha ha. Stay calm, Miss Sha. Since you are both koi spirits, your sister is surely blessed with fortune. She is likely safe. Xiao Yu could not hold back her tears, whispering softly, I miss my sister. Chu Liang opened the letter, his expression sharpening. Who tracked our movements? Please come to this location for information. Chu Liang finished reading, his eyes widening in surprise. He rubbed his chin, turning to his companions with a serious expression. This intelligence concerns your sister, Miss Xiaoyu. The letter claims someone near the Shen River saw a woman who bears a striking resemblance to you. He analyzed the paper again. It seems your sister is asking us to come verify her identity immediately. Lin Bei's eyes went wide. As expected of the Koi's luck, let us go? Take a look. We can reunite the sisters before the show starts tonight. Chu Liang summoned his flying sword, pulling Xiao Yu onto it. He turned to Lin Bei, leaving him behind. I will take her. This news feels suspicious. If I do not return shortly, rush back to Mount Shu and report this. Chu Liang streaked into the sky with Xiao Yu, leaving a disgruntled Lin Bei to sigh. I have to report again. Sigh. Why am I always? Upon arriving at the designated spot, the figure waiting in the distance was none other than Xia Yan. Chu Liang thought. Asterisk, the little Marquis of Dingshan Manor. So the news is connected to him. He called out loudly. Little Marquis. Xia Yan smiled, a sinister whisper escaping his lips. You have finally arrived. His face distorted, fists clenching as he growled. From childhood to now, few have made me feel such hatred. You... Chu Liang observed him with suspicion. Asterisk, his killing intent is overwhelming. This mental state is dangerous. Asterisk, fearing a trap, Chu Liang instantly cast the evil-dispelling mantra. Hit by the spell, Xia Yan stammered, You... Ooh... His mind went blank, confusion taking over. Asterisk, huh? Why was I so enraged just now? If I swap positions with him, his actions seem perfectly logical. I have already decided to kill him today. Asterisk, why get angry at a dead man? My mental state really is unstable. Seeing his opening, Chu Liang did not hesitate. He cut straight to the heart of the matter. Little Marquis, since you wrote the letter, do you know where Miss Yui's sister is right now? Still under the spell's influence. Xia Yan answered honestly. I do not know. If I did, I would have killed her already. Lu Xiaoyu darted forward frantically. She cried out. Why do you want to kill my sister? Xia Yan replied nonchalantly. I intended to lure her to the manor, not kill her, but she was ignorant of the rules. She overheard the manor's secrets. I wanted to sell her to the eastern region, but who knew she was a demon spirit? And she managed to escape. You should not involve yourself in this. His face remained dazed as he continued. If Mount Shu finds her, the Dingshan Manor will be ruined for eternity. So, I have no choice but to kill y'all, right here. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Liang's expression darkened. Chu Liang analyzed the threat. Asterisk. He intends to silence us. He must be prepared to face a third realm cultivator. Asterisk, trying to buy time. Chu Liang pressed on. Does the Dingshan Manor truly harbor such shameful secrets that you must kill to protect them? Xia Yan's expression shifted, pointing an accusing finger. It is merely selling women from the south to the east. And now, you know too much. You too should get moving. Out of nowhere, Two spectral hands, wielding weapons materialized. Little fish trembled, pointing at Xia Yan. In pure terror, Chu Liang's expression darkened instantly. But in the girl's eyes, the reflection of a deadly blade grew larger. She screamed, "Watch out, behind you!" Chu Liang didn't understand the context, but his combat instinct screamed danger. He immediately activated his defensive barrier, pulling little fish into a protective embrace. He rolled to evade the killing stroke. The blade thrust forward just as his barrier solidified, barely intercepting the lethal attack in a shower of sparks. But the relief was premature. The assassin's blade pierced through the energy layers, stabbing deep into Chu Liang. Blood sprayed from his mouth, staining little fish red as they hit the ground. The assassin withdrew his weapon into the void. She stepped out from the spatial rift, his voice cold and arrogant. "Survived a direct hit. Your artifact is quite peculiar." Xia Yan scoffed from the sidelines with a cruel sneer. "To survive Lu Shi's 7 seals. Slaughter. Consider it an honor before you die." Inside the barrier, Chu Liang frantically channeled healing energy. He sealed his wounds, then suddenly dropped the barrier. He flashed a thumbs up to the girl, masking his pain. "Miss Littlefish, when you land, stay hidden." She looked at him in confusion. "Huh?" Before she could protest, he encased her in the protective sphere. His voice was gentle yet firm. "Wait for me. I will come for you." The sphere shot into the sky like a meteor, carrying her to safety. Panic flashed in Xia Yan's eyes. "Don't let her escape." She immediately reached out to intercept. He invoked a divine technique, sneering with contempt. Where can a mere third realm cultivator run? His hand vanished into the spatial void to grab her. He grasped at empty air, stumbling forward. She gasped in shock. "It outran me. My spatial arts couldn't catch up to that artifact." Xia Yan pointed a trembling finger at Chu Liang, screaming, "Kill him! Do not let him leave alive." She calmed him down. "Relax. The boy has nowhere to go." Wreathed in pitch black, killing intent, the assassin approached with his blade. "Foolish Mount Shu. Disciple, you have some clever tricks up your sleeve. To trade your life for hers, giving away your only hope of survival. Do you not fear death, or are you just stupid?" Chu Liang summoned his crimson sword, a smirk playing on his lips. "Who said I was going to die? Lu?" She frowned. "A third realm trash, provoking a 7th realm master, no matter. Time to harvest your soul." As his hand materialized behind Chu Liang, the protagonist was already weaving a hand seal, commanding his weapon. Fire, Phoenix Talisman, Sword Art, a blinding pillar of sword ki. The air screamed as a devastating wave of energy blasted forward, piercing the atmosphere. Caught completely off guard, terror seized the assassin's heart. He wanted to cry for his mother. "No, wait." Shi's eyes bulged in disbelief. "How can the pressure be this immense? My hand is shattering." Suddenly, the massive form of the Crimson Slash loomed over him like a mountain. Even in his final moments, he couldn't comprehend it. How could a third realm ant execute a technique that threatens the 6th realm? The explosion consumed him. Shi stood, charred and broken, his mind reeling. What is this source of power? At that moment, the heavens seemed to answer. The laws of karma descended. Those who spill innocent blood shall eventually drown in it. Those who mock life shall have theirs forfeited by the heavens. The accumulated grievance of his victims had returned to claim him. The blast wave sent Xia Yan flying, his face twisted in absolute horror at the scene. Through the smoke and fire, Chu Liang walked out. His eyes glowed crimson like a demon god. For the first time, Xia Yan tasted true fear. He actually killed Shi. An instant kill. Xia Yan's face went pale as a sheet. Chu Liang is a monster. Relying on his long legs, the young master turned and fled for his life. "Run, run to Nangguin City. Father is there." Father is a powerful cultivator. Chu Liang watched him go, cold amusement in his eyes. You think you can escape? Xia Yan sprinted to the city gates, bloodied and battered. Behind him, Chu Liang surfed on his sword, herding him like cattle before the eyes of the commoners. In front of the entire city, he spotted his salvation. Father, save me. I am here. Tears of joy streamed down his grim-covered face. Father! Father! The Marquis stared at the beggar-like figure in shock. Xia Yan, but Chu Liang wasn't done. He whipped out the demon-binding rope and ensnared his prey. Helped Xia Yan struggled like a caught fish. The momentum of their struggles sent them crashing onto the public stage, right in front of the melanating crowd. By the time Chu Liang realized thousands of eyes were on them, oops, wrong landing spot. He shrugged. Well, the stage is set. Wiping blood from his lip, Chu Liang hoisted the defeated Xia Yan into the air. Citizens, the Dingshan Marquis Manor has been trafficking innocent women. They treat human life like grass. Their crimes are unforgivable. I, Chu Liang of Mount Shu, am here to enforce justice. Xiahane, do you plead guilty? The Marquis exploded in rage. Impudent brat, he soared into the sky, flanked by guards. Do you have any idea who you are accusing? Chu Liang pressed his blade against Xia Yan's throat, grinning fearlessly. I am walking the path of heaven. The Marquis turned purple, his dark secrets laid bare. He doubled down on his arrogance. Ha! Slander! You dare defame the imperial court. Do you know the penalty for treason? Seize him. At his command, the guards swarmed forward like locusts. They cared nothing for the hostage in his hands. Without a word, Chu Liang sliced a shallow cut into Xia Yan's neck. Blood trickled down. The young master shrieked in terror. Father, no, save me, please. The Marquis unleashed his sixth realm aura, the pressure suffocating. You dare threaten my son, bandit? Kill him! As the guards closed in, disregarding the hostage, Chu Liang gritted his teeth. Looks like I have no choice but to fight them all. Suddenly, a figure dashed across the sky. Lin Bei arrived just in the nick of time, shouting, Hold your hand. He stood heroically before Chu Liang. Lord Marquis, quell your anger. Everyone, pause, please. Give me some face. The Marquis paused, eyeing the stranger. And who exactly are you? Radiating overflowing confidence, he announced. I am Lin Bei. The Marquis, having none of it, unleashed a devastating punch. Get lost! The force of the blow sent Lin Bei flying into the horizon like a kite with a cut string. Lamback, burning with the indomitable spirit of a hero, forced himself up and roared. We are disciples of Mount Shu, Marquis Distinction. Do you dare slaughter us? The Marquis exploded with rage, his fists trembling as his voice shook the hall. You conspired against royalty. Death is a mercy I will not grant. After I end you, I will march to Mount Shu and demand justice myself. Chu Liang, knowing he was outmatched, played his final card. Marquis, release my fellow disciple. He is innocent in this. Let him go, and I will return your son, the young Marquis. The old fox Dingshan narrowed his eyes, a vile sneer stretching across his face. You want to negotiate? Fine. Suddenly, he roared like a beast, unleashing a terrifying blood key that crushed everyone to the floor with invisible pressure. You fabricated crimes and harmed the royal family. Do you confess? Chu Liang, though bleeding from the nose, stood like a mountain. The heavens see all truths. Under the gaze of the crowd, he gripped the hostage tight, raising one hand to the sky. Do you honestly believe that killing me will wash away your sins? You can silence one mouth, but can you silence 1,000 eyes? The Marquis paused, his dark eyes calculating. But his killing intent did not fade. He channeled his internal energy, aiming to crush Lamback remotely. True justice lives in the heart, and the court will know the truth. But today, I must exterminate this arrogant ant. The pressure increased, and Lamback coughed a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees. The tyrant continued his cold verdict. If you do not release my son, your friend dies this instant. Lamback, drenched in cold sweat and blood, looked on in terror. He tried to raise a hand to stop the madness. You cannot do this. You would spill innocent blood to save your own kin. The Marquis stood tall, looking down like a god. I will grind your accomplices into dust. Will you release him or not? Chu Liang remained silent. And then, shockingly, he threw the knife away. He dropped to his knees beside the hostage. Seeing this surrender, the Marquis barked at his minions. Kill them all. No mercy. The guards drew their blades, eager for blood. The Marquis smirked, thinking victory was his. Ha! It is over. Let's see what pride you have left. But Chu Liang kept his head down, whispering a single, chilling phrase. You are finished. The Marquis frowned, crow's feet deepening around his eyes as confusion set in. What did this dying rat mean? Ignoring the omen, he summoned a terrifying green and purple artifact, his face twisted in disgust. Watch as I crush you with my own hands. But the moment the executioner's blade was raised, a voice thundered from the heavens, Stop! Di Nu Fuang descended like a meteor onto the stage. The sheer pressure of her arrival sent waves of killing intent through the crowd. Anyone who moves, dies. The Marquis felt his rage choke him. Veins popped on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, thinking, again and again, insects dare to interrupt me. Do they think a sixth realm cultivator is a joke? No matter who interferes, that Mount Shu brat dies today. If I don't kill him, my authority falls. He refused to back down. Blinded by arrogance, he waved a hand at the newcomer. Scram! But the massive gap in their cultivation realms froze the Marquis in place, locking his limbs. Di Nu Fuang stood motionless, waiting for him to approach. She didn't waste words. She simply wound up a fist crackling with explosive energy. Terror finally filled the old man's eyes. With a face cold as ice, she unleashed a punch surrounded by rings of blazing fire. The blow sent the Marquis flying back to his mansion. He crashed into the earth, unconscious and broken. The spectators, realizing the danger, scrambled for their lives. Murder! A master is killing people. Run! Di Nu Fuang ignored the chaos, pointing a thumb back. Little Chu. Who is this weakling? Why does he lack basic manners? The Marquis's minions were already shaking like leaves, staring at the woman in horror. Chu Liang raised a weak hand. Master, that man was the Marquis. She stroked her chin, puzzled. Surname Ding. What a weird family name, Chu Liang whispered. Maybe it's just a title? Enlightenment hit her, and she shrugged effortlessly. Ah, Marquis, irrelevant. Di Nu Fuang stepped forward, her presence dominating the space. She cast a freezing glare at the trembling guards. Why are you trash still standing there? Scram before I check my disciple's injuries. The three guards froze. They dropped their weapons instantly, stuttering. Yes, mercy, we are leaving. Chu Liang, bloodstaining his grin, chuckled. Luck was on his side. Thank the heavens, I crushed that jade talisman in time. Lamback, seeing the coast was clear, began kicking the unconscious Marquis. Look at this. This is the price of disrespecting me. A second later, he was bowing behind Di Nu Fuang, pouring out flattery. Marshal, uncle, my admiration for you flows like an endless river. She turned to the source of the praise. You are from Mount Shu, too. Which peak? Lamback hesitated, fearing the same fate as the Marquis, and quickly changed the subject. My peak doesn't matter. What matters is, I am the best friend of Silver Sword Peak. Everyone knows that Marshal Uncle is the strongest of the 36 peak masters. Ignoring his background, she basked in the praise. Acceptable. Make sure you spread that truth when you return. He nodded vigorously. I cannot refuse. But then panic returned to his face. But, uncle, That was a noble Marquis. You didn't even ask what happened. Is killing him like that. ... Okay? She tilted her head, waving her hand dismissively. I arrived and saw him trying to kill my disciple. What else do I need to know? Chu Liang, clutching his wounded chest, felt a wave of warmth. This kind of unreasonable protection. It is truly touching. Chu Liang smiled through the pain. Don't worry. The Marquis, his crimes are endless. Master killing him is justice. Even if the Imperial Court argues, we have the moral high ground. She placed hands on her hips, beaming with pride. Exactly. I, D. Nu Fuang, have lived a life of integrity. When have I ever killed without cause? Chu Liang, feeling his consciousness fading, cut her off. I think we have a bigger problem. My injuries are critical and untreated. If we keep chatting, I'm going to ascend to the afterlife. She frowned, inspecting him. I cannot heal you with my arts, but do not fear. If your soul is preparing to depart, fear not. The art of cremation is my specialty. Chu Liang gasped, betrayed by such ruthless words from his own master. Tears streamed down his face like a broken dam. A truly pitiful sight. But the legendary Dinu Feng would never abandon her disciple. She turned, her aura softening. Fine, fine. I shall spirit you back to Mount Shu for healing. But Lin Bei interjected, panic rising in his voice. Martial ant, at your flying speed. He will be a cold corpse long before we see the sect gates. We must seek a nearby cultivator proficient in the healing arts immediately. While Dinu Feng pondered this dilemma, a gentle voice floated through the air. Perhaps. Lingzhu approached like a descending fairy, speaking softly. Allow me to attempt to treat young hero. The moment Dinu Feng saw this peerless beauty, her eyes sparkled like stars, and she lunged forward. Such a heavenly flower. What is your name? Which clan calls you theirs? Lingzhu flinched, overwhelmed by this aggressive affection from a fellow woman. Lin Bei stepped in to save face, patting her shoulder. Martial ant. I possess her dossier. I will brief you later. He pointed urgently. Focus! Chu Liang's life hangs by a thread. Lingzhu's fingers danced across her zither strings. A melody of pure spiritual energy rippled outward. The soothing rhythm calmed even her own racing heart. Notes transformed into visible waves of revitalization. Chu Liang sat in the lotus position, channeling his breath. He surrendered his broken body to the healing melody. Like a parched desert drinking rain, his meridians absorbed the supreme key. Nearby, Lingzhu's handmaidens explained the technique to the captivated audience. This is the anthem of returning spring, the sacred healing art of our South Sound Pavilion. It is Senior Sister Zhu's masterpiece. He is in safe hands. But Nu Feng was lost in the visual feast of Lingzhu's beauty. Assured, yes, I am very assured. She waved a hand dismissively. Hush now. Heroa, while performing, it is truly divine. Lin Bei nodded, his gaze locked on the musician. Indeed, and that figure. ... Appearance. Temperament. She is a flaw in the heavens themselves. I would trade 15 years of my lifespan just to watch this. Nu Feng wiped a suspicious droplet from her lip. Simply delicious. The two of them stared like starving wolves before a feast. The handmaidens shivered, sensing a dangerous predatory intent. Finally, the music faded. Chu Liang's eyelids fluttered open, the haze clearing from his gaze. Golden radiance swirled around him as his vitality roared back to life. He descended gracefully as the final note echoed. Bowing respectfully, he addressed the jade beauty. I owe you my life, Lady Zhu. Her voice was like honeyed wine. Please, young hero, see. Your crusade against evil is what deserves admiration. I merely offered a helping hand. Chu Liang lowered his head in apology. To interrupt your performance, I have committed a great offense. Though, perhaps, It is a lighter sin than the atrocities of that tyrant family. Suddenly, he scanned the ground. Wait, where is that scoundrel? Xia Yan. Lin Bei spun around, searching for the rat. There, Chu Liang spotted a desperate figure crawling away in the distance, trying to flee. A cold smirk touched Chu Liang's lips. Together with Lin Bei, they seized the binding rope, shattering the villain's hope. Lin Bei asked, eyes wide, should we hand him over to the imperial court? Chu Liang tightened his grip, eyes narrowing. Impossible. We lack concrete evidence against the Marquis manor. He calculated the political fallout. Without proof, the court will turn on us. Mount Chu would bear the consequences of false accusation. We need indisputable proof before making a move. Suddenly, Xia Yan burst into maniacal laughter, his voice dripping with arrogance. Exactly. You possess nothing. Framing a royal house is a capital offense. Release me now, and I might show mercy. If not, slap. Lin Bei's hand connected with thunderous force. Shut your filth trap. His mind flashed back to the events of the previous night. He had overheard every dirty secret. Back in the present, Lin Bei grinned. Evidence, I secured that ages ago. Flashback. Captain Zhu was steering his ship, humming a tune. He chirped like a carefree sparrow. He assumed the transaction at the Li estate was proceeding smoothly. Time to move the merchandise. He bellowed. Commands to his crew, raise the sails. Full speed ahead. But before the canvas could even catch the wind, boom! A heavenly strike obliterated the deck, shattering the massive vessel like a toy. From the roaring inferno, a silhouette emerged. Di Nu Feng. She strode through the flames, a goddess of war. Captain Zhu stood frozen, his mind unable to process the destruction. Her pressure weighed down on them like a mountain. Kneel! Her crimson eyes pierced his very soul. Captain Zhu grit his teeth, his knees shaking as he fought the overwhelming suppression. A majestic fire phoenix materialized behind her, screeching to the heavens. The captain crumbled, terror seizing his heart. This tyrannical aura. It is the mad phoenix of Mount Chu. The raid was over in an instant. When Chu Liang and Lin Bei arrived, the scene was legendary. Their master had single-handedly subdued 3 entire crews. The bandits trembled, not daring to breathe too loudly. They raided the cargo hold immediately. Pushing past the decoy crates, Chu Liang ripped away a concealing curtain. The truth was revealed. Innocent girls. Dozens of them. Across 3 ships, over 100 abducted women from the southern domain were huddled in fear. They quickly moved to liberate the victims. Chu Liang reported the grim findings to his master. As the line of young women emerged into the sunlight, D. Nu Feng's expression darkened. Her eyes burned with righteous fury. Human trafficking, under my nose. You absolute scum of the earth. Captain Zhu looked up, defeated but confused. Kill me if you must, but tell me, how did you find us? I cannot die with this question unanswered. Lin Bei stepped forward, a smug grin plastered on his face. Flippe! The captain's face twisted in recognition and horror. You! Zhu gasped. The drunkard from the tavern. Lin Bei dusted off his robes. Drunk. You really thought a disciple of Mount Chu gets drunk on cheap wine? My appearance was no coincidence. It was destiny. He gestured grandly toward the terrifying woman beside him. Behold, the strongest peak master of Mount Chu, Di Nu Feng. Along with her 2 genius disciples, we saw through your vile scheme from the very start. By order of the sect, I descended to Nanaguan City to shatter your conspiracy. That moment I feigned a bodily need to gather intelligence. That was the very blade that severed your web of lies. None of your schemes could ever hope to escape the divine sight of my martial aunt, the imperial daughter, Feng. She puffed out her chest, basking in the glory, and grinned. Exactly! My brilliance knows no bounds. Witnessing these two passionately claiming the title of Overlord, Chu Liang could only heave a long, weary sigh. If we strictly ranked the merits of this mission, first place goes to Master, second to Lin Bei, and I am merely third. With the dust settled, his master and Lin Bei returned to the manor. They were eager to witness the legendary performance of the star, Miss Zhu. I returned to the blood-soaked grounds where cultivators once sought my life. Chu Liang soared over the dense canopy, descending gracefully onto a silent clearing. His mind churned with calculation. I departed in such haste before. The karma of that battle remained unresolved. I never even had the chance to claim the spoils of war from those assassins. Fortune favors me. This desolate place remains untouched by human hands. The remnants of battle still lingered. After a meticulous sweep, he secured war trophies of considerable worth. First, a mysterious, small purple sphere. Inside lay tasteless black spirit pills. Next, a fragment of cloth that withstood both my red fame sword and the fire sword without a scratch. And finally, the inheritance manual of the 7 kills secret art. The blade body of awakened vision. Just as he finished harvesting his rewards, a roar of excitement drifted from the Lahi family estate. He gazed up as the sun surrendered to the horizon, the sky ignited by the brilliance of fireworks. It seemed the grand spectacle of Miss Zhu had officially begun. Finishing here meant returning just in time to catch the wave of passion. He could immerse himself in the fiery atmosphere where Miss Zhu took the stage. The performance was a heaven-shaking symphony. The melody surged like a tidal wave. Below, the crowd had fallen into a frenzy, swaying wildly to the enchanting rhythm. I asked Lin Bei, and he revealed this masterpiece was composed by Miss Zhu herself. It was titled The Dance of the Fish and Dragon. But the moment I heard the words fish and dragon, a bolt of lightning struck my memory. I had forgotten something critical. I recalled trapping little fish within a key shield for her safety. I vanished from the concert instantly. I had to release the fish immediately. Following the faint resonance of my artifact, I finally located her as night fully descended. The poor little spirit was exhausted and starving. She was on the brink of slumber. But the moment she saw me, tears burst forth like a broken dam. She wailed and threw a tantrum for half the day before finally calming down. I immediately whisked her away to meet my master. I hoped to keep her at Silver Sword Peak as a living feng shui treasure to bless our sect. Upon seeing little fish, Imperial Daughter Feng didn't hesitate. She pinched the girl's chubby cheeks, overflowing with praise. Whose child is this? She is simply too adorable for this world.